distinguished dignitaries, respected faculty members, and dear students, to Day 2 of National Conference for CA Students, Aksharam. We hope you have had an insightful and exciting day one, packed with knowledge, discussions, and unforgettable moments. Today, we promise you another round of engaging sessions, inspiring speakers, and of course, the perfect platform to connect, collaborate, and celebrate the vibrant spirit of the CA student community. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to Motivational Session III, Vision Beyond Numbers, a conversation that broadens our perspective of the CA profession beyond calculations toward leadership and impact. May I now request CA Jolly Stephen to kindly escort our distinguished guest, CA Shalini Warrior, and our host, CA Rubesh Rajagopal, onto the dais. CA Shalini Warrior is a former Executive Director of Federal Bank and current CEO of GoSri Finance Limited. With decades of leadership experience across global banking institutions, she is an inspiration to all the aspiring professionals. She achieved the monumental All India Rank 1 in CA final examinations in 1989. She went on to build a remarkable career in banking, including a long and impactful tenure at Standard Chartered Bank, where she held leadership roles across multiple countries. We are truly privileged to have her with us today. Hearty welcome to Aksharam, ma'am. CA Rubesh Rajagopal is the incumbent secretary of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, who served as the chairman of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI in 2024-25 timeline. A seasoned professional with over 23 years in the banking and financial sectors, including his role at Group Associate Vice President and Division Head of Internal Audit at DCB Bank, and earlier roles at ICICI Bank and IndusLand Bank. He has been a faculty member and speaker at ICAI and various professional forums and works actively with startups in strengthening governance and financial systems. It's a privilege to have you here with us. We wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, to Aksharam. With great respect, we invite CA Shalini Warrior and CA Rubesh Rajagopal to begin the conversation.
Committee members of both branch and SICASA, and my dear students. Today we have a fantastic guest with us with 3 decades of experience or more in banking, who has navigated very complex situations where we had recessions, we had economic changes, regulatory changes, and it's really warm good morning to you, ma'am. And thank you so much for accepting our invitation and being with us. So let's start with the first question. In fact, being a chartered accountant, when you transitioned into the banking industry, what inspired that move? And what I'll just add on to it. What were the biggest mind shift changes that you had to go through along the way?
Good morning, everybody, and Rupesh, thank you very much for having me here. It's quite impressive to see that we've got a conclave that's going across Saturday and Sunday. It's typically not natural to have a Sunday included, but it's great to see that Sunday is also included. And I know this has been a big event because, as I was telling you just now, I happened to read a little bit about it in the Times of India before I left home. So clearly, it's been quite impressive, and I'm very happy to see the students here who are kind of engrossed in understanding what the life is. And as today's topic says, life is always beyond numbers. Coming to your point specifically, just to go back a little bit in history and, I grew up in a normal middle class family. My sister decided to become a doctor. So the typical route would have been, why don't you do medicine or why don't you do engineering? But I decided those things were not my cup of tea. Physics, chemistry, etc. was not. So while I was in class 10 or something, I was kind of trying to figure out what should I do. That's when I heard and read about the CA course. And the only thing that stood out for me was somebody told me, I think it was my cousin or somebody, I don't remember, told me, it's a very difficult course and you won't pass it. So I said, that should be inspiration enough for me to try it at least and see at the worst what can happen. I may take 2-3 attempts, who knows. And that's what guided me into becoming a chartered accountant. I decided quite early while I was in class 10 that I did want to become a chartered accountant. And those days, this is quite some time back, so the audience may not even be able to relate to some of it. It was kind of, you could do it only after your degree. So I did my degree and then started my CA. I did 2 years of articleship with an entity in Bangalore. I was in Bangalore at that time. And somewhere along the way, while I was doing that, I realized that while the course was fantastic and I enjoyed the course completely, I didn't think private practice was my cup of tea. Somehow I couldn't relate to some of the stuff. We had very interesting audits, etc., but I just found it too narrow in my thinking. So in my third year itself, I had decided I would go in for industrial training, and I went in for industrial training for 1 year. So I did 2 years of articleship and 1 year of industrial training, and that's where I switched to saying the course is fantastic, I enjoy the course. Having said that, I wanted to be a corporate professional. So that switch happened around that time itself, and that 1 year of industrial training truly helped me anchor myself in what I wanted to do very well. Clearly, there are lots of mindset changes that came along the way. I think the first thing I would recollect is that, there is a life beyond numbers. Sometimes I think as chartered accountants and as finance managers, etc., we get so embroiled in the numbers that we forget that numbers are an outcome. They're not. Hello. Can somebody help us?
Excuse me. Mic.
Yeah, I think they're bringing up.
So there is, numbers can only be an outcome. Numbers should not be the be all and end all of our lives. So that was the first mindset change I had to do while I was moving from being a hardcore accountant to a lot more generalist in nature. The second is, by its very nature, the CA course is such that I think it's a lot more individualistic in nature, because we tend to study on our own. Unlike, when I joined banking, I saw a lot of MBA graduates. They came out a lot more confident about themselves because they had gone through, a much more intense collaborative course. So I think the second attribute that I had to literally learn as I went along was that individual success is not enough. It is really about collaboration. It is about having to widen one's scope of influence to work with many team members. So that was the second mindset change. Otherwise, you tend to be very narrow-based. And the third was that outside of the finance function, there is a lot you can do to influence the strategy of the company as a whole. And therefore, being able to think beyond just the finance function would have helped a lot. So 3 mindset changes, I would say, really about the life beyond numbers, collaboration and how important that is, and it's no longer an individualistic function. And the third, that there are areas where you can influence a larger team of members and a larger perspective than just that narrow function. So it's been an eventful journey, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. Yeah.
Excellent, ma'am. Excellent. Thank you so much. In fact, yours has been a very inspiring journey. I mean, two decades almost with Standard Chartered Bank, India and overseas sometimes, and almost I think a decade with Federal Bank, and that too at the helm of say being the executive director of the bank. Can you tell us how that journey has transformed you, both as a leader and as an individual?
Thanks. Been very interesting, and I wouldn't change it for anything, I would think. Been, as you rightly said, 25 years with Standard Chartered, nearly to the day about 10 years with Federal, and now something on my own, which we'll explore in due course. So I think a couple of experiences that have shaped me. There were many in my career, and I've done many stints in my career. The first was when I took a conscious decision to move into a business role. It was not typical for chartered accountants who had been in functions like finance, accounts, internal audit, etc., to take on a business role. So when the first opportunity came for me, which was when I was in Standard Chartered Bank, when I was offered a role to take up as what was called head of distribution, which means managing the branches, directing the branches to do sales and measuring them on sales. That was the first kind of leap, I can say, of faith in myself that I did. That was the first one. The second was when I transitioned from Standard Chartered Bank to Federal Bank. I think many people have heard about that transition, which was, I had done 25 years with Standard Chartered, 10 of which was abroad. I was in Dubai at that time when Federal Bank reached out to me and said, would you like to come to Kerala and kind of work for a regional bank? While I am from Kerala, as I was telling you, Rupesh, I had never lived or worked here. So for me, it was not just coming back to India, but it was to Kerala, which many people warned me against and said, you will find it a struggle, you won't be able to, settle down, you won't be able to do. But honestly, I think each of those experiences and many more in my career have shaped me as a better individual. And my kind of learnings from them have been, the first one has been, put up your hands for any opportunity that comes up. A lot of us go through trepidation, think about it some multiple times, agonize over it. It's good to do a pros and cons analysis. It's good to put up your papers and say these are the pros of doing the change and these are potentially some of the concerns. But at the end of the day, if you don't put up your hand and ask for the role or take the role offered to you, you will never learn how good you are at it. And I also, a supplement to that is the fact that, if you put up your hand and take a role, the world conspires to help you. You will get the support you need and thing. That was the first learning. And I've done that in many, many instances where I've taken on roles that seemed a little counterintuitive from that standpoint. So that was my first learning. My second learning was, let me refer to my notes so that I don't miss out on. The second was about discipline and hard work. I don't think there is a substitute for that.
Absolutely.
And I think as students, I'm sure all of you can relate to that very well. The requirement for discipline and hard work, and I say this both in conjunction with each other, is absolutely imperative for success, and there is no substitute for that. And the third is developing a very strong level of empathy for the team. And I use the term empathy very carefully. It's not sympathy. So I'll just give you one example of where I think empathy played a very important role. In one of my roles when I was in Indonesia, which was, we had to do the exit of about 500 people because as you rightly pointed out, it was just on the aftermath of the recession and, there were many things that had to be done. I think that was where empathy came to test completely. If it was not about sympathy, it was about empathy, just recognizing what people are going through, empathizing with them, taking them through that process with dignity, with respect. It's not easy. It's not easy for the person who's giving the message. It's not easy for the person receiving the message. I think empathy helped a lot. So it is about self-confidence and putting up your hand for roles. It is about discipline and hard work, and it's about empathy that has truly helped me and shaped me to where I am today.
Okay, thank you. See, you're coming from an industry which is, largely driven by numbers. Every measurement is on, say, financial metrics and numbers and all that. So when we say, you said earlier also, vision beyond numbers. So, how do you associate yourself personally with that particular phrase of vision beyond numbers? Both as a professional, as a banking professional, how do you associate yourself with that?
I think that's very, very captured, vision beyond numbers, as we've been talking about, even in a run-up to today when we've been chatting about it. And it's so imperative for the finance function more than anything else, because I do believe there is a huge onus and responsibility on the auditor community and the finance community on looking beyond numbers and seeing what's underlying and what's happening over there. Many, many brands have failed, as we know, on account of not looking at what the overarching vision beyond numbers is. Two examples that I do believe where I helped and worked with a set of people to go beyond just the numbers. The first, I'll give you an example from Federal Bank. I think most of you who are familiar with Federal Bank know very clearly it's a leading private sector bank, now ranked 6th in the country, headquartered here, yes, in Kerala, but has grown beyond Kerala. About, maybe it was about 5-7 years back, when we were sitting with the board of directors to formulate the strategy for the bank for the next few years, one of the overarching realizations we had was that, there were a lot of fintechs coming into the industry. So we spent time with the board to say what should we and how should we formulate a strategy for, with fintechs. One easy solution would have been to ignore them and just go ahead and do what we were doing. But that didn't sound right because we knew they were becoming an integral part of the ecosystem. The second would have been to say compete with them. But that also didn't sound right and didn't work out because it wouldn't have worked out because you can compete up to a certain level, but ultimately the choice is with the customer, right? So the customer is going to choose who he or she believes is the right service provider. And the third approach was, and it took a lot of leap of faith and looking, as you said, beyond the numbers, was to see how we could collaborate with fintechs. If we did a pure number analysis, it would have sounded like and would have been very difficult to take a decision because it needed staying the course, it needed a gestation period. Typical calculations like IRR and NPV and paybacks and break-evens were not looking good at all. Having said that, we stayed the course. The board was obviously very supportive and we put up a strategy which today has helped Federal Bank immensely. Federal Bank is still considered as the go-to bank for fintech partnerships. Think about 100-odd partnerships of various kinds, etc., and looked at upon as a leader in that segment. So that was really beyond the numbers, and the numbers follow. Even today the numbers are looking good, it follows. So that was one instance. The second is one which is much more personal and at home over here, which is when in the last 4 months when I've transitioned into this role of becoming a co-promoter and CEO of an NBFC. This is, for the benefit of those in the audience, it's a small, tiny non-banking finance company, and I, along with a close associate of mine, together have own about 50-odd% of the capital. But the focus of the NBFC is really lending to micro and small enterprises, one of the segments in the society that are truly underserved when it comes to financial inclusion. Individuals find it easy to get loans, individuals find it easy, salaried individuals find it even more easy to get loans. But when it comes to the self-employed micro and small segment, it's quite difficult for them. And therefore, how do I go beyond the numbers when I'm looking at them from an assessment standpoint? Because I'm going to give them either a secured loan, unsecured loan, whatever loans we're going to give them, the numbers can only say a part of the story. The numbers will not say the whole story. And that's where it becomes important to have those conversations with the customers to say, what is it that they're investing in and how do they intend taking the business forward? If I did purely a bank statement analysis, or if I did a cash flow analysis, or if I did what we all learn in accounting, yes, we do it, but it only tells us a very small part of the story. So many examples in one's career, and what I would encourage the team to do is, as you go through and you have to learn your technical stuff, you have to understand PBTs and PATs and NPVs and IRRs, it's important. But go beyond that to see what is the underlying purpose of those numbers. What is it that they're conveying to us? Both on the good side of it, and sometimes numbers can hide a lot also, as we know. So going beyond that also. So it's vision beyond numbers on both ends of the spectrum is what I say.
Yes. Excellent, ma'am. Vision beyond numbers on both ends of the spectrum. That's wonderful. We have a large set of students here. This is basically a national conference of the students. So something that will be in their heart is what is my next question to you. How did the CA training, the discipline, the professional background help you navigate complex decisions as a banker and prepare you for a leadership role? How did it happen?
So I think first I qualified many years back and may not be current with all the changes that are happening in the curriculum, so my apologies for that. I do believe that the curriculum has changed a lot for the good, which is great, and has kept itself contemporary. But the basic point is, what is it that has helped me? The first thing that the CA course has really helped me on is what I alluded to earlier, which is how do I approach things in a disciplined and methodical manner? Our course is entirely about, and when I was a student, it was really about doing many of these subjects over and over again, but being very disciplined about it, allocating your time accordingly, allocating your schedule. That's something that has not left me at all. In fact, on a lighter note, many of my team colleagues, etc., tell me you're a slave of your diary because you're so disciplined that everything goes into a diary. And I can see Vivek smiling in the audience. But that's the discipline that has come about when I was a student and now. So I think that's something that's innate in me at least, and the CA course has taught me that. The second is about self-motivation. This course, as I mentioned before, is a very individualistic course. You can either decide to succeed in it on your own with your own motivation, or maybe just the motivation of some friends and family. Unlike, let's say, an Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, where you have 200 people in that audience that you're competing with who give you that motivation. Here you can, you can literally do it all on your own. And that urge to excel, that urge to exceed your own expectations came to me from the course actually. So I don't need the impetus of a third party. I created my own impetus, created my own motivation, set my own bars on what need to be done through this course. That was the second one that came in. And the third one I would attribute to is the fact that it taught me a lot of grit and resilience. I'm sure we'll talk about it a little later also. But I think the course by its very nature, this whole aura around the fact that only 2% will pass, only 3% will pass, and all that stuff teaches you a lot of grit and resilience. You realize that you may put in all your efforts, but for some reason it may not work out. That's part of growing up, that's part of life. So I think that was the third thing that really came to me from the course. So despite the fact that I've not kind of been at the core an accountant or an auditor in my career, the underlying technical stuff that I've learned from this course, in addition to obviously what I said, which are more leadership attributes, have stood me in great stead. Even today, if anybody in the team tells me about an accounting entry, they know they cannot get it past me till they really confirm what they're going to do, So that's really what's helped me in the course. But I think beyond that is really these attributes of, kind of discipline, attributes of being, having the resilience and the self-motivation.
Excellent. I think that is something for our students to carry back home. In the next couple of questions, we would want to take some questions from the audience and from the students primarily. So if you can have the mic circulated. Next couple of questions with ma'am, and then we'll open up for the audience too, and then we'll come back to the questions. So ma'am, my next question is, Federal Bank is technologically very on the forefront in terms of innovation and everything. I think even Standard Chartered, for that matter, was a very technologically driven bank. So, today we see AI, blockchain, derivative accounting, a lot of complex things which are coming up in terms of this. So, what would be your advice to young chartered accountants to stay relevant and, position themselves for leadership roles, considering the, the technological advancement which are coming?
I think this is something that I've ingrained in myself, and I should credit Shyam, my boss, also to have ingrained this in me over the years, which is about learn, unlearn, and relearn. And it's all three of them together. I say that with being conscious of the responsibility it has. There's a lot that one has to do about learning, unlearning, and relearning. And I'll give you a couple of examples. I'm sure this team is a lot more aware of and probably dealing a lot more with it than I am. But the whole aspect of AI and what the role of artificial intelligence has been and will be in our lives, all of us, I don't know, maybe a show of hands. I don't know if the audience has gone to sleep. Are you guys awake? How many of you have used ChatGPT in the last 1 week? Put up your hands. For something good, not for... Okay, great. I can see a good show of hands. Perplexity? How many of you use Perplexity? Okay, a little less hands. Great. So I think that's very clear that there is a lot of influence of AI in our lives, and I can see that the audience is saying. So a couple of years back, in this whole ethos and philosophy of learn, unlearn, etc., AI was still not as prevalent as it is today. And I realized myself that, I needed to get up to speed on it, and I actually enrolled myself and did a program from INSEAD on AI. Similarly, on fintechs, I did another course on fintech. So I think it's a lot to do about learning and keeping ourselves abreast of what is happening. And today's student, in my view, has no excuses. All these students are well equipped. There's enough in the public domain to be able to access and do these courses. So it's really about learning. But there's also a very important element of unlearning. How do you make sure that some of the concepts you have learned all your lives are unlearned? And, alluding back to my current role as co-promoter and CEO of Goshri, within the bank, within Federal Bank when I was there, we had a lot of dependence on analytical tools to take credit decisions. Because the segment Federal Bank was lending to is very different to the segment I'm lending to now in my role in Goshri. So when I first, even in the recent past when I came in, I used to kind of go back to that and say, but why don't you just run a scorecard on this and you'll get the results you need and we can lend on that basis. I had to unlearn a lot of that because this segment doesn't lend itself to things like scorecards, etc. Yes. So I had to unlearn some of the stuff that had been so ingrained in me to say, there is true value now in looking at beyond the numbers at personal discussions, sitting with the customer and going through what his. So there's a lot of unlearning and there's a lot of relearning, obviously, that all of us have to do. So my one message that I have said, and I say this to people in Goshri, people in Federal that I've dealt with, say, it's a lot about learn, unlearn, relearn. Keep yourself relevant, keep yourself updated, keep yourself aware of what's happening in the environment as a whole. Otherwise, you can never stay current. I unfortunately have a lot of incidents where people come to me for interviews, and sometimes they don't even know the basics of what's happened in the previous day's newspaper. And that worries me a lot because people are not staying relevant. Everything, tariffs have an impact on our lives. GST has an impact on how... but people don't stay relevant enough. And I don't think there's any excuse for not staying relevant because today information is available at the tip of a fingertip. So my one advice to everybody would be keep that mind open, keep learning. There is no age bar to learning, unlearn some of the stuff as you go along the way and keep relearning new things.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. Before I move on to the next question, recognize the presence of our most respected Central Council member, Babu Ibrahim sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the session. We'll take one more question and then go to the audience, ma'am. Ma'am, ESG standards are something that is a buzzword today in terms of, measurement other than the normal financial and performance metrics that we do. So what are your views on that?
So I think, if you look at ESG very narrowly, I think a lot of it has become a little bit, as you said, buzzword. But if you step back a little bit and look at it in the context of the social development goals that UN has stated, UN SDG, absolutely imperative for corporates and for entities to embrace that. It is more than just ESG. It's a lot to do, for example, with good governance practices. It's a lot to do with diversity and how do you encourage diversity. And I don't mean just gender diversity, but gender diversity, physically disadvantaged, visually challenged diversity. It's a lot to do about good practices as a corporate citizen. And these tests are very, very important for corporates. There are, many examples. Unfortunately, just in the banking industry, where corporate governance has really not stood the test of time and people have had accidents of various kinds, where you're actually playing with depositors' money, you're playing with shareholders' money. So the test that I do when I look at this is, something that's been ingrained in me for a long time has been, can you tell your mother test? It's a simple way of saying it, but what I encourage, my current team of people as well as when I was in Federal elsewhere is, when you're doing something, just think for a moment, is it something you would be able to sit at the dinner table in the night and talk to your mother, your partner, your spouse, your children, your siblings about? Would you be able to confidently talk about it and not feel the need to hide it, not feel the need to camouflage it, not feel the need to cover it up? If you can confidently say that, then you know that you've done the right thing because you're being open about it. Another test that I do to myself is, can I sleep well at night knowing fully well that there will not be a headline the next day morning about some scam or an issue in which me or my entity has been involved in? Can I sleep at night knowing that if there is a headline about my entity the next day morning, it's a positive headline? If I can sleep well at night knowing that's the situation, then I think that's truly what purpose is about. That is truly what going beyond the numbers is about. Just today, I don't know how many of you read, but I was just reading something about a person of Indian origin in the US who's kind of done a scam to somebody like BlackRock of $500 million. And I'm like, I mean, what really motivates them to do these things, and how do they get away with it? But if you can sleep well at night, if you can have dinner table conversations, I think that's what, and that goes beyond just ESG and some of the other goals. In all my entities, in all my work that I've done, and I think it's ingrained in us, is to make sure governance is there. And this really brings back to this community of people. Rupesh, you know it, I'm sure the auditors in the audience know it. That is a lot at stake for auditors to get right. There's a lot at stake for auditors to make sure that they understand beyond the numbers and unravel it and peel the onion as much as possible so that they can highlight issues. I think the banking industry is rampant with things that have gone wrong. I think auditors have to take that responsibility on and go beyond the numbers.
Kind of setting an ethical legacy for the future
generations. Absolutely agree.
So can we have a couple of questions from the students in the audience? Is the mics circulated? So are there any questions for ma'am? Or we can move on with the session. Can you raise your hand so that we can see you have a question? Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. So I had this doubt that at this moment we are doing our articleship, and in future we want to get into business and other things, maybe start a entrepreneurship of ourselves. So I feel like we have the knowledge to do things, but unfortunately we lack the necessary skills, because we somewhere are mostly into drawn up area. We study, we give our best in our exams and all that, but we somewhere lack in the necessary skills. So as a businesswoman yourself, if you could just give us some clarity about the skills that we can develop at this early stage of our life ourselves, so that we can do better in the business later on, what would that be?
Thanks for that, and it's a very interesting. First, I would, lay down the fact that the strong foundation has to be there. The strong foundation comes from a very good technical knowledge about what drives a business. What is even basics down to what is cash flow, what is P&L, what is a balance sheet, etc. There is nothing that is a substitute for being very sound technically and understanding the concepts of a business. I'm addressing this purely from if you want to become an entrepreneur, yeah? So when you want to become an entrepreneur, I think it's absolutely imperative that you do that. That's the first thing. The second thing is to invest a lot more into what we call market research. Knowing what the market is, knowing what are the gaps in the market that you are seeking to fulfill, that you are undertaking to bridge the gap is the second. The third is there is no substitute for the power of networking. And when I say networking, I don't mean, the coffee clubs or, those kind of things. I mean professional networking. Today there are opportunities of the like for example, whether you look at the Rotaries, the CII, Indian Women Networks, the even things like, communities that are formed through LinkedIn, etc. There is a lot that happens from a professional networking perspective, and it's important to do that networking from a professional standpoint, because you learn then from others, you learn from what they ask. The fourth is, it's very, very useful to find a mentor. This can be a formal or an informal mentoring program. I have personally gained a lot from mentoring. So finding the right mentor who can challenge you, who can get you to think differently, who can get you to, the mentor is not expected to be, finding solutions for you, but he or she challenges you to find the right solution to yourself. And the last but not the least is to develop, in my view, what I call a thick skin. There will be instances when things don't go to plan, but then getting guilty about it doesn't really help. It's just about sitting back and saying, okay, this has not gone to plan. What do I need to do? What can I learn from it? So there's no silver bullet answer for this. You have to work on it. But the foundation comes from a strong technical know-how and then building on it subsequently. Yeah.
So just like you mentioned in your answers right now, I was wondering where you said that we had to stay relevant, which is really imperative in our field. I was thinking about how there's a lot of information that's being spread, at the same time you have a lot of misinformation. So trying to navigate between both and staying relevant, and also reading an articles by keeping your personal bias aside. My question to you is, how do you take in an information without having any biases towards it and making sure that it is relevant and also factually correct?
Yes, I think the information overload industry is at full speed right now, and it is a risk that you rightly think. What I would recommend and suggest, what works for me at least, I know is, first is sticking to a few sources that I know have proved to me to be factually correct at all times. So as an example, I only stick to LinkedIn. I hardly go into any other thing. That's just a personal choice I've made. LinkedIn. When it comes to articles and other things, I stick to 3 or 4 known sources of it, like the Harvard Business Review and a couple of the Indian publications. So first is sticking to that, forming your own list and saying, I'll stick to that. That's really what it is. The second is doing a lot of research on your own. So, when you get some information, go back and corroborate it through other sources. Maybe talk to somebody who's in that field and understands it. So if you come across an article, for example, on financial inclusion, take the liberty of calling up somebody like me and saying, listen, I read about this on financial inclusion. Is that really relevant? Is that really correct? So finding 2-3 subject matter experts who are at like a phone a friend kind of environment who you can call up and ask for it. The third is to do a lot more research on the official things. For me, for example, a lot of my research is based on Reserve Bank of India itself, because that's the industry I'm in. So finding that official source from where you can make sure you get the information. And then closing your ears and out to the noise. There'll be a lot of noise, just let it pass. It's okay, it's not really relevant. But your sources of truth, you should identify and keep them relevant and clear in your hand. Yeah.
So we'll move on with the questions and then again come back to the audience, ma'am. So I'll just start from where we left. In terms, we spoke about ethics. So the core foundation for auditing or finance profession or banking is ethics. So, what would be your thoughts for chartered accountants, especially managing sensitive financial responsibilities, roles which are very, very critical, very sensitive in terms of, how the ethics has to be handled?
So I think I briefly covered some part of it when I said can I tell my mom test. I love that, it's ingrained in me. Yes. But I think it's a little beyond that also. And in particular, I'll turn to the role of actually what most of the people I would think in the audience like you, Rupesh, could become, which is like auditors and, maybe finance accountants, managers, etc. I think it's the case of, a large part of it is driven by first having an open mind. Sometimes we enter into it thinking this is going to be a problem, or we enter into it thinking this is all okay, there's nothing to be looked at. Neither is good for us. Having an open mind to say, I will investigate this in detail. I will use the technical skills I've gained through my program to make sure I understand the nuances of it. I will invest time in actually unraveling it to understand it. And once I have done that, I'll be able to come to an idea as to whether this is right or not so right, So having an open mind about it. 2, making sure there is an open dialogue with the other entity. So if you're an auditor, for example, I've always encouraged open dialogues between auditors and auditees, not for influencing each other, that's not the point. But I think that open dialogue helps because that's how they get to know what each other is going through and what it is. So open dialogues are very important. Last but not the least, there is an element of gut and instinct. I think by experience you get to know that there is a level of gut and instinct that you need to overlay on this. Having said that, I think it's very, very important to retain the independence that we all talk about. Today, at least in the banking sector, Reserve Bank of India has put such a lot of support in for auditors to retain that independence. It's really about then making sure you use that independence. Your direct access to the audit committee, for example. Once a quarter, you have direct access to the audit committee, which is very, very useful without management present. Once a quarter, auditors have access to Reserve Bank of India, where they're called on by Reserve Bank. So I think the Reserve Bank of India has done a lot. SEBI is also in the process of doing a lot. Those are tools that will help. Those are overlay support that will help. But at the end of the day, it's about you yourself, right? You should have an open mind. You should be able to investigate in detail based on your technical skills. And you should overlay it with gut and instinct. If something is not looking right, I can tell you 100% of the time it will not be right. You know, your gut will always tell you that. You know, your gut and experience will tell you that. Yeah.
Ma'am, continuing on a similar note, in fact, every leader faces a situation where, the values are tested. There are difficult decisions that you make. So, did you have some case where, you had to go through some kind of a difficult challenge decision during your, very long tenure, and where chartered accountancy as a profession, as a background for you, has helped you make that decision?
I mean, many instances I think all of us face in our career where, difficult decisions come to the fore, and clearly you'll have to go through that process multiple times in one's career, which is as long as I have had. But I'll give you a couple of examples, one more personal in terms of a career choice and another in more kind of linked to my work. From a career choice, once a few years back, I had to take a very difficult decision because I was doing a role which I enjoyed, but I couldn't, but the entity itself had a lot of complexities, or rather, challenges which I was not comfortable with. I was not happy with the atmosphere in which the entity was. While I did try and make changes to it, you realize at some point you can't change it, and therefore I just decided that it was not worth continuing in that space, and went up to my boss and had a conversation with him, and I moved to a different role. That did mean a little bit of a detour in my career, but on balance it was worth it because and that's where I think the CA course helped me, because before I took that decision, I literally sat down with myself to write out what my pros and cons were and what my approach should be. So that's clearly one. The second is even more recently, and I'll give you more recent examples. So like I said, today in the entity I am in, we do come across customers who have challenges. They're willing to pay, but they have challenges of various kinds, and therefore they're struggling for how exactly to make that payment, So it's not a question of unwillingness to pay, it's just inability more than anything else. You have to then, literally take a balanced decision between what is good for the customer may not necessarily be good for the shareholders in the immediate term. In the long term, it will work out. And therefore, then sitting down with the customer to restructure the loan in a form and fashion that meets regulatory requirements is a classic example of where you're balancing shareholder interests with customer interests. And the CA course helps me immensely on that, because it tells me the basics of everything that I need to do with the customer on a technical and an accounting standpoint. So many examples of where this course has helped me. I would, recommend the course very wholeheartedly to everybody. It makes you just a very well-rounded and technically sound person.
Yeah. Ma'am, you're moving on to a new chapter. In fact, being the co-founder for GoShree Finance, and you're entering an entrepreneurial career now, after a long banking career. So how's the chapter looking at? I'm sure it's going to be quite exciting.
Yeah.
You would want to talk a lot about it. So
I'll keep it short in any case. But yes, it's an interesting, challenging, exciting. You can use many words for it. After a career of being a banker for nearly 35 years is when I've stepped into this very different role. So I think the trigger for this really, Rupesh, was the fact that as a banker, I realized that there were many opportunities. There were opportunities to lend to a certain segment of customers. It was easy to lend to them. But there is a certain segment of customers in India who are very key to the economy, but are to some extent financially not being able to get access to the funds they need for various reasons. I think banks definitely do a great job in many areas, but there are some areas where banks are constrained for various reasons of not being able to lend. The micro and small enterprise segment that I'm referring to are very critical to the country's GDP. They constitute a very large part of the GDP. But they are, traditional methods of lending cannot work with them. Like I was, talking to you earlier also, and I was saying, if you look at a bank statement analysis, or you look at some of those things, perforce they're still coming up the curve. There's a long way to go for them. India has a long way to go, and this segment has a long way to go. So the trigger really was to say, how do we find something that can lend to these people to enable them to grow, to enable them to become more financially included, to nurture them in such a way that over a period of 3 to 5 years, they will be able to stand on their own and move on to getting bank financing. So that we nurture them till they move there. That was the trigger for it. That was the trigger of using my years of experience, using some of my investments, etc., to see if I could contribute. It's interesting, it's exciting, as you rightly pointed out. It's still new to me. There's a lot to learn. Every day is a lot of learning about this segment of customers and how we can kind of lend to them. Every day is about learning financial management also, because you've got to balance how much cash and other stuff that you have. So it's been interesting.
You at the helm, ma'am. We are sure that it will be on the top of the charts, no doubt about it.
Thank you for that, yeah.
Best wishes.
Thank you.
In fact, ma'am, accomplished leaders, people always see the success that they have, and rather than the journey that they have gone through. So, what do you think is one misconception people have about success?
I think the biggest one is that I think people, when they see it, think, oh, that looks so easy. That's, I think, something we can all relate to. It's also not easy. The route is fraught with a lot of lots of topsy-turvy things, lots of turns, lots of mishaps along the way. But I think the core underlying one is a couple of things that have stood me in good stead, actually, has been, and I may have referred to one or two of them earlier. One has been a very, very high level of grit and resilience. Something that I encourage people to develop and say, this is not about you. If something goes wrong, it's not about you. It's just that at that particular point, with the circumstances that they are, things may not have worked out. Don't take it such that all your entire life is doomed because something didn't go wrong, didn't go right. Develop a grit and resilience to learn from it, to understand what needs to be done in the future, and find the way to move ahead on it. So there's a lot of grit and resilience that is required. The second thing is to build a thing of self-confidence, because nobody else can give you the confidence to attempt new things, to work out new things. And the third is to have some anchor outside of work. For me personally, yoga, meditation helps me a lot. Couple of other things that I do, a lot of reading outside of work that helps me a lot. So I encourage people to find one anchor. It can be music, it can be sports, it can be dance, it can be any of those. But find an anchor outside of work, because that really helps you make a much balanced person, a much more balanced person.
Yeah. Now, if you were to capture the leadership philosophy and define it in 3 words, what would it be?
That's a difficult one, actually. I did think about this a little bit, and I was thinking what would be my own thing. I think it would first be about empathy. I keep using this term empathy very often because I do believe it's a very, very strong attribute that managers have to develop. A lot of people have a misconception that it is sympathy, and I think it's very different from empathy. It's being able to recognize what the other person is going through and how you can help that other person through the process, because we work in a very interconnected world. So that's about empathy. The second is about what has helped me a lot has been about collaboration. I came from a CA program where I did a lot of it more individualistic, and some of the mishaps I had when I started my career was believing that I could do everything on my own and didn't need a collaborative style, So switching to being more collaborative has helped me a lot and has made sure that I've kind of, built that along the way. And the third for me is, what do I give forward? So today, Rupesh, I do a lot of work, for example, with the Indian Women Network, which is a network of women against, as part of Confederation of Indian Industry. And in that, I do mentoring, I do coaching, I do a lot of stuff. That's my own thing about giving forward. It gives me the satisfaction that I'm helping future generations to the extent I can. So those would really capture what I think are my what hold me in good stead from a leadership standpoint.
Excellent, ma'am. In fact, one final question that we have, reflecting on a very inspiring, wonderful journey that you had, and after some 35 years of career, you're moving on to entrepreneurial. You're saying that there are more challenges to be met, and what would be your message for the young chartered accountants, the budding future chartered accountants, in terms of the future? What kind of a legacy, what kind of a thought that you want to leave as a message to them?
I think legacy and all are very, very difficult terms to relate to, Rupesh. But I think the one that I would think, the younger generation, in my view, have a lot of opportunities ahead of them. And therefore, I do believe that this group of people have to go beyond what they have currently and achieve a lot more. So it starts by being, first thing I would encourage everybody to do is being technically very sound. I think there's nothing that takes away from the fact that if you are technically sound and know your subject, then you have the confidence to do everything else. So that's, this course is well designed for that. Even today you can have a conversation after so many years on cash flow and P&L without batting an eyelid. So I think the technical soundness is a very strong imperative. The second is about putting up your hand for opportunities. Many people are reticent and shy about putting up their hands, and I see this in both genders, but particularly in the female gender, where you believe you're not completely ready. It's all right, you may never be completely ready. When I moved from Standard Chartered to Federal, I had absolutely no idea what I was getting into. Within Standard Chartered, when I took my first international assignment in Brunei, I didn't even know where that country was. I had to look it up in a map to figure out where it was. But I put up my hand, and a lot of people came to support me. So put up your hand, you will get the support you need. And the last thing I would leave the team with is, use networking effectively. I don't mean, I keep saying this, I keep telling people networking is important, professional networking is important, because the perspectives it gives you are beyond what you would have cultivated yourself. So I think that's what I would leave with the team. Today's students, I don't want to paint them all with the same brush, but when I see them at interviews, etc., they come a lot more narrow focused. I wish they would just open up their horizons a lot more,
Absolutely. In fact, are there any questions further for ma'am from the audience? Okay. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah.
So my name is Bharat Vibin. First of all, before the question, I would like to say, you have mentioned about LinkedIn. So I also agree upon your opinion on LinkedIn. As a LinkedIn creator with 7,500 followers and also a member of Kerala LinkedIn community. Thank you. So my question is that recently the GST rates were reduced, right, in September 22. So how it has impacted the consumption? Have the businesses passed on the benefit to the customers? Has it happened in real life, or has it happened in like any other thing has happened?
I think clearly, obviously, the GST regime has evolved over the years, as you know. It was something that was new at the time it was introduced, but over the years it has evolved. And you can definitely see that the successive improvements have helped make it more transparent, more productive for consumers, while at the same time protecting what is imperative for the government, which is the revenue. So my sense, and this is a personal view, it has definitely helped the economy. These are evident from I think I just was reading, I think yesterday or today maybe, that the largest amount of passenger vehicle sales happened in October. I saw that, and I see a lot of articles that indicate that. I can also see the benefit of it when I deal with some of my customers who have clearly started seeing improvement in their cash flow position by these. So the sense is clearly it is well positioned to help India. Is it perfect? There will never be a perfect system. We are always evolving, we're always improving, we're always becoming better and better, and I'm sure the government will have the next slew of reforms that need to be done in due course. But to put it briefly and succinctly, I do believe this is good for the economy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. Ma'am, around 2-3 decades, you have held a lot of leadership positions. Ma'am, being a leader is a very, very difficult task. It's also about empathizing with those below you and also choosing those above you, and you have to make decisions for them as well. How do you navigate between the emotions of your employees and, emotions and facts? How do you do that?
I think the simple answer to that is I treat my team members as I would expect to be treated by my bosses, So it's been a simple philosophy. I've tried to ensure that personally, open and collaborative, as much of open conversations as possible to encourage people to have the ability to come and talk to me at any point in time on what they are. We may not have all the solutions. I don't think. I never go to my team members saying I have all the solutions. But yes, I encourage them to talk to me, encourage them to lay out what their perspectives are, and then work through with them for solutions. I try and make sure that I kind of, relate to what they're going through, which is where their whole attribute of empathy comes in, what they're going through. Sometimes they may be going through personal issues, sometimes they may be going through a professional dilemma on what needs to be done. So open conversations and treating them as I would like to be treated by anybody else, So I would like to be treated with respect, I would like to be treated with dignity, I would like to be treated as a collaborative team player. That's the way I try and treat. That's a personal style that I have adopted.
I'm a CA final student. Now, you mentioned networking, the importance of networking. So I try to build network. However, one area which I've been struggling with is how to utilize the network that you have been made, or I have been maintaining these years. How to, with respect to your profession or with respect to personal development, how can I effectively utilize the network I've gathered to my advantage?
So I think the solution to, the approach to that would be one, you have to find one or two people in the network who can be a mentor to you. So people in the network play different roles. Some of them can be your mentors, some of them can be just somebody you go to when you want some advice on something. Somebody can be those who open the doors for you to others that you want to connect with. So your network's got to be categorized into characteristics, into categories like that. Mentors will not normally be one or two people. Somebody who you've built a rapport with, who you understand, who understands you and has the time and ability to spend on mentoring you. That's a very effective role in the network. The second is just people who you have as a call away, somebody who you just want for a doubt or something that's the second category. The third is people who just open up doors for you and you don't really need anything more from them. So categorizing your network into categories of that kind and making sure the network is diverse. It's not from the same industry, it's not from the same group of people, it's not people who are thinking exactly like you are, because that really doesn't benefit you. So making sure that network is diverse helps a lot. Part of my network, for example, is outside of the banking community. It's in the hospitality industry, it's in the food industry, it's in the travel industry, it's in various industries, and that has helped me a lot because it gives me a very different perspective to what the banking network gives me,
Hello, ma'am. It's a pleasure talking to you. So I believe that women can do anything in this world, but there are few compromises that we have to do. Let it be professionally or let it be personally. And how can we deal with it? How can we make sure that we give 100% professionally as well as personally, so that nothing is being compromised?
First, I think the term compromise should be eradicated from your mind. I'm being very direct about this. This is a topic on which I can spend another 5 hours if you ask me. So I don't think, but I think you should, there are no compromises. We have a lot of conversations with my colleagues and people I know who say work-life balance, and I've told them it's not about work-life balance. You're not here with a balance in your hand saying this is work, this is life, this has to go on like this. It's about work-life integration. It's about making sure that there are times in your life when you have to deliver on a project, you have to deliver on something, so you have to go beyond the call of duty and spend hours on it. There will be times when you're the primary caregiver for your parents and you need to be present. So it's about making sure you have the right balance and are open and honest about the fact that integration is important and getting that in place. That's the first thing. The second thing is I encourage everybody to build a support system. I mean a support system of friends, a support system of peers, a support system of things, somebody who you can go back to and ask how can they help you with something that you're navigating through. The third is to develop a very high level of self-confidence. You have to know your subject, you have to be confident about yourself, and you have to make sure that that confidence is manifest in how you deal with people. So this is it's a very complex area. It can take a lot of time to do, but there are enough opportunities for all of us to do great things as long as we set our mind to it. The moment you approach it with trepidation, the moment you approach it with self-doubt, then that can be definitely self-defeating. So please don't do that, yeah?
Thank you.
Hello, ma. Hello. I have also a doubt, ma. Here. Good morning, ma. I am Arjun. I am from Toduvira. So my question is regarding the students who opted CA after completing their degree. So there is a common behavior in our society that if a student completed their degree, everyone, majority of persons, including persons from our families, ask them, are you still studying, don't you find any job, etc. So if a student also having self-motivation, and if he fails in his first attempt, loses his self-motivation also and confidence. So can you please suggest some ways to answer them or reply them with courage and confidence?
First of all, you have to believe that you are doing the right thing, right?
Yeah, ma'am. I have that belief. But so if he fails some 1 or 2 times, there we will lose our.
So all you need to do is, if you are believing you're doing the right thing, then I think and your immediate family doesn't believe you're doing the right thing, I would encourage you to sit down with your immediate family and paint out a picture of what the future looks like. Yes, you may have failed in your first attempt, but what is it that you're doing to make amends to that so that you pass in the next attempt? So sit down with your immediate family. Those are the only ones who matter to you. The others, let them say what they want. I'm being very direct and honest. That's how I have done it. So let them think, sit down with your immediate family, tell them very clearly, this is how you're going to develop your career, this is how you're going to think, and put in hard work. In my view, if you don't put in hard work, people will see through it, yeah?
Yeah, ma'am. Okay.
We have one more question. That should be the last.
Hi, ma'am. First of all, what a privilege talking to you. So my question is that even decades ago, you said during your articleship, you understood that the traditional pathway paved was not for you, that you wanted to go into corporate and to try out different business roles. So as a student who's about to enter his articleship phase, I'm asking you, are there any particular indicators I have to look out for?
No. I think there are no particular indicators, nothing of that sort. It's really what you enjoy doing, right? So when articleship was obviously mandatory and I did enjoy it. It was not that I didn't. I did learn a lot. But personally for me, and it's purely personal actually, it's very, very personal. Personally for me, I thought it was not giving me the wider perspective that I wanted, that I was searching for, that I wanted. So it was purely personal. There are no indicators. I did 2 years of it. Like I said, I did a variety of audits that in variety of places that I kind of found quite interesting. Having said that, when I looked ahead for myself for the next 30, 35 years, I didn't see myself doing that completely. That was the only thing. So it's very, very personal in nature. I know a lot of people who've graduated, completed their CA, started practice and are doing extremely well. People I go back to and rely on to do even my own basic tax and audit and all that stuff. So it's purely personal. There will be no indications. You have to be comfortable ultimately.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much. Not on.
Thank you, ma'am and sir, for your thoughtful and inspiring.
It's on? It's on. Yeah, thank you. In fact, I'm sure our members and students would have definitely benefited from your profound domain knowledge and your leadership experience. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a pleasure interacting with you. Being an ex-banker, it adds more, an icing on the cake for me to be with you here. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Rupesh. And thank you, Rupesh, for crafting a very good set of questions. You did a great job of putting the questions together. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for everybody who had the pleasure or who had taken trouble off to come here this morning to listen to me. So thank you very much. All the best to all of you. Do well in your career. We need a lot more chartered accountants, I can tell you that. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am and sir, for your thoughtful and inspiring discussion. Your reflections have helped us see our profession through a wider, more meaningful lens. May I please request CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly escort CA Babu Abraham Kallivailil, Central Council Member and Conference Director, onto the dais. May I please request CA Babu Abraham Kallivailil, Central Council Member or Conference Director, to kindly present of memento to our esteemed guest CA Shalini Warrior as a token of our appreciation and gratitude.
May I now request CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to escort our session chairperson CA Mathukutan Pillai to the dais. Now, may I request our paper presenters to please come over to the dais. Ms. Divya Harshita M., Mr. Mebin S., Mr. Jacob C. George. We acknowledge the presence of our judges for the session, CA Sajeev PG, past Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, CA Pramod SH, Faculty for Financial Management at ICAI Ernakulam. CA Mathukutan Pillai KB is a fellow chartered accountant with over 22 years of professional practice and 26 years of teaching experience. He is an acclaimed faculty and corporate trainer in company law, taxation, GST and financial management, a thought leader and a regular writer on finance and economy. He has presented numerous papers and trained professionals across India and abroad. Welcome, sir.
We're in.
May I now take this opportunity to invite CA Mathukutan Pillai sir to set the ground for our second technical session, Corporate Law and Governance.
Respected Chairman of SICASA, CA Jolly Stephen, and esteemed students who are going to make the presentation, senior members of the profession, and my dear FCAs, future Chartered Accountants. A very warm good morning. So today's topic is of very much importance, particularly Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, introduced in 2017, along with the GST. These are the two landmark economic initiatives taken by the Government of India. Even though it has not achieved the desired results so far, it is in the process of improvement. So that topic is of very contemporary relevance. Second is related party disclosure and connected topic. That also is very much important because there are a lot of family managed entities in India, particularly including Tata groups, etc. So conducting the audit of these types of entities, that also entail a lot of hard work among the auditors and other team. So that also is a very important topic. The third topic is, I think, which is much more relevant, particularly the corporate failures, especially after the Satyam fiasco. That topic also is very much relevant. I think the learned students will make a very wonderful presentation. And for the time being, I am winding up because, I will make a conclusion remarks towards the fag end of the session. Before that, let me tell you one thing. There is a Sanskrit dialogue. Sarvatra vijayam anviched putrat shishyat parajayam. That meaning is that, I don't know from which source it is coming. Sometimes it is published in Bombay Chartered Accountant Journal. A teacher or a father or a mother, the parents and teachers should pave the way for the students' growth. If they have to fail, even if they are failing, if they are paving the way for the students to come up, the son or daughter to come up, that is the best thing a teacher or parents can do. So let these youngsters make their presentation. Once the presentation is over, I will come back with the conclusion remarks. So I wish them all the very best for a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Let us begin with our second technical session on corporate law and governance. First, we have Ms. Divya Harshita M. speaking on Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, Pathways for Professionals. She hails from Hyderabad and is pursuing her second year of articleship. From resolution to revival, discovering how the IBC empowers professionals to shape economic resilience, we welcome Ms. Divya Harshita M to share her insights on the topic Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Over to you, Divya.
So, a very warm greetings to the esteemed dignitaries present here, the council members of SICASA Ernakulam, the volunteers, the session chairmen, the jury members, and of course, like our ICAI president have told, the future of financial soldiers. The future nation builders of the economy, and of course, the financial soldiers of the economy. So, yeah, how's your day? All good? Had your breakfast? Yeah, then we'll not be cranky. Fine. So, yeah, I'm Divya Harshita. I'm from Hyderabad. I'm doing my second year of articleship in GG & Co., formerly known as Gandhi and Gandhi Chartered Accountants. So it's a pleasure coming all the way here and to receive such a wonderful hospitality. I must admit, till now I only remember Kerala about the kind of good content films you people will make. But from now, I'll always remember that it's not just about the movies, it's also about the hospitality you people have offered us from the airport till now and after this. Thank you so much. I've never felt like an outsider here. So, yeah. Coming to the topic, why this topic? I've got 3 reasons. One reason is that, I'll tell a small story. During my CA Foundation days, my lecturer used to tell all these stories from his articleship, and we used to listen so much. Because of course, we don't listen lectures, no, we listen all the stories they'll tell. But those, shape us. So during his articleship days, so he met a client who's kind of arrogant. So every day he used to sit in his chair and order everyone to do all sort of work. But one day that chair got replaced by a young professional, somewhere in his 30s. And such professional is the liquidator, and that's when I got to know the power of a liquidator. Making such a rude person to come over there and, directing people. Because it doesn't matter what is your age. It depends on what you do and what value you can give it on the table. And that doesn't really mean that you have to be quite... Okay, right, let's get into our topic. So, yeah. So, as a CA student, I always believed that a CA's success doesn't really, limited. It's not limited to... One second. Yeah. So, as a CA student, I always thought that the CA success is not limited to conventional domains like audit and taxation. It goes far beyond that. And we have seen yesterday, Banwar Baruna sir and Akash Kandoi sir, they're into teaching. And today we have seen a woman who, handled NBFC. So it is not limited to audit and taxation, it's far beyond that. And one such untapped niche is that of an insolvency professional. It's all about resolution, restructuring, and revival. There you go, RRR. So that's a good omen for a movie geek like me. So yes. So if you're with me for the next 15 minutes, I promise you'll understand all these 5 topics. First thing is the overview. What is insolvency? And what is the role of an insolvency professional? And the current demand and the pay of an insolvency professional within India and outside India. And of course, pros and cons of being an insolvency professional, because why not? And roadmap to become one. So let's start with the first thing. So let's peep into our ICAI material for this. So what is insolvency? Insolvency is a state where your liabilities are more than your assets. So it is when a company or an individual makes a default in repayment of any debt. So if this insolvency is untreated, it will eventually be bankruptcy in case of non-corporates, and liquidation in case of corporates. So let's understand that there are two phases involved. Do you people know about phoenix, the bird? Phoenix. Raise your hands if you know. Based on Greek mythology, yeah. So when I was researching about this, I kind of felt that this is similar to the life of that of a phoenix. You know, a phoenix is the only bird which rises from its ashes after its death. So its end is a new beginning. In the same way, our businesses will emerge from insolvency and get a new beginning. So that is the revival stage, and this is done by an insolvency professional. How great is that? And if it is not viable, we can go with liquidation, and that is also very crucial because you have to maximize the asset value and you have to repay all the debts of the creditors, correct? And then let's understand the process of insolvency. So you are aware of Jet Airways, right? So it has become, bankrupt few years ago. So let's understand from its point of view. Now, Jet Airways is in a state of insolvency. That is because of the position, the financial position it is in. So it can itself apply for insolvency or its creditors. Now, creditors can be two types: financial creditors, operational creditors. Financial creditors are when they borrow for financing the business, and operational creditors are your regular trade creditors. So either Jet Airways, its financial creditor, or its operational creditor can file a petition to insolvency bankruptcy. Under Insolvency Bankruptcy Board, it can file this petition to the NCLT, the National Company Law Tribunal, which is the adjudicating authority in case of corporate debtors. In case of non-corporate, it is Debt Recovery Tribunal. So after this petition is being accepted by the NCLT, the insolvency process begins. Okay. Now what does the insolvency professional do? They'll collate all the information regarding the claims, he'll check it, and accordingly he will have an information memorandum, nothing but the list of the payments he has to make and also the position of the business. Now this information memorandum is the basis from which different resolution plans are being collected, and the best is selected by the committee of creditors. Basically, I told you, financial creditors and operational creditors. So these will form a committee, and they are the people who will select the best resolution plan out of these. Now, in this all, the insolvency professional is a person who initiates, who executes, and also, in case, completes the plan. So here, say it is not viable to, revive the organization, then they can go with liquidation. So in this process, liquidator is being appointed. So he'll maximize the value of the assets, he'll try to maximize to the extent possible, he'll dispose those assets and repay to the respective creditors, not completely but proportionately based on the order of liquidation. And a discharge order will be registered to the Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of India. So this is a briefing of how this works. So yes, so before coming to, we go to any profession, we have to see the demand, whether we have demand, not just the current demand, but the future demand. So that we'll have an assurance that yes, we can survive and also thrive in such profession. So as of 2025, there are around 4,295 insolvency professionals, and only 49% of these are actively working. And up to same 2025, there's 7,000 insolvency petitions which which are there since the inception. So you can see the demand and supply parity here. So this is definitely one of the best professions where there is huge demand. So accordingly, they'll be pay. And of course, expanded roles. So basically, where I was telling you in the process that there's insolvency professional, and liquidator. In the same way, there will be bankruptcy trustee. So the roles of this insolvency professional are quite different and unique. So because of this expansion, the demand also increases. And because all this information will be with the insolvency board, so which has all the information regarding the insolvency professionals which are there registered, and the companies from where these requests for assigning of insolvency professional is there. So centralized process maintained. And also because all this is time bound. See, insolvency professional, the resolution plan, after resolution plan, everything should be done in around 180 days. At max, it can stretch to 330 days. So because it's time bound, the appointments and the work should be done on a very, time bound basis. And yes, so I made this opportunity tracker. So basically, it's a sector-wise demand matrix. So ranging from the highest demand and the cities where you can, choose to be. So in case of real estate, you can explore Delhi, Mumbai, and Pune because the demand drivers are stalled projects and home buyer claimers. So, I wanted to show this because either you select a sector of your interest. If you don't have it, select a city of your interest so that you can, explore that sector when you are preparing for IPC. And so accordingly, you can choose one. I'll be posting in LinkedIn so that you can choose what you like. And then, of course, see, we all admit, for the efforts we make, we need our regional pay, correct? So, of course, as an insolvency professional, there is a fixed limit of 1.5 lakhs per month. That is the minimum limit, and that is based on the credit claims. So if the credit claims are, say, less than 1,000 crores and more than 50 crores, it can go up to 7.5 lakhs. And again, I'm talking, this is the minimum pay. And the maximum, it is at the discretion of the committee of creditors. And not just the fixed pay, based on your efficiency also, you'll get paid. Because obviously, if you can manage to complete all this on a timely basis, you will have an incentive. And if you manage to increase the value of the assets, you will get 1% or 0.5% of the realized value of the assets. So your efficiency will play a vital role in determining this. So yes, not just Pushparaj, we can also go international, okay? So we also have global demand. And as rightly said yesterday by our ICAI president, that ICAI has footprints all over the globe almost. So even Insolvency Bankruptcy Board urges the insolvency professionals to go beyond India and explore different countries and their economies. So there is a proper demand for Indian, I think, our Indians know we work a lot. That's exactly why we don't have work-life balance. So yes, that is one thing that really have with us. Everyone will do work from home, no? Correct? I'm sure you people are articleship students. Even after going to office, you'll come back again and work from home sometimes. Correct? Am I correct? So that is the kind of dedication we have. Unlike other country people, okay, they have work-life balance. That's a different case. But this is the kind of, duty of excellence we have, just like yesterday we have heard from our Chief Justice. So yes, this is the demand matrix in case of global opportunities. So accordingly, say if I want to explore Europe, I have to look into tech and startup industry so that I can work on that sector and be the best in the profession. So yes, next. Of course, see, what's a presentation without a pros and cons list? It was just like Mohanlal's a thriller movie without a twist. Still brilliant, but it could have hit harder. And how you guys made Drishyam and Drishyam 2, man? Oh man, bow down to all the thrillers, all the suspense thrillers that Malayalam movie industry have to offer. So yes, coming back to the topic. So pros. Of course, just like we discussed, there's high earning potential. Globally, I have missed a point that the average pay is from 1 lakh US dollars to 1,80,000 US dollars. That's almost 1.5 1,53 lakhs in Indian rupees. So that's the kind of pay you can expect. And of course, the prestige and influence. Now, that is one of the reasons why I chose this topic, no? Because I got to know the power of a liquidator. So that is the kind of respect you'll have. And you have to deal with all MDs, managers, who are of course quite experienced. And you can learn a lot from them. And expanding scope. Because as I told you earlier, that there can be different people, there can be the same person as well. So you have different roles in the process. So as the roles increase, and also the capacity has been increased recently. Before they used to have a ceiling limit for the amount of insolvency programs you can be in. Now that has been expanded. And the professional independence, of course. We need not to, you can set up our own firm and we can do the best in it. And cross-disciplinary, because in a complex, in a business, based on the complexity of the business, you have different domains, say finance, taxation, GST, and many more. So you have to be good at all these in order to actually come into a proper conclusion of what is best for the entity and for the committee of creditors. So yeah, with great power we get great. Absolutely. So you have cons as well. Because of the kind of work we are in, we are highly scrutinized. Even for CAs, we have peer reviews. So obviously, your work is subject to high regulatory scrutiny. And of course, demanding working hours. As in when, because exactly it's time bound, right? So that's why, we have to complete each and every task. And collecting all the information and getting everything done within a specified time is not, just like this interview, just like this presentation. We have time bound. So yes, so we have to complete our work within the time so that it gives justice to the, the financial, for the creditors as well, because their money is at stake. It's somewhere lying with the company. So obviously you have to make sure that you complete the process as quickly as possible so that you can do justice to the creditors. And of course, complex and stressful cases, just like I've told earlier, because a business is not as simple as it sounds. You have different sectors, you have different, your sector-wise differences, geographical differences. So you have to keep all this in mind before coming to an optimal solution. And of course, the limited path entry. I'll explain this with this. Now, with the roadmap for being an insolvency professional, the limited path is that for getting the eligibility to even sit for exam, you have to wait for 10 years. You can be a CA, CMA, CS, and also an advocate. And after the experience of 10 years, you'll get the eligibility to sit for the examination. So that is conducted by the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. So after completing this examination, you have to enroll with the IPA, Insolvency Professional Agency. And there is just like we have SPM, they have a pre-registration mandatory training of 50 hours. Only after that, you can register ourselves as an insolvency professional with the board. Yes, you can start practicing and you can choose the high demand sector. You can get what you want, let it be the, the place or the sector, and you can thrive accordingly. So, yes, that's that. Thank you for sparing some time for me. And yeah, I hope I get this right. Ellaravarkum nandi. Thank you so much.
He hails from Alappuzha and is pursuing his 3rd year of articleship. When companies fall, it's time to question not just what went wrong, but who ensured it was right also. We welcome Mr. Mebin S. to share his insights on corporate failures, re-evaluating the role of auditors. Over to you, Mebin.
Doing good so far? Yes. So, with the start of the slide mishap, let's dive. When Enron collapsed, when DHFL imploded, when Satyam confessed about all of his wrongdoings on one fine morning, those 5 minutes redefined decades of corporate integrity. And among all the questions which were being asked, there was always one question which always echoed the loudest. Where were the auditors? Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mibin Surendran, a CFI analyst at your service to provide you insights into the topic of the hour, corporate failures, reevaluating the role of the auditor. So, I would like to thank ICAI and SICASA Ernakulam for providing me with such a wonderful opportunity to take a session on a topic which is so important, so delicate, and spicy as well, because whenever a corporate failure takes place, it is nothing shorter than a cinematic thriller. So, jumping right into our topic of discussion, let's see what corporate failures are. So, taking it from the literal sense, it just means a corporate entity which fails. So, when a corporate entity stops making profit, does that mean they have endured a corporate failure? No. It is when a corporate entity loses what is the most integral for its survival: trust. And, it is always a combination of three factors, three major red flags which go overlooked. And they are zero financial integrity. We have learned from our childhood days that honesty is the best policy. When dishonesty is induced into the corporate ecosystem, then that is where the first major red flag takes place. Weak ethics. When undying greed takes the driver's seat and moral ethical values takes the back seat, then that's where the second red flag arises. Moving on to the third and the final factor, but one of the most biggest factors, no governance within the entities. When the management is ineffective and inefficient, then corporate failures are definitely bound to be happening. And to understand the relation between a corporate failure and where the auditor comes into this picture, we'll have to put the auditor's integrity under the spotlight. So, whenever a corporate failure takes place, suddenly the auditor becomes a Netflix villain. The headlines would be flying around. Where were the auditors? Were they asleep when this happened? And the auditors will be like, no, we were awake till 2 a.m. trying to reconcile all of the suspense accounts you guys have made. That is the point of view of the auditors. So, when an auditor puts their signature on a piece of paper, that brings a lot of credibility into it. And especially when an auditor puts their signature on a piece of financial statement, then that is the exact point in time where the management story transforms into the truth which the public perceives as nothing but the truth. And sometimes when auditors give out their opinions, there may be underlying dirty realities which the auditor might have overlooked because of the constraints they are facing. And then comes the biggest debate which always pops into our hearts. The public always puts a lot of weight on the auditor. They always expect the auditors to be Sherlock Holmes, while the law expects the auditors to provide just a reasonable assurance and not an absolute assurance. So, one of the biggest tools of an auditor is, has always and will be, is professional skepticism. So, when professional skepticism dies, then failure would definitely thrive. So, To put more understanding into our topic, we'll have to go through some of the case studies, or may I reiterate myself, cinematic thrillers. Going over to one of the biggest cases which happened in the face of the corporate world, the Enron Corporation debacle, which happened in 2001 in the US. So, what actually happened over there? The profits were declining in the late 1990s, and the shareholders and the investors were mounting a lot of pressure on the management. And how did they manage this? They cooked the financials, turned the financials into such a way that it was more appealing to the stakeholders and investors. And how did they do it? They did this by using a method known as mark-to-market accounting, in such a way that the assets and liabilities of the company was marked to their market values, where in the literal sense, did the company's market value increase though? No. And the mastermind behind this manipulation was Arthur Andersen. Would you believe if I tell you there was a big five before the big four we know now? The big four, as we know, consists of KPMG, EY, Deloitte, and PwC. But there was one more big player in this game, Arthur Andersen. So, how was they wiped off the face of the corporate accounting world? Their direct involvement in the Enron Corporation scandal, which saw them to be posing as both the auditor of the company as well as a consultant for the company, saw them getting wiped off the accounting fields. And moving on to the Satyam scandal. As Madhukutan sir has emphasized, the Satyam fiasco has been used over and over in many of our conferences. It's one of the names which rings in our head the first moment when we hear about corporate failures. So, how did India's fourth largest IT giant, which was registered with both the Indian and the US stock exchange, plummet down? The investors' pressure and the need for the management's personal financial gains to support their lavish lifestyles saw them adopting manipulative accounting methods, which ultimately led to their corporate demise. So, there was a cash balances which was north to the tune of 7,000 crore rupees in the financial statements, but in the banks, there wasn't that. The auditors overlooked and they failed to independently investigate the bank statements at the time of the audit. And what has happened is that they landed into a corporate failure. But what sets this case apart from the Enron case is that in every corporate failure that the world has ever seen, in every case, the investigation started first and then the management confessed. But in the Satyam case, the management confessed first and then the investigation was initiated. Even the CEO of Satyam, the then CEO of Satyam, Mr. Ramalinga Raju, had said in his confession statement that it was like riding a tiger without knowing how to get off, without getting hurt. And if I'm speaking about Satyam, then I would have definitely have to say or speak a few words about one of the greatest souls, one of the greatest chartered accountants our nation has seen, CA T.N. Manoharan sir. He was the leading man in a board which consisted of 6 members which overturned the future of Satyam within a short span of 100 days. And for his valiant efforts, the government of India awarded him with the Padma Shri award. I would like to take this moment to remember him. And moving on to a scam or a corporate downfall which has more relevance in the digital era of things. We have now moved into the modern world. So modern threats is what awaits us. The next corporate downfall that we get to see might not just be in numbers. It might be lying there in the codes. So, what happened with Byju's, an edtech company which started with loads of hope and was expanding really large, but their ambition killed their success. There was definitely money coming in, but the irony lied in the fact that they were finding even faster ways to let that money out. They were spending on aggressive marketing strategies. They were spending on lots of celebrity endorsements to fuel the purpose. But what they did to cover this was delaying the financial disclosures and using opaque revenue recognition systems. And by this, the investors' trust crashed and the corporate failure occurred. And coming to a case with so much relevance as I am speaking over here now, because this case, the scam perpetrated by the Vadhavan brothers, Kapil and Dheeraj Vadhavan, tied to DHFL, the Diwan Housing Finance Corporation Limited. They committed a scam so huge that they embezzled about 34,000 crores of rupees. How did they do this? They pretended to take loans from banks, saying that they would be relending this money to the public for housing finance issues. But what did they do though? They took this money, created some shell companies, and diverted this money right back into their accounts by using round-tripping of funds and evergreening of loans. And the impact, it demolished India's picture when it comes to housing finance sector. And to explain it on a different level and to connect with it, I would like to use a simple example on a micro level in which you could see on the screen that Mr. Vijay, it's a successful entrepreneur, is taking loans from the banks and he is distributing it to the public. How is he doing it though? He uses the banking channels to transfer the money to them. But his customers are something peculiar. You could see the names of his customers, Mr. Vijayan, Mr. V. Jayan, Mr. Vijay, and Mr. Aljay. But don't you see the irony in these pictures? You could see that they are all, in fact, the one and the same person itself. This is exactly how DHFL perpetrated their fraud. They used shell companies to rotate the funds back into their accounts to fund their own lavish lifestyles. And what were the patterns we saw across these failures? Management's override of controls, the compromised independence of the auditors, the late identification of red flags which ultimately turned them into corporate failures, and the inadequate data analytics used in cases of the modern age which required them to be used intensively. And speaking of bottlenecks, imagine you own a Ferrari supercar and this is a car which could travel from 0 to 270 kilometers per hour in just a matter of 6.7 seconds. And imagine you are driving the same car on these broken roads. Would you be able to extract the full potential of the car? Obviously, no. This is exactly what our audit representatives are facing in this economy. There are lots of limitations within which they have to work. There are hidden information when the auditors are trying to gather sufficient appropriate audit evidence, the management is not providing it. And the management uses lots of magic tricks to hide all the funds they have embezzled in such a systematic way that it is not possible for the auditor to get a clear picture of what's happening. And the fees and time crunch. Every auditor is working within a specific fee amount and a specific deadline. There are lots of deadlines and regulations which the auditor has to adhere with. And working within this, the auditor won't be able to go into every nook and corner of every organization to find out every single missing rupee. So, how could we reevaluate the auditor's role in such a situation? The auditors must employ a forensic mindset and just get out of the box and transform from a think box auditing. And next, they should be more innovative. We have lots of technology and resources available in this modern day and age. So they must make use of this, and technologies such as artificial intelligence should be incorporated into the audits so that we could get into a wide range of areas within the organization within a shorter span of time. We should encourage transparency and build accountability. Whistleblower protection should be encouraged so that whenever there is a corporate fraud occurring, it would get to the ears of the auditors first and they could plan an audit accordingly. And last but not least, the auditor must always maintain integrity. They are representing a community of individuals on a larger plane. So always the auditors must maintain their integrity and never compromise their independence. What were some of the legal reforms that happened due to these debacles which happened all over the world? If we look at a global scale, it led to the introduction of Sarbanes-Oxley Act in 2002 and the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board in the US. And if we get into India, the National Financial Reporting Authority was established and the Companies Act 2013, which revamped the Companies Act 1956, was introduced. And as a result, Companies Act Auditors Report Audit of 2020 was introduced, which required the auditors to provide more information into the company's insights. Now, getting to the conclusion, the main point that I want to reiterate and over again is that you are the future. And it is upon you to rebuild the trust which was lost in the cases we have witnessed. And I would like to lend the words of a famous investor, Mr. Warren Buffett. It takes 20 years to build a reputation, but just 5 minutes to ruin it. Your hands to either take the good side or play with the cards you are left and hope for the best, like Mr. George Kutti, our favorite character, saying, "Arahasyan ennodapam mannil arinju serum." Thank you for listening with great patience. This is me, Bipin Surendran, a CA finalist, signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mebin, for your analytical perspective on the topic. Finally, let me invite Mr. Jacob C. George. He hails from Palakkad and is pursuing his second year of articleship here in Ernakulam. Behind every related party lies a responsibility to report right and to act fair, right? We welcome Mr. Jacob to share his insights on related party transactions, reporting, risks and red flags. Over to you, Jacob.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, myself, Jacob C. George, and I am here to express my views on the topic, related party transactions, reporting, risks, and red flags. But before we start diving deep into the complex world of related party transactions, take in our gloves and then start to dissect the complex world of RPTs, let's sit back and listen to a story. The year is 2017. You've purchased shares of Yes Bank Limited with all your savings. And in 2018, the Reserve Bank of India forced Mr. Rana Kapoor to step down from his position as CEO. As it turns out, Yes Bank Limited, under Mr. Rana Kapoor's approval, had been giving out loans and making investments in high-risk borrowers like DHFL, Reliance Housing Finance Limited and RCFL. As a result, but wait, what did Yes Bank get in return? It didn't get anything. What? But entities owned and controlled by Rana Kapoor's wife and daughters got kickback loans and investments. The stock market prices start to fall, investors started panicking, the consumers started panicking, and so you, and maybe, just maybe, this might be your reaction. Okay, $114 billion and $54 billion worth of related party transactions were reported in just the oil and gas and financial services sector alone in FY23. Imagine, that is just 2 industries out there. What about all the other industries in India? What about in this current financial year? What about in the years yet to come? Here's a better question. What about the auditors? Imagine the risk these auditors are taking, that we are taking in auditing these related party transactions. Okay, a lot of talking. And now let's take a step back and first understand who is related as per different statutes. But Jacob, there are a lot of statutes. We have got the Companies Act, we have got SEBI, we have got Income Tax Act, we have got Ind AS, so many statutes. How many statutes are you going to cover? Who are related? What are the provisions regarding related party transactions? In a nutshell, what are the risks? What are the red flags? And how are we going to modify our audit procedures in this digital age in order to audit these related party transactions? Firstly, who is related? Section 2, Clause 76 of the Companies Act says that directors, KMPs, their relatives, holding subsidiary, associate, fellow subsidiary, firms and entities where these people hold significant influence and a few more are related. SEBI, however, is saying that I want to try to be unique, but I'm going to adopt to the definition of Companies Act. That is, as defined in Section 2, Clause 76, however, with 2 more people, the promoter group and also any person or entity holding 10% or more of the equity shares. Ind AS has a very long definition, and we all know that in Ind AS 24. But call me lazy if you want, but I am just going to say these 2 words: significant influence. That is, let's say the entity has significant influence over another entity, some other entity has significant influence over this entity, or a common group of significant influence. All of those people will come under related party. So what about related party transactions? When it comes to the Indian accounting standards, well, they basically govern relating to who is a related party, what are the disclosures that are to be made, the extent of disclosures, disclosure in relation to basically balances outstanding, the pending commitments, and so on. When it comes to the Companies Act, Section 177 and Section 188 governs the provisions of related party transactions. Section 177 is about the applicability of audit committee, and it clearly says that audit committee must approve every related party transaction. But in Section 188, Section 188 is like, okay, I don't want every transaction with the related party to be called as a related party transaction. I'm just going to jot down a few transactions. If you're undertaking the transaction, just take an approval. But if the transaction is at the ordinary course of business and at arm's length price, there is no approval required, and companies are using this. But why? Because apparently the Act did not properly define what is arm's length pricing or what is at the ordinary course of business. When it comes to SEBI LODR, it is saying that I don't want my shareholders to be involved in every related party transaction approvals, but I am going to define something called as a material related party transaction, which is 10% of the annual consolidated turnover of the last audited financial statements or 1,000 crores, whichever is lower. If the transaction individually or in aggregate exceeds that limit, I am going to take the approval. Okay, acts here and there, sections here and there, left and right, right and left. It's a lot of things going on. So I want you all, just like this boy, relax and listen to another story. How many of you have watched the movie Lucky Bhaskar? Raise your hands. Okay. Okay. So I want you to understand that related party transactions, even I also thought about this, they were supposed to enhance group synergies. But I don't know where it went wrong. The promoter started seeing something in these related party transactions that they started to perpetrate frauds with these things. Let's link it with the story of Lucky Bhaskar to understand these things. Firstly, there is a financial crunch. That is, the promoter went to the bank and he applied for a loan for his company. However, the company said, no net worth, no loan. Then he saw that if he can control the transactions between two entities, where both of those entities have significant influence, he can simply inflate the purchases and sales. So now, he starts to structure the transaction. But why? Why not simply execute the transaction? Who is going to see? Well, apparently, Section 177 and Section 180 is definitely going to see. If you are into SEBI, you are into much bigger trouble. But the transaction must be with a related party. What if I structure the transaction in such a way that if you're seeing in paper, the party is not my related party, as we have seen in the case of Sun Pharma and Aditya Medisales. In FY 2017-18, Sun Pharma suddenly announced that I have a related party called as Aditya Medisales. The investors were not at all happy. Well, as it turns out, Aditya Medisales was not incorporated in that year. It was long before. The company was incorporated long before. Then the promoter starts to funnel in the money and then he says, I want more, as we have seen in the infamous Satyam scam where Mr. Ramalinga Raju himself said it was like riding a tiger, not knowing how to get off without being eaten. Let's say we found out a fraud. To whom are we going to snitch? Well, number one is the CARO 2020 report and also the report on compliance. CARO 2020, whether or not the company has complied with the provisions of Section 177 and 188 and whether or not these related party transactions were prejudicial to the company's interest. When it comes to listed entities, they have to give a report on their corporate governance, which must be certified. Also, let's say you encountered a fraud. Lucky you encountered a fraud worth more than 1 crore rupees. What are you going to do? Report it to the central government. But what if it is less than that? Of course, we cannot sit simply. We have to escalate this matter to the audit committee and decide on how are we going to put this in our audit report. Give a qualified or adverse opinion if there are missing or false disclosures, as we have seen in the case of Adani Ports and Special Economic Zones in the financial year 2022-23, where the auditors gave a modified opinion just because of related party transaction related issues. Give a disclaimer of opinion if the management is blocking the evidence and escalate the same to the key audit matter or emphasis of matter paragraph, depending on the case. Okay, I have now discussed a lot of theories, but trust me, please pay attention to this section, and here we go. What are the different risks associated with related party transactions? Let's first understand on the basis of the fundamental auditing assertions. Number one, the existence. Very simply, fake transactions. Fake related party transactions, transactions which never actually occurred. Maybe the entity did not identify all of its related parties or maybe did not disclose every material transaction. The arm's length policy might be violated. The entity might have thought, how are you going to value something called as a brand usage royalty fee? One of the most common ways companies use to siphon out money from countries which have huge tax base to entities which are tax haven. Cut off. Basically bifurcating transactions across the financial year or 2 financial years just to bypass the audit committee approvals. Maybe the entity just gave a 200 crore worth of loan to another entity which is a subsidiary which is interest-free. But we all know that money is lost. And maybe the auditors might not have provided the disclosures as required in the Indian accounting standards or the accounting standards. So, how do we identify the red flags? How many of you have watched this movie Tengashi Patna? As we can see from this image, from far away, it's a cow. But deep within, it's nothing like a cow. It is just two people sitting inside and making the entire shenanigans. Just like that, the structure can be so opaque, it is something else in reality. The cash flow might be so weak. Cash flow? Let's say entity A purchased goods from entity B, which was a related party. Instead of paying it out, entity A just gave a consultancy service to entity B. The services got set off, the balances got set off. But this is one of the common ways in which they try to inflate the sales. Then the policy of arm's length itself might be breached. The company might not have proper workings on how did they arrive at the price, and they will say it is a strategic decision. But most importantly, if something does not make strategic sense, it makes personal sense. Then the entity might miss out on disclosures intentionally or unintentionally. They might split the transactions across the financial years or 2 financial years just to bypass these audit committee approvals. So, taking a step back and acknowledging the amendments that has happened in this area, with effect from 1st of September 2025, SEBI has issued something called as mandatory RPT industry standards, which says and prescribes the minimum information to be provided to the audit committee and shareholder for related party transactions approval. And also, Regulation 23 will now be applicable to all those entities in the SMEs. It is proposed, not yet decided, it is proposed to redefine material related party transactions based on threshold limits and also transactions between an unlisted subsidiary and the related party of the entity. How many of you watched the movie Dr. Pashupati? It's a very old movie. Most probably, most of you might not have seen it. In that, there is a character called as Miss UDC. Well, she's an upper division clerk she worked with Dr. Pashupati. And afterwards, she has decided to become a forensic auditor. Working with none other than you guys. Well, I would of course admire her work. So how will she deal with these related party transactions? Let's first understand that. The ghost entity and data level entry mapping. That is, she might first of all take a master list of vendors and then run a query for all those vendors with identical bank account details, IFSC codes and addresses. Then she would do something called as cash flow velocity monitoring, which is she would basically take a VBA code, upload all the ledgers relating to that party and ask the AI to analyze the transactions. That is, when did the transaction execute, when did the payment go, what is the gap between the payments and so on. Then she saw that a 200 crore worth loan was given to a related party. But how will she check if the approval was given prior to that? No retrospective, no rectification is there. She would just do one thing. She would compile all the PDFs. Using OCR mechanism, extract the text from it. Using natural language processing compliance, she would search for trigger words like rectification and retrospective. As it turns out, the transaction was executed in January 2024, but its approval was only given in May 2024. Then, finally, she would check if there was any terms between the transactions of related parties that she was supposed to know, or maybe disclose that in the financial statements of the entity. For that, she would use something called as automated disclosure mapping, where she would compile all the directors' report, board's report, secretarial, all the secretarial matters, cost audit report, internal audit report, every reports. And then she would search for all the related party transaction and its terms. As it turns out, she missed out on a few. Then, finally, she would take the score. she would take a risk score basically. Based on all the risks that she has encountered, she is going to make a score, and then she is going to check on how much audit procedures do I have to perform more. Okay, a lot of things happen right now. But wouldn't it be great if someone could summarize this for you? Hey, come on, wouldn't it be great? Louder! Okay, so as future chartered accountants and as a future backbone of the Indian economy, it is very important for us to understand that even if the transaction is between two related entities, transparency prevails over ties. Make sure that we see substance over form, because numbers also have ties. Even when you know that the entity that they are auditing is very super adipoli audit, the entities have outstanding internal controls, still demand scrutiny. Always maintain an attitude of professional skepticism, and beyond legal, go the ethical route. Even if the act does not say to comply with these provisions, if it is in the best interest of the corporate governance, do it. Give maximum value to all your stakeholders, because ultimately, all of us in this room one day would become a future entrepreneur, a future chartered accountant in practice, or maybe anyone, God knows the future, what the future holds. So, Kochikare, Kendo Ado, Arogyun Ille, Kochikare. These are the references that I have used, and that's all from my side. Hope you all like this presentation. Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you, Jacob. And our sincere gratitude to the valuable perspectives shared. The discussions were highly enriching and offered great clarity on key aspects of corporate law and governance. They have indeed been immensely beneficial to all of us. I now respectfully invite our esteemed Session Chairman, C.A. Mathukudan Pillai sir, to share his remarks and guide us further.
How was it? I think they have done a wonderful job. Give them a good applause. Yes. So I think it is a very difficult job for a chairman to evaluate 3 different speakers, and that too meeting on the first time on the dais, hearing them for the first time. Obviously, the paper I got much earlier. So before evaluating them, obviously the judges are there. They will make the right judgment. I am also part of that. But anyhow, there are 2 independent judges are there, C.A. Sajeev and C.A. Pramod. They will already they might have done it and given to the chairman. But before evaluating their papers as individually, let me add some aspects pertaining to the topics which you have selected. Regarding the first topic, IBC. You know, when Gokulam Rajan was the chairman, governor of RBI, he initiated the process of bank balance sheet cleansing. Before that, most of the banks' balance sheets were not that much clean as such. Why? Because India's NPA, non-performing asset, at the time of 2000, prior to this government coming to power, it was 12%. You know what is the present rate? It is hardly less than 3%, it is almost 2.8%. Obviously, there is excessive NPA in the context of Mudra loans, which is anyway unsecured. 9.8% is the Mudra loan NPA. Barring that NPA category of Mudra loans, all other loans put together, it comes to nearly 2.8%. Thanks to Gokulam Rajan and his initiative and the pursuing by the subsequent governors, Shaktikant Das and other, the present governor, the bank's balance sheet became more prudent, more approachable, more reliable. That is one aspect. So in 2017, along with the GST, the government of India introduced the reform of IBC. And that made all the change. But still we have to go for a lot. Why, you know, as of now, prior to the IBC, India's debt collection mechanism was almost the most delayed one in the world. Nearly 4 years normally it took an Indian debtor to, Indian company to collect or Indian bank to collect the overdue debt. You know, it was 18 months in USA, 12 months in London, 10 months in Singapore and India, it was 4 years. So in that context, IBC introduced in 2017. Now almost average, if you are considering, 6 months is the normal time for collection of a debt, corporate debt in India. But there are a lot of cases pending in NCLT, various benches in India. That is regarding IBC generally. The second topic is Satyam Computers, which I will touch upon the fag end. The third topic is related party disclosure. Obviously, the speaker, Jacob, covered very well, and particularly you have covered almost all important sections of the Companies Act. And the related party transaction should not be seen as such an individual transaction. You have to have, like the Ayurveda. What is the difference between allopathy and Ayurveda? Ayurveda consider a body as a whole, whereas allopathy consider individually, area-wise. There are a lot of divisions. You know what is podiatry? You know what is, when I went to Amrita Hospital, I could see a board, Department of Podiatry. It is something related to the amputation of legs. There are a lot of divisions in the allopathy. Whereas Ayurveda is consolidating the body because entire, based on 3 Vata, Pitta, Kapha, they have identified the body's nature, and based on that nature of body, they are making the treatment. Obviously, there are some research drawbacks in the context of Ayurveda. So you should have an Ayurvedic concept in the context of this particular topic, related party transactions. You have to see from various angles. Obviously, you have mentioned Companies Act, SEBI guideline, accounting standard, etc. But I think you should have mentioned about Income Tax Act also, especially Section 56(2) and Section 13 regarding trust. Nowadays, there are a lot of corporate swindling happens in the context of CSR. Many of the companies are transferring the fund to so-called related entities in the wake of CSR. That is one point you have missed. Then, regarding the last topic, that is the corporate frauds. I have a lot of things to mention about this because of paucity of time, I won't be able to make too much into that. But there is a book called Resurgence of Satyam, written by Safar Anjum. This book I got in 2011 when I was in Mumbai airport. This is a wonderful book. It clearly establishes the complete aspects pertaining to Satyam fiasco and its turnaround. You know, in January 9, 2007, Ramalingiraju made a biblical confession that I made a mistake by have transferred all my money to the related entities. Obviously, that related party concept is coming there also. You have already mentioned that. But what exactly happened and how come this turnaround happened? What is the impact on the Companies Act? Some points you have missed. Both of you, particularly. Why, you know? In that particular case, what happened, you know? On January 9, 2007, Ramalingiraju made a press conference. The government of India became alert, and the then Finance Minister Pranab Mukherjee immediately invited Kiran Karnik, the then NASCOM chairman, then Deepak Parekh, then HDFC chairman, and one Mr. Tarun Das, Confederation of Indian Industry, then chairman. Immediately, you please come to Hyderabad and try to take over the board of directors, because as per the then Companies Act Section 408, the delinquent directors can be removed and new incumbent can be accommodated. Subsequently, our own beloved T.N. Manoharan sir, you rightly mentioned about sir. Recently he passed away, and T.N. Manoharan sir and one Malayali was also there in the picture. He is actually from Pattambi. One Mr. Achyutan, he is an expert on company law and the previous chairman of Securities Appellate Tribunal. And there is another chartered accountant called Balakrishna Mainak. He was the director of LIC. All these 6 persons unanimously contributed to the turnaround of Satyam. And it happened within a span of almost 5 years. Once a company which has gone to the oblivion, it has been transformed to a new positive company within 5 months. By around mid of May, the company turned around. It happened. And this is the only case in the world that a company which has gone to the oblivion has been turned around within a short span of time. Even Manoharan sir sent me a picture at a time when he was having a talk in University of Connecticut along with Gokulam Rajan. After retiring from RBI, Gokulam Rajan was the visiting faculty there. So sir being invited, and he made a talk there. So what happened? But regarding the presentation, maybe you somehow missed some points regarding how that Satyam fiasco actually affected the auditor scenario. You mentioned it, but the mainly few words added to the Companies Act. You know what is that? Internal financial control. That word was not there in the Companies Act earlier. And one more thing, you know what is which section deals with auditor's report in Companies Act? Anybody? Which section deals with the Companies Act regarding auditor's report? I will give you a hint. Balamani, I love you. Balamani, I love you. Section 143. Section 143, subsection 3. The Government of India, prior to comparing your Companies Act 1956 and 2013 Act, you can see there is a visible change in that particular section. Earlier section says that whether the auditor has obtained all the information, evidence, etc. But this time they have added a word, whether the auditor has sought and obtained. Why? That it is the obligation of the auditor, the responsibility of the auditor increased manifold. You should ask the right question to the auditee, and based on that only you can conclude. Obviously, there are a lot of limitations. I don't want to plunge into those areas. But altogether, all of you made a very wonderful presentation. So I am leaving the rest of the things to the judges. And one more aspect, whatever may be the topic, one thing you have to do, you have to see from the holistic angle, from income tax angle. Say for example, in the case of trust, there are a lot of cases happening across the nation regarding related party. Regarding CSR, there are a lot of litigation issues happening in the context of CSR spending through these types of related entities. So altogether, you made a wonderful presentation. The PPTs were good. Only small aspect I want to mention, too much mentioning of movie and all those things will dampen the real spirit of the topic. That is the only concern I shared with the judges also. So apart from this, the students made a wonderful presentation, and congratulations for whatever you have done. And before concluding, let me add one more point. There is no limitation for knowledge. Knowledge gives you all the power. You know the motto of Bhavan Vidya Mandir taken from Rigveda, Ano Bhadra Kradavo Yendu Vishwadaka. Let noble thoughts come from everywhere. So the knowledge, through the knowledge, you became good chartered accountants. Try to focus on the nitty-gritty of the law rather than searching in Google and other so-called AI and other topics. Rather, you should sincerely concentrate on the real words mentioned in the various statutes, whether it is Companies Act or LODR guidelines of SEBI or Companies Act or whatever it may be. And obviously, the accounting standard and auditing standards are also low as per the Companies Act. So please concentrate on these topics. Why? You know, because most of the students are failing in auditing paper mainly because of the lack of clarity in these particular areas. With these value additions, I am winding up. Thank you, Chairman. Even though I am standing in the shoes of Shubham, I think I got a wonderful opportunity to interact with young minds. I wish all of you and all the best, and let all of you become chartered accountants as early as possible and serve the economy, because India is the biggest happening economy in the world. We have to make India much greater. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Chairperson, C.A. Mathukutan Pillai sir, to felicitate our paper presenter, Ms. Divya Harshita M. with a memento. Our session judge, C.A. Sajeev PG, to facilitate Mr. Mebin S. with a memento. May I request our session judge, CA Pramod SH to felicitate Mr. Jacob C. George with a memento. Thank you. May I kindly request CA Babu Abraham Kallivailil, Central Council Member and our Conference Director, to kindly felicitate our Session Chairman, CA Mathukudan Pillai sir, with a memento as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I kindly request CA Anand AS, Chairman, Ernakulam Branch of SIRC of ICAI, to kindly felicitate our Session Judge, CA Sajeev PG, with a memento. May I kindly request CA Jobby George, Vice Chairman, Ernakulam Branch of SIRC of ICAI, to kindly felicitate CA Pramod SH, our Session Judge. Thank you all. With this, we come to the close of our Technical Session 2 on Corporate Law and Governance. Have our beloved chairman Anand sir on the dais, we have a little surprise in store. Today happens to be his birthday and we could not miss this opportunity to celebrate it with all of you. May I please request Sri Lakshmi ma'am also to please join them on the dais. Request all the management committee members of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI and all the core committee members of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI to please join the delegates on the dais. Anand sir, we all wish you a very happy birthday.
We also recognize the presence of our judges for this session. CA Jose KV, past chairman of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, and CA Sri Lakshmi, a prominent faculty for financial reporting and accountancy. A huge round of applause for all the dignitaries on and off the dais. Our session chairman, C.S. Srinivasan PR, is a chartered accountant and insolvency professional with over 2 decades of experience. A co-founder and senior partner of Messrs. PSDY and Associates, a multi-city firm with offices across Kochi, Chennai, Bangalore, Madurai and Pondicherry. He specializes in statutory audit, forensic accounting, insolvency resolution, taxation and management consultancy. A fellow member of ICAI since 2008, he serves as an empaneled faculty for ICAI's training programs, a qualified peer reviewer and an arbitrator with IIAM. He has held key leadership roles including the chairman of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI in the year 2019-20, during which the branch won the Best Branch Award at All India level in the large category. A passionate communicator, he is also a distinguished Toastmaster and has been a frequent paper presenter at ICAI seminars on topics like insolvency, forensic audits and taxation. A huge round of applause and a very warm welcome to C.S. Srinivasan PR. May I now invite C.S. Srinivasan PR to set the ground for our third technical session, Annual Report Decoded from Figures to Insights.
A very good afternoon to everyone. SICASA Chairman Jolly Stephen, Vice Chairman and Secretary of SICASA Febin and Vivek, the entire SICASA team, Chairman of the Ernakulam branch C.A. Anand. Sir, first of all, wish you a very, very happy birthday. So happy that we were able to celebrate your birthday in such a grand manner. The judges of the session, and most importantly, the students, we have including the student speakers of the day, and the students and the members who are attending today's program. Wish you all a very good afternoon. As it is, we have had a very action-packed morning with motivational sessions and an excellent topic on corporate law. We are here to listen to another aspect of audit, which is basically the annual report. When I think about annual report, the first thing that comes to my mind is the books that we used to receive at office during my articleship. My father had invested in shares of many companies. So one of the reasons he invested in the shares was that we would receive the annual reports. Those days we used to get the physical copies, unlike these days where we rarely see them. So these were very much there in the office library. And the main purpose for which we would use the annual reports was to have a look at the formats. The financial statements, the audit reports, the notes on accounts, the disclosures, how it has to be done. Unlike these days, those days, we didn't have any other reference material. We were able to see the different styles of presentation by looking at the different annual reports of different companies. And while doing that, we also got a chance to peep into certain other pages where we saw colorful insights, statistics, analysis made by the management. And that's when we actually, as students, realized that managements have got lots to say. The auditor's opinion is on one side, and the management's insights are something totally mind-boggling. As you all very well know, annual reports are not a merely compliance document. There is a high utility value to the annual reports. Especially those who are the shareholders or stakeholders of the company, those people who follow the share markets very closely, those people who watch the industry very closely and the growth of companies. For them, the release of the annual reports of companies is like a blockbuster movie releasing on a Friday evening. That is the way it is looked upon. And what is so exciting about an annual report? I think if you have to have an interest in opening an annual report and reading it, you must know why it should excite you. So obviously, the three contents of that, which is our three topics for the day. One is the financial statements. The financial statements, more will be spoken about that by the expert student speakers whom we have today. But I'll only mention that it contains figures, statistics, but it also has got a lot of analysis and interpretational aspects too. The audit report, where the auditors give their opinions. But then I'm sure the student's speaker, the expert speaker of the day will tell you an audit report is not just merely an opinion. It is something much more than that. We will hear from the speaker about that. And then the management perspective, what the management has to say. While the financial statements speak, the auditors assess and the management explains. And this gives a 360-degree view of the performance of the company, about the history of the company, about the future of the company, about what the stakeholders actually want. And we have very good topics chosen for the day. The first one is on financial statements, then about audit report, and the director's report, which is basically the management perspective. And we have three eminent speakers, student speakers, who have, I'm sure, you have come here with a lot of research and with a lot of analysis and with a lot of learning. So I don't want to take more of your time. This is your day. This is your session. It's your time. So you have to rock it. So wishing all the very best to the three speakers. Aneri Prashant Gandhi, we have Ryan, and we have Ananya. So wishing you all the very best. Rock it. All the best.
Articleship in Ahmedabad and is from Ahmedabad. Financial statements are more than just numbers. They're the mirror reflecting a business' true financial health, decisions, and direction. We welcome Ms. Aneri Prashant Gandhi to share her insights on the topic Financial Statements, What the Numbers Reveal. Over to you.
Once again, welcome to the world of finance, where numbers aren't just data, but they are stories. These numbers tell stories, and I'm here to tell you, to get you on a ride of one such story. Namaskaram. I am Aneri Gandhi from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and I'm here to make numbers a little bit more crispy for you today. So imagine you getting ready for your big day. Your dream pitch, your product, check. Your presentation, check. Your story, also check. But what about the numbers? The real famous शाहरुख खान डायलॉग, बड़े बड़े शहरों में ऐसी छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती है, तो इतनी बड़ी बड़ी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में इतनी छोटी मोटी बातें तो इट्स ओके. So, moving on. Numbers are the real superhero because every line of the financial statement speaks from revenue telling about the consumer responses to liabilities shouting risk. These numbers and the balance sheet figures and income statement entries aren't just merely numbers, but they are signals, sometimes clear, sometimes hidden, and that helps to reveal the true financial story of the business. These numbers are the foundation of every financial and the business decisions. May it be strategic planning to financial forecasting, from operational decisions to expansion choices, company's ability to grow, to expand, to attract investors, to pay dividend depends upon these numbers. These numbers shape investors' trust, market perception, and the faith that shareholders put inside the company. So hence, the numbers are the true heroes. So, are you guys ready to meet these numbers? Okay. So here on your screen, there are two companies, Company A and Company B. Company A have seen a massive revenue growth compared to FY 2022 of 160 crores to FY 2024, 963 crores. It is also dealing with the electronic leasing vehicle business. On the other side, we have the company B with more than 5,000 crores of revenue with the revenue growth rate 45% year-on-year basis. So, guys, in which company will you invest? Company A? Nobody wants to invest. Company B? Okay. You are making a good choice because Company A is Genesel Engineering Private Limited. The stock prices plummeted from 900 rupees to 33 in the current date. And sadly, their electronic leasing vehicle business have to completely shove off. On the other side, we have the Vodafone Idea with reducing subscriber base, and their profit and loss statement shouted 4,500 crores of net loss. As Warren Buffett have rightly said that risk comes from not knowing what you're doing. But my dear friends, we are here at the right place at this very insightful conference amongst these brilliant minds and organized by the wonderful SICASA Ernakulam branch. So we wouldn't have to worry about all these things. So now, let's wear the glasses of an expert and decode what the numbers actually reveal. First up is the financial statements, and I'm very sure that we have spent more time dealing with them made before exam preparations or for the audit than on Netflix. Starting with the profit and loss statement, it's like the movie of the company's business. It tells how it earns the revenue and where it spends. It's like showing that whether the company is actually making profits or just making noise like our Vodafone did. So, basically, the profit and loss statement shows the revenue from operations, which is the core income which shows the growth trend and the diversification. So now this revenue is fueled by two expenses, the direct expenses and or the cost of goods sold, and the indirect expenses like operating expenses, financial expenses, and the administrative expenses. If the expenses are more, then it means that company lacks control and it is inefficient. The profit and loss statement also shows gross profit ratio, which is an indicator of the production efficiency. It also shows the EBITDA, which is a true indicator of a good performance, and the net profit, which is only good if it is backed by the by the cash flow. Next up, we have the balance sheet. It is like taking a selfie of the company because it tells about what it owes, what it owns, and what is left with the owner at a particular point of time. It's like checking the bank balance and the loan on the same page to get a snapshot of the financial health of the company. So now, I want to ask you that can you guess that the company have overdrawn its dividends just by looking at the balance sheet? Can anybody tell? Okay. Yes, it can. So, if the equity and reserves are rising, it may mean that the company have the steady rise in the profits. But if the equity and reserves are falling, it may mean that the dividends are overdrawn, which means that the company is paying more than what it is actually earning. Next up, we have the long-term borrowing. It's like risk hai to ishq hai, but yaha debt hai to risk hai, because debt means risk, but it is also means that a company is expanding. Next up, we have the current liabilities, the short-term obligations. If it rises faster than assets, the current assets, then it may indicate risk. Then we have the fixed assets, the property, plant, and equipment. If the accumulated depreciation of any company is higher, then it may mean that they have old assets. And if the company is investing into the assets, and if their capex is high, which means that the company is expanding and they are also expanding in the technology and upgrading itself. And lastly, we have the current assets, the inventory, the cash, the receivables. If the company is having a good cash, which is a sign that of the stability. And if the company is having high receivables, which means the company is facing collection delays. Next up, we have the cash flow that tracks the real money movements. It's like checking your wallet, whether it have actual cash or just messages of payment pending. So the cash flow is divided into 3 types of cash flow. One is the operating cash flow. It usually comes from the core business activity. It should be positive, but if it's negative, it means that the profits might just be on the paper. Investing cash flow, which comes from the long-term asset sale or purchase. If it's negative, it often means that the company is expanding. And last up is the financial cash flow. It means it comes from the capital structure, the debt and the equity. If it is positive, that means the company is actually raising its fund. And if this cash flow is negative, which means the company is actually repaying the debt. And last but not the least, we have the notes to account. It's like the story of everything that happens in the background that profit and loss or balance sheet fails to tell. It explains the details about the accounting policies, significant transactions, and other crucial data. So, I want you to picture this. Your friend Krishnan comes running towards you and tells that, hey, I've scored 80 marks. You'll of course say that it's great, but how much marks was your exam for? You'll also ask that how much did your peers score? That exactly what analysis means. So let's understand ratio analysis. Ratios turn large numbers into simple insights. So to help comparison amongst the years, companies and industries. So first up, we have the profitability ratio. It means that how company is able to efficiently convert its revenue into profits, which Vodafone wasn't able to do in spite of having high revenue. A high ratio shows a strong control over its cost and the high power over its prices. Some of the common ratios are net profit margin and return on equity. So let's understand this by one example. So Hindustan Unilever Limited have a net profit margin of around 17 to 18%, which on the contrary, their competitor like ITC is having the ratio only 15%, which means that if both the companies are earning rupees 100, here HUL is taking more money back than his competitor ITC. Here, the warning side would be the profits shrinking even if their sales is increasing. Next up, we have the liquidity ratios. This measures the short-term financial strength. Can the company pays its bill? A high ratio means a company has enough current assets to pay its current liability. And a low ratio means the company may struggle to pay its short-term dues on time. Common ratios are the current ratio and the quick ratio. So let's understand it by the example. Infosys Limited have rupees 2.2 to pay rupees 1 of its debt, which is a good indicator of a current ratio. Whereas on the other side, SpiceJet has even less than 1 rupee to pay for its debt. So their current ratio is less than rupees 1, which means liquidity crunch and short-term payment strain. Next up, we have the leverage ratio. They reveal how much of the company growth is funded by the debt. A high ratio could be risky if the profits fall. A low ratio means the company's growth is more self-funded. Common ratios are debt equity ratio or interest coverage ratio. So let's understand this by the example. During the expansion years, Tata Steel had a very high debt equity ratio, which was 2.3 times. That fell in the current financial year to just 0.8, which means that the company funds most of its funds from its own profit. Next, we have the efficiency ratio. Efficiency ratio measures how effectively a company uses its assets and resources to generate the revenue. It tells us whether the company is managing inventory, receivables, and payables smartly. Common ratios are inventory turnover ratio, asset turnover ratio, or receivable turnover ratio. Here, DMart is a very ideal example of the inventory turnover ratio with 15 times ratio, which means the high stock movement and strong cash flow. So, now, trend analysis is like you asking Krishnan that how much he have scored in his previous tests. So, it looks for the patterns over the time to understand that whether the company is truly growing or heading towards trouble. And it matters because trend analysis helps set the direction, not just the numbers, to whether the margins are improving, the profits are compounding, or the debts are ballooning. Let's take, for example, TCS. They had a steady revenue growth rate of 12% to 15% annually for over a decade, reflecting strong fundamentals, consistent demand, and stable management. Jet Airways, on the other hand, has shown rising revenue, but its cost, especially fuel and lease expenses, were climbing even faster, and this imbalance signaled their bankruptcy before even it actually went bankrupt. So, next up we have the common size analysis. It shows how the company spends every 1 rupee it earns. So, whether it earns on growth, operations, or finance. It helps compare across the years or the competitors even if they are of the different sizes by expressing the elements of profit and loss into the percentage of revenue and the balance sheet elements into the percentage of total assets. So let's understand this way. In FY 2022, Zomato had the marketing expense more than 40% of its total revenue because it was in its expansion phase. In the current financial year 2024, their marketing expense dropped below 10% of the revenue, and also they were able to turn profitable this year. So now, moving ahead, there are these modern tools for the traditional analysis. There is this duo-point analysis, which bifurcates return on equity in 3 components. First is the profitability ratio, second is the asset turnover, and the final one is the liquidity multiplier. And next is the AI and analytical dashboards, which uses the softwares AI, Power BI, turn static reports to dynamic decision-making tools. So, now, coming back to our superhero, let's now understand how numbers helped rewrite the stories for these companies. First up, we have the comeback story for the urban company. A company with a very good idea, but that struggled on the financial statements. It had a negative operating cash flow in early 2024, signaling heavy marketing and customer acquisition cost. So, they took the right steps by rationalizing marketing and workforce spend. They refocused on their core values and reduced discount and raised commissions. And it worked for them. Post turnaround, they had the positive operating cash flow of 54.6 crores, and also they became profitable from loss of 93 crore to around 240 crores. And their revenue growth rate was more than 38% on year-on-year basis. So, another story is of the Shoppers Stop. Shoppers Stop, if we don't compare with anybody else, it had the revenue of 4% and EBITDA margin of 5.3%. But when we compare it with its competitors, like Zudio, they had around 55% of growth with the EBITDA margin of 10%, and Westside, who achieved 15% of EBITDA margin. So they recognized where were they lacking? Their sluggish sales, weak online presence, rising inflation, change in consumer behavior, and low premium brand contribution. So they took the steps. They increased the average transaction value and ASP. They increased the share of the premium brand, and strengthened their online and offline integration. So, and it worked for them. Post turnaround, they were able to have increase in 6% of their footfalls. Their revenue growth in recent quarter is 10%, and the EBITDA growth rate is almost similar now to its competitors, which is 8 to 9%. So hence, as Howard Skulls said that, turnarounds seldom happen by accident. They are born from clarity, humility, and discipline. Clarity about the numbers and your financials. Humility to accept the changes and work for them, and discipline to follow it. So, numbers never lie, but they do require a good listener. And profitable and cash rich. Are the debts rising faster than the income? And are the short-term liabilities manageable? And finally, we'll be able to check our last checkbox for our pitch decks, that are numbers. I had a very wonderful time. I hope the same for you. You were very adipoli audience. Thank you so much for your time.
Those who have been attending the conference, you can get the certificates for attending this 2-day national conference. The certificates will be available at the registration counter starting from the lunch break. Okay, so those who want the certificate during the lunch break, you may head down to the registration counter and you may collect your certificates. As part of teaming up with our entertainment partner Wonderla, you will also receive a piece of paper on which a group of 4 people can write your name on the piece of paper with your SRO number, and you can submit it back to the registration counter. And during the valedictory ceremony, you'll be handed over a coupon from Wonderla to the group of 4 people. Okay, I'll repeat it once again. The certificates for attending this conference will be available from lunch break onwards at the registration counter. While collecting the certificate from the same counter, you'll also get a slip of paper where you can write the name of 4 members. It isn't just a formality. It's the fine print that speaks volumes, revealing truths that figures alone can tell. We welcome Mr. Ryan to provide us more details on the topic Auditor's Report, Reading Between the Lines.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, my dear friends, a very good afternoon, one and all presented here. Allow me to begin with a paradox that shows the very foundation of corporate India. Satyam Computers, one of India's largest IT companies, serving giants like Citibank, Nestle, etc. September 2008, Satyam wins Corporate Award. Coming down to December 2008, auditor completed the review. Opinion? Clean, unqualified. Just 1 month after, January 2009, the unthinkable happens. The chairman confesses to India's biggest corporate fraud. And throughout this entire period, the auditor saw nothing, or did they? Satyam receives clean, unmodified opinion year after year. Even just months before that, massive 7,000 crore fraud was revealed. Here is my question to all of you. How did auditor miss 7,000 crores of fraud while issuing clean opinion? Satyam inflated cash by over 5,000 crores. The cash that simply didn't exist. And yet, the auditors signed those financials for nearly 9 years. But here is the twist. The warnings were there all along, hidden in the plain sight. We all know how to create an audit report. But when it comes to understanding or interpreting that report, some of us will fail. And that brings us to today's presentation, Auditor's Report, Reading Between the Lines. Today, I am going to take you to a journey, a detective journey through audit report. Because that's exactly what we want, what we need to be, detectives who can read between the lines. By the end of this presentation, I promise you will never read an audit report the same way again. And also, you will understand every word used by auditor have meaning. So, let us begin our investigation. Before we become detectives, we have to know what we are investigating. Audit reports. Think audit report as a professional love letter between auditor and stakeholders, where that letter contains every word, like diplomatic cable, where every word is chosen with a precision. Audit report is a structure, formal, and follows a standard format. In that structure lies a wealth of information, only if we know how to decode it. Now, let's learn some basic vocabularies. Opinions. Think opinion as a relationship statuses. Yes, they tell you the health of auditor-client relationship. First, unqualified opinion. That sounds positive. Unqualified. Thus everything is perfect. But remember Satyam. They also received unqualified opinion for years. Unqualified opinion simply means financial statements are free from material misstatement. But what about the fraud that is immaterial in 1 year, compounds over time? Or what about the red flags that do not cross the materiality threshold? It's like your doctor saying, you are healthy based on the tests I run. But what if doctor do not run all the tests? Yeah. Next, qualified opinion. Now we are getting somewhere. When an auditor issue qualified opinion, they are saying, most things are fine except. That word except is crucial. That's auditor's way of waving red flags. Third, adverse opinion. This is a nuclear option. That's the financial statements are so materially misstated that they cannot be relied upon. You rarely see this because by the time things this bad, either company collapsed or auditor resigned. Last one is disclaimer of opinion. The auditor says, I couldn't get enough evidence to form an opinion. Disclaimer of opinion is equal concern as adverse opinion. In business, what appears to be is not always true, and what true is not always apparent. Now we have learned some basic vocabularies. Let's go deeper. That brings us one of the most important topics in audit report, key audit matters. Think of this section as an auditor's confession booth, where they reveal what kept them at night. So they are not regulatory checkboxes. They are early warning signals. When an auditor lists revenue recognition in their KMs, they are saying, we have to work extra hard to verify the revenue is real. If you had concerns, we dug deeper. Let's look on to the Gensol engineering. SEBI investigation reveals 200 crores were diverted to promoter's personal account. How? Through a car dealership. Eventually, they purchased luxury apartments. Classic fund diversion. And these transactions, they were recorded in the bank statements sitting in the plain sight. Here is my question to all of you. Did the auditor flag this in their KM? Or the stakeholders read those KM carefully? Or did everyone just skip to the opinion paragraph? Yes. Now, let's examine the most critical signals in our audit report, going concern paragraph. When you see this, the auditor is essentially saying, this company might not survive for next 12 months. But going concern paragraphs are not dead sentences. Let's look onto the cases of Jet Airways and Vodafone Idea. Both companies received going concern warnings, but yet their outcome diverged dramatically. Jet Airways. In 2018, audited flagged going concern warnings. And after that, they upgraded the company's going concern is based upon raising the adequate finance, which means they are running out of cash fast. What happened? Within 8 months, Jet Airways shut down all operations. The auditors warned us, but market didn't listen. Now let's consider Vodafone Idea. In 2021, they also received going concern doubts. 2022, 2023, 2024. As we stand here in 2025, Vodafone Idea still operates, barely breathing, but help of government reliefs. Last week of October, the Supreme Court relayed a grant for Vodafone Idea by allowing the government to reassess their 5,600 crores of debts. So, what's the lesson here? Both companies received going concern warnings. One collapsed, one survived. Going concern warnings are not death sentences. They are urgent medical diagnoses. The difference lies in what happens next, which means the difference was not in the warnings. It was in reading the intensity of auditors' concern. How many of you guys watched Marvel movies? And who cited the post-credit scenes also? Yes. Think of this section as a post-credit scenes of Marvel movies. Like easy to work out, but the plot contains crucial point for the next chapter. Am I correct? Yes. In audit report, there is also post-credit scenes. That is emphasis of matter paragraph and other matter paragraph. Emphasis of matter is the matter that is already disclosed in the financial statements, but auditor want to highlight it. Okay? For example, there is a pending litigation that could bankrupt a company, but that is already disclosed in the notes. But if the auditor is highlighting it in the EOM, they are saying this is really, really important. Other matter paragraphs are different. They discuss the matter outside the financial statements, like limitations in audit scope, changes in accounting policies, etc. How many of you watched the movie Rang De Basanti? Okay. Remember the dialogue from Rang De Basanti. No country is perfect. You have to make them perfect. Similarly, no audit report is just black and white. You have to read between the gray areas. Emphasis of matter and other matter paragraphs are really the gray areas. So, these signals, key audit matters, going concerns, emphasis, other matters, they are the main part of audit. They are the part of main audit report. But in India, there is another layer of disclosure. That is CARO 2020. Think of this as a comprehensive health checkup report mandated by government. While in main audit report, the auditor is say what they want, but in CARO, the government forces them to report. Under 21 clauses of CARO, covering everything from whether the company actually owns assets to whether there is a fraud or whistleblower complaint. Like all things in Indian bureaucracy, it's also written in the most complex way as possible. Because why make things simple when you can make them complicated? Okay, now that's interesting. When a KM findings align with the when a KM findings align with the CARO, that's where the smart attention pay attention. Now, let's examine the critical aspect that auditors must investigate. That is IFC or internal financial control. You have to understand, when an auditor reports on IFC, they are answering to this question. Does the company have a system that prevents fraud or error in financial statements? IFCs are like company's security blueprint. When the security system has holes, someone can break in. So, here is the alarming reality. The NFRA findings in last financial years reveals how critical lapses, how top audit companies' critical lapses of testing IFCs. Let's look onto that. Inadequate testing of revenue recognition controls. Audit files are altered after completion of audit. And also, auditors' independence is compromised through non-audit services. When internal controls are weak, fraud becomes easy. When an auditor do not check those controls, fraud becomes undetected. So, now we have learned all signals. But how do we actually apply this knowledge to practical? Here comes our detective's toolkit. Read language pattern analysis. Pay attention to the qualifying phrases like subject to, which means there is a condition that affect the opinion, or to the best of our knowledge and beliefs, which means auditors have doubt on that topic. Second, year-over-year comparison. Did a new KM appear? That's a new risk. Did the auditor change? Nowadays, auditor shopping is a biggest red flags. Did the report grow longer? More complexity is equal to more risk. Now it comes the most important thing. Read the notes to financial statements. Because read the disclaimer notes like contingent liability, related party transactions, subsequent events. Because where the company bury uncomfortable truth. And read what is not in the report. Because and it is equally important that what is missing and what is present. Ask question like, why did there is no discussion of related party transaction in audit report? Yes. When you learn to read KAMs, going concern paragraph, other matter paragraphs, other paragraph in an audit report as a connected narrative, you are not reading the audit report. You are completing the corporate puzzle. That brings us to our opening question. How did auditor miss 7,000 crores of fraud? Now you know the answer. They entirely didn't miss it. The warnings were there. The phrase, according to the information and explanation given to us. That very phrase appeared 14 times in their final audit report. 14 warnings hidden in the plain sight. What does that mean? That means the auditor is heavily relied on management representation instead of independent verification. For a cash balance of 5,000 crore, that's a massive disclaimer. And the issue, the stakeholders see unqualified opinion, this assumes everything is perfect, no need to worry. Yes. So I have discovered most of us stops reading at opinion paragraph. Opinion is the heart of our audit report, but it contains only 20% of data what auditor wants to say. The other 80% that lays on other paragraphs. Here the reminder. Every phrase, every qualifier, every emphasis, even if it's an and or an or used by auditor has meaning. And also, the most dangerous lies are not those that are told, but those that are left unsaid. So, next time you read an audit report, don't stop at opinions. Read key audit matters, read going concerns, read emphasis of matters, read CARO, read every line, every word, because between the lines lies the balance sheet of truth. I hope from today onwards, you will never read an audit report the same way again. From that phrase, I am concluding my words. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, for that insightful look into the deeper meaning behind the auditor's observation. A final presenter in this session is Ms. Ananya Sunil Ettuparil, currently doing articleship in Ernakulam. The director's report reflects a company's vision, while the auditor's view ensures that vision stands on the foundation of truth. We welcome Ms. Ananya to provide more details on the topic Director's Report, Understanding Auditor's View.
Let me ask you a question. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about an audit? Is it balance sheet, P&L, or anything else? But today, we are going to talk about the story, the narrative, the boatels that goes right alongside with these financial statements. That's the Director's Report. As you can see, the session is on the topic, Director's Report, Understanding the Auditor's View. Before we move on to the topic, let's quickly understand what is Director's Report. Director's Report is a statutory document that is prepared by Board of Directors. It provides shareholders and stakeholders a comprehensive understanding about the company's financial performance, state of affairs, significant changes, and future outlook. It ensures transparency, accountability, and compliance. So now we have understood that it's a director who prepares a board of it's a board of directors who prepares the director's report. So why should we auditors review it? Why can't we just trust the board's signature? The answer is simple. The stakes are high when this report fails. Let's take a classic example to review this. The Satyam computer scam. I'm pretty sure all of you are tired hearing this. Anyways, Satyam computer scam is one of the most complicated, or the most fraudulent case that has come in India. Over here, the chairman, Ramalinga Raju, himself testified that the financial statements were false. It showed inflated revenues, assets, and profits by nearly 7,800 crores. However, the director's report showed a strong, financially healthy, growing company, while in reality, most of these assets were fictitious. The auditors failed to detect them due to their high reliance on the false documents that was provided to them and insufficient professional skepticism. This example proved that even an audited financial statements are not enough. If the story the management provides, if it's not perfectly matching with the reality, then it can mislead the public. Once my principal told me, if you can understand it's a new auditor if he trusts entirely the documents that is given by the management. However, a great auditor's first instinct will be, from where is this document and how can I believe this is not false? So now, let's understand how auditor is involved in the making of director's report. Auditors continuously talk with the management throughout the audit. It provides the preliminary findings as well as the potential qualifications or remarks or comments that is being expected in the audit report. This helps the management to make adjustments in the financial statement as well as draft responses to the potential qualification. However, this responses has to be looked by the directors. We all know our report, that's the auditor's report, is mostly about numbers. It does not explicitly look into the facts or the narrative of the story. In order to bridge this gap, our profession has developed SA 720. SA 720, auditor's responsibilities that is relating to other information. Auditor is given a unique responsibility to read and consider the other information. Unlike in financial statements where we are required to give an opinion, over here we have to read and consider. Why are we reading and considering? We are looking for material inconsistencies. What is material inconsistency? Material inconsistencies are those inconsistencies that can have an impact on the decision of the users of the financial statements. We look for material inconsistency between the audited director's report and the audited financial statement, as well as the director's report and the auditor's general knowledge that was obtained by the auditor during the course of audit. What if a material misstatement is found? Then SA 720 clearly prescribes the escalation path. First, the auditor has to request the management. However, if the management refuses to make correction, the auditor goes and tells us to those charged with governance and requests a correction. However, if those charged with governance also refuses to make correction, the auditor has to see whether the material misstatement is after the audit report or before the audit report. If it is before the audit report, he has two options. But this is a very rare situation. The first option is to give a disclaimer opinion. Why a disclaimer opinion? Because this brings about a doubt regarding the integrity of the management, as well as the reliability of the audit evidence that was provided to them. Another option he has is to withdraw himself from the engagement. However, only if the laws and regulations agree. If the auditor concludes that a material inconsistency is after the audit report, then he has to include a separate section or a separate paragraph in their report, that's the auditor's report, titled Other Information. Over here, it has to clearly describe the material inconsistency the auditor has found. Now we have understood that SA 720 is the principle. That is, the auditor has to look for material inconsistency. But how do we know whether there is a material inconsistency? For that, we should know the director's report. Director's report has mandatory disclosures, and these disclosures are as per Section 134, Subsection 3 of Companies Act, read with Rule 8 of Companies Accounts Rules 2014. Let's look into the core or the key disclosures. We won't be able to look into each and every one because there are time limitations. So moving on to Section 134, Subsection 3. We look into just the major ones. This is one of the easiest yet crucial disclosure. This is regarding the extracts are from Infosys Limited's Director's Report. So this disclosure is about the number of meetings of the board. So it has explicitly stated that there are 5 board meetings that has been held. What should we auditors do? We have to verify this with the board minutes. We have to ensure that 5 board meetings have been held. Next we are looking into is the Director's Responsibility Statement. Director's Responsibility Statement gives 6 declarations. These are specified as per Section 134, Subsection 5. These 6 declarations, we can look into each of them. The first one is about accounting standards compliance. So the first the first declaration is about accounting standard. It ensures that the accounts have been prepared as per the accounting standards. We auditors, during the course of audit, had already checked into this. We have to ensure that the accounts have been prepared as per the accounting standard and ensure that the directors, if they are not prepared under as per accounting standard, it has to be disclosed over here. The second disclosure here is true and fair view. It is being given that the accounting policies have been selected and applied are prudentially taken. And also it gives a true and fair view of the company. We auditors are giving an opinion on the same in this, our audit report. We have to just make sure that the company's accounts are true and fair view. The next we have is adequate accounting records. Over here, we have to ensure that internal controls have been made so as to ensure that adequate accounting records and safeguarding of assets have been made. At times, we are required to report the same in CARO. We have to just make sure the same has been disclosed over here. The next we have is going concern. So over here, the management confirms that the accounts have been prepared as per going concern concept. We as auditors have to ensure that this is the accounts have been prepared as per going concern concept. The next we have is operating effectiveness of internal financial controls. Over here, we have to see whether adequate and adequately effective internal financial controls are placed in the company. The next we have a system for legal compliance. Over here, the management explicitly state that it has devised proper systems to ensure compliance and provisions of all applicable laws. We have to ensure that all the applicable laws and regulations are followed by the company. Next is a very crucial, both from perspective of ethical view as well as the governance view, that is details of fraud. Fraud is given in Section 143, Subsection 12. Over here, we auditors are required in case of a fraud to disclose the same to Board of Directors, and if it is more than 1 crore, to the central government. We have to ensure that the directors inform the stakeholders and shareholders about the fraud. The next we are going to see is a very important disclosure. This is a disclosure which connects both the director's report and the auditor's report. That is Section 134, Subsection F. Board's explanation on audit report. Over here, if you can see, Infosys didn't have a qualification. So it just stated that it did not have any qualification and it has complied with this section. But in case there are any qualification, we'll have to, the board of directors will have to give an explanation as to why such qualifications were given. And we as auditors have to understand, we as auditors should read these responses and ensure that it is accurate, consistent, and complete. The next is relating to particulars of related party contracts. Related party contracts is as per section 188 of the Companies Act. Also, SA 550 requires us to check the related party contracts. We have to see that all the related party contracts have been disclosed here. All the ones that is not at arm's length price as well as not at the ordinary course of business. The next is about CSR initiative. The company's CSR philosophy has to be given here. The implemented as well as the developed CSR policies for the financial year has to be clearly stated here. And the auditor has to see whether the amounts have been paid as required. So now we have checked 134. Now let's go into Rule 8. We'll only go in through one of the sub-rules, that is Rule 8, Sub-Rule 5.9. That's regarding to the insolvency and bankruptcy court proceedings. Over here, any application or proceeding that is being pending under IBC 2016 along with the status have to be recorded. We as auditor has to link this with going concern concept and ensure that all, if any material inconsistencies are there, then the same has to be reported. So now we have understood that SA 720 is the principle. SA 720 requires us auditors to look into the director's report or the other information in total. However, Section 134 and Section 134.3 and Rule 8 gives us the director's report. Now we have to know why we auditors should actually look into this. This is to ensure that the accounts are transparent, accountable, and ensures integrity. Integrity means the auditors have to be truthful. I mean, the management has to be truthful with regard to the auditor's report, with regard to the financial statements. So let's conclude the session by understanding that the statutory audit is not just about the financial statements. It's about the entire annual story. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya, for bringing clarity to the relationship between directors' disclosures and audit perspectives. That concludes our third session, a thoughtful exploration of the stories that balance sheet and reports silently.
I think that was mind-blowing. Excellent presentation by the three student speakers. Give them a big round of applause. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to you, jotting down important points, trying to, be in sync with what you're talking, and excellent. We all of us sitting over there, we were interacting among ourselves, and we thoroughly enjoyed the whole thing. Just quick insights into the topics that were presented. The first one, I would just quickly give my insights into the topic dealt by Ms. Aneri Gandhi on financial statements. I think the best I liked about the entire presentation by Aneri was the use of analytical tools. I think you have covered that excellent, very well. Analytical tools is very futuristic. As auditors and CFOs, I think these tools are really going to help us in decoding the financial statements, the data which is available in the financial statements. So that was, I would say, that was the best part. The only suggestion I have to you is that perhaps I would have expected more mention about the disclosure aspects in the financial statements, the notes on accounts, which was in a way covered by Ryan in the second session about contingent liabilities, assets, the going concern aspects. Perhaps a little bit of that was missing, but I think you made it up with your insights on the data analysis, and the emphasis was on that. Coming to session 2 by Ryan, again, excellent, totally enjoyed. And I think the takeaway from that session for me was when you mentioned that how auditors sometimes have to over-rely on management representations. I think that is a very true statement. That is the major impediment which any auditor would face, that sometimes we have to, we have to assess, are we over-relying on the MRLs? You narrated the Satyam story. You clearly differentiated between the different types of opinions, qualified, unqualified, the adverse and the disclaimer. Beautiful presentation on that. You mentioned about the going concern aspect. Only perhaps things I would like to add on from what Ryan mentioned is probably the aspect of professional skepticism, is the aspect of subjectivity that is involved in an auditor's report. That's why every audit report, the financial statements may be the same, but two different auditors can have two different opinions because of the independent professional skepticism and subjectivity involved. And also a mention about the NOCLAR, the non-compliance with the law and regulation aspects which have to be covered by auditors of listed companies, and also the requirement of external quality control review in the case of listed companies is what I think additionally could be added on to that particular topic. Otherwise, excellent coverage, and Ryan did a great job. Coming to the third session, again the highlight was SA 720, no doubt about that, something which I think all of us should take note of, the importance of why the auditor should actually look into very deeply to the director's report and have to keenly listen to what the directors have to say. One thing that has been told to me by some of my auditees are that seldom are auditors listening to what the management has to actually say. So I think we all have to be, to be a good auditor, we also have to be good listeners. So I think that highlights the entire topic on director's report. Of course, you have mentioned the legal compliances, not to be repeated. You have covered all the aspects. Perhaps in addition to that, the director's report in a way also conveys the mission and vision of the management as it is. The directors actually speak about it. The directors talk about realities. They also talk about future plans. In a way, there are candid disclosures which are made in the director's report, while they also mention their plans of how to overcome difficulties. I think on the whole, all of you have done an excellent job. To add more to anything, whatever they said, I think I would just like to conclude by reminding all of us, the members and students present here, about the ICAI motto. I think that would have been played yesterday, and all of you would be knowing the importance of that. Ye esha sutteshu jagrati, which is a verse from chapter 2, mantra 8 of Kathopanishad, which basically, in those few words, it explains how an auditor should be viewing the financial statements. That covers everything. Basically the verse tells that consciousness which awakens while the others may be asleep. How alert an auditor has to be, how vigilant an auditor has to be, and that vigilance comes out of inner awareness. So it gives a spiritual touch to the audit function that we do. In a way, conveys the greatness and the wisdom of an auditor. The auditor's statement is not just an opinion, it also conveys the wisdom and the research capability of all chartered accountants. That is where we have to make a difference. If we have to, as auditors, have to make a mark in the economy, if we have to differentiate ourselves from other professionals, that is the tool that we have, the auditor's report. Let us ensure that our audit report is filled with the inner awareness, with the vigilance, with the wisdom that the ICAI motto always talks about. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Once again, to the entire SICASA team, Jolly sir, Anand sir, and all the students in SICASA, to the student speakers, this has been a real honor for me. I thoroughly enjoyed the whole process. Thank you very much.
Jolly Stephen, Chairman of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to escort our judges, CA Jose KV and CA Sri Lakshmi, to the dais. Presenter, Ms. Aneri Prashant Gandhi. I request CA Jose KV to felicitate our second student presenter, Mr. Ryan. I request CA Sri Lakshmi to felicitate our third paper presenter, Ms. Ananya Sunil Ettuparil. I invite CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to felicitate our session chairperson, CA Srinivasan PR. I once again invite CA Jolly Stephen to felicitate our session judges, CA Jose KV, and our session judge, CA Sri Lakshmi. Once again, a huge round of applause to our speakers, session chairman, and judges.
In the digital age, tools every auditor must know. As the business landscape evolves, so do the expectations for auditors. Today, assurance extends beyond verification. It demands data literacy, technological awareness, and analytical insight. This session will explore how the auditor's role is transforming in the digital era and how we can equip ourselves to remain relevant, efficient, and future-ready. May I request CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly escort our esteemed speaker, CA Napinai Rakavan, onto the dais. Thank you. We are privileged to welcome CA Napinai Rakavan, a distinguished practicing chartered accountant with extensive experience in audit, internal controls, and financial reporting. Her expertise lies in integrating digital tools and data-driven methods into audit practices, reflecting the shift from conventional approaches to technology-enabled audit frameworks. She has been actively involved in training and mentoring young professionals on adapting to modern audit methodologies. Her insights today will help us to identify not only to use, but to think as auditors in the evolving environment. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am. Welcome to Aksharam. With great respect and anticipation, we invite you, ma'am, to commence the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope my voice is audible. I know that I have a very interesting slot. All of you have eaten a good lunch. I'm sure you're ready for a good nap. However, my challenge is to make sure that I keep you awake. Firstly, thank you very much to Jolly sir, to the organizing committee for inviting me. I'm genuinely honored to be here. I had a look at the agenda. Though I couldn't be here for both the days, it was very intriguing and I'm very excited to be a part of it. My name is Napinai. I have been an auditor for 17 years, including my articleship. My current role, however, does not involve client-facing audit, but it involves enabling auditors with digital tools and technology to help them do their job better. What I want to do today is I really want to keep the content quite simple, quite relatable, focus more on what I have to say. I also want to say that I'm on the same learning journey as all of you are. As auditors in an evolving world, we have to be ready to unlearn, relearn, and apply what we have learned. So let's start off with what are the skills and knowledge that you as an auditor should have. All of you are students. This is probably something that you are learning up from your exam perspective. But what does it mean practically? Subject matter expertise, meaning in this space, you as a chartered accountant or an auditor will be a domain expert in terms of accounting, auditing standards, and anything related to the regulatory frameworks. However, that can't be it in isolation. You would also, over time, with experience, gain very deep industry and sector expertise. It is not possible to audit or question something that you don't understand. And while industry expertise is not something that can be taught or learned from a book, it is something that you gain with your experience over the years, starting right from your articleship. And now comes the key third point, which is the technology transformation that businesses have gone through. As an auditor, the same way that you understand businesses, you would not be able to do that without understanding the technology that businesses use. So this becomes a key third skill and knowledge that you must have. And finally, the hot topic that we are here to discuss today: how does this lead up to a technology transformation for us as chartered accountants and auditors? Before we go into that, I just wanted to give a brief insight into what technology transformation has looked like over the last 2 decades for businesses. In the 2010s, it was the beginning of a time where records and processes were being digitized. People were switching into doing things electronically. Finance functions likewise digitized many of their hitherto manual records and started adopting ERPs. A decade later, we had the emergence of cloud computing. We had mobile apps. This is the generation where I believe most of you are from, so you would be familiar with this. And in the latter part of the decade, 2016 and later, digital payments made a big wave, as did blockchain. And today where we stand, in the 2020s, the buzzword is AI. In October 2023, there was a game changer of generative AI. However, I do want to note that AI was being used by advanced finance functions in predictive modeling even before generative AI became the buzzword that it is. So what does this mean for us as auditors? Let's first take a look at what is the normal, simple audit life cycle that we all follow or learn about. We plan the audit. What's the scope? What is the deliverable? What is the output? What am I opining on? And how do I achieve that objective? We perform a risk assessment. We understand the business. We set about obtaining audit evidence. And you all already know this. We test controls, we evaluate them, we perform substantive audit test work. A lot of this is already technology enabled in some way, but to a large extent it depends on your manual intervention. And finally, we evaluate the results, we conclude, and we provide or report our opinion. So what does this, and throughout all this, we also document or maintain the audit file, which is a very, very key component of what we as auditors are required to do. So how different would this look if we need to keep up with what the industry or the business is doing? What would be the changing elements, or what would be augmenting each of these steps in the audit life cycle? Firstly, if you want to have a data-driven audit, which is more about utilizing the business's data to arrive at conclusions and insights, at the planning stage, you will need to start thinking about data extraction. Don't worry, I'll go into each of these in detail in a bit, but here I'm just setting out an overview for you. Secondly, when we talk about understanding the business or risk assessment, you would use certain visualization tools to help you. Somebody was up here on the stage, one of the students who mentioned Power BI and the like. So I assume that some of you are already familiar with this. And we'll talk a bit about why it's a very powerful tool to help you at the understanding and the risk assessment stage. Audit evidence is now obtained in a way that is unprecedented. For smaller companies, maybe currently we're able to possibly tick off things manually, look at documents, look at 100% of the population. But when it comes to the medium and large size companies in our thriving economy, any amount of sampling sometimes may not get you to the level of comfort that you as an auditor need to provide an opinion. In a company, an FMCG company or an e-commerce company with potentially millions of transactions every day, even 10,000 samples cannot give you a level of comfort that maybe a data-driven procedure can give. And I'll explain what I mean in detail about a data-driven procedure or data analytics. And finally, throughout the audit, there are several solutions already available that you should be familiar with that can help you automate or be more productive. Let's talk about data extraction first. So we are going in the order of the audit life cycle. You're at the planning stage. You know what your scope is. You know what the deliverable you have to do. And at that stage is where you have to identify for the scope of work and for the report that I need to provide, what is the data that I need? Why should you care? What's in it for you, right? If you need to have a data-driven audit, you need to make sure that you have the right data to enable full population testing or maybe risk assessment analytics or other automated validations. Without the right data, you will not be able to achieve the data-driven audit that you want to. So what is it that you should consider? What should you know about in order to make sure that you have the right data or you're targeting to extract the right data? Firstly, you need to understand the systems that your audit client or the business has. Without understanding what are the financial and non-financial systems that are relevant to the scope of your audit, and without understanding where that data is stored, maintained, and reachable, you will not be able to do an efficient data extraction that can help you with your audit procedures. And in the process of that, it is important to understand the process risks and the mitigating controls. The reason being, for the relevant data that you want to use, you as an auditor need to have comfort that it is complete and accurate. Here I would urge all of you to think just beyond the front-end system reports. Several large ERPs, even medium-sized ERPs, do have reports that are available that are meant for the users to use as a summary of the financial transactions that are recorded. However, more complex systems have underlying databases. In these days, they are often cloud-based. They can provide you a depth of data to mine, to dig into, and fetch the data that you need in order to carry out the work that you need to do. So what are the basic data extraction tools that you should know about? We already said system reports. These are built into several ERPs. You click a button, you get a report that gives you what you believe you need. However, don't stop there. You do have the option of using extraction scripts. The question here is whether you as an auditor are expected to write and use this. Probably not. You would have someone who's an expert who can help you do this. But you as an auditor are the one who define the parameters of what data you want that script to extract. There are, in a few more complex cases, APIs that you can use. These are not yet very common in this use case. APIs are primarily to fetch real-time data should you need to have access to it. Once we extract data, it's not very likely that you're going to get it in the neat, streamlined, exact form that you need it. And here's an extra step that wasn't there on the audit lifecycle that I showed you. You need to transform the data. What do we mean by this? You need to massage the data, work with it in such a way that the data becomes fit for purpose. What is the purpose? The data-driven analytic or the audit procedure that you want to carry out. You need to sanitize it, you need to structure it. There could be a number of things that needs to be done to the raw data that you have pulled out of the database. Why should you care? One is making sure you have the right data and only the relevant data for the procedure that you want to carry out. Second is to make sure you are carrying out the checks and balances that there is a complete and accurate data set that you need. With anything that has to do with data analytics, if you put garbage in, as the saying goes, you will only get a garbage out. And for you, that puts you at a risk of a wrong conclusion and a wrong opinion. What are some basic techniques? You could maybe standardize it, all date formats similar, currency formats similar, commas in a certain way with numbers, or structure it into the rows and columns that you need to eliminate blanks, see if there are any invalid columns, invalid cells, for example. You could even combine, join different reports from different systems to ensure a consistent large data set which you can then further work on for analytics or filter through. Now here's the point I want to make. These are not some far-fetched techniques with tools that you have never heard of. I'm sure most of you would have worked with MS Excel. You already do this. Your VLOOKUPs, your pivot charts, even putting a simple filter onto a table is still data transformation because you are arranging the raw data that you have into a form that makes it ready for you to use for further analysis. You do have other options, scripting languages. Python, for example, works with a bit more human or natural language. It can help with larger data sets, which sometimes Excel cannot. There are also off-the-shelf ETL. So ETL is extraction, transformation, and loading. ETL solutions that are available. But for simple use cases, Excel is your go-to. Within the data tab in Excel, there's a very, very useful option called Power Query. If you're used to writing your Excel formulas, Power Query will be a quick and easy no-brainer for you. No more struggling with rows and columns of data. Having obtained the data, having massaged it, transformed it, brought it into the way that you want. What's the next stage of the audit? We said understanding the entity and perform a risk assessment. Now here, there are some data visualization solutions that will be extremely useful and transform the way you do your understanding work or your risk assessment work. What it will allow you to do is get a bird's eye view or the big picture of the overall data at a very quick glance. And this is extremely powerful. Looking at a detailed table is what we as auditors love to do. We love our numbers, we love the columns. We say, no, give me everything, I will crunch through it with my own fingers. But sometimes a graphical representation will bring out an anomaly that you would have never caught by looking at rows and columns of numbers. What should you consider? As ever, the data integrity. Is the data that you are ingesting correct? Meaning the right set for the assessment that you want to achieve, complete, accurate, and you need to understand your visuals. Not everything can just be solved with the basic bar chart or pie. So you need to understand what you want to achieve and accordingly put across your visualization that way. Again here, what are some basic techniques? Someone already mentioned earlier today, trend analysis. I was very happy to hear this. This is now an expected part of doing your risk assessment. It helps to identify any unusual spikes, anomalous patterns, or the like, And when you use a visualization solution, these become extremely obvious at a single glance, which is a huge time saver and probably reduces a lot of the manual error of combing through data by yourself. When understanding the process, flowcharting is another quick technique that can help you map the entirety of the process, identify process risks, and the related mitigating controls at a single glance. So what are the tools that you can use to do this? Again, MS Excel has the basics that you need. You can use your basic charts. You can use Power Query to build your stronger, more complex charts. If that still isn't enough, or you have a data set which MS Excel cannot easily work with, there is MS Power BI or Tableau, both of which are very powerful visualization solutions. So for that, what do you need? Extracted, transformed data that you can ingest and a clear objective of what kind of patterns you are going to be seeking for. Let me give you an example. Let's say we have a consumer goods company, right? They are a B2B business. Their sales are mostly to wholesalers. If we have the right sales data set, what a visualization tool like Power BI or Tableau can help you to do is build a day-wise sales heat map. Do you know what that shows me? It shows me for every month of the year, for every day of the month, a slightly different color, brighter, bolder, sharper colors where the sales are higher and muted colors where the sales are lower. Now, looking at this, you know what we most often find? A sales spike in the last 2 days of the month. That's something that you wouldn't have got from just looking at a table of numbers. But looking at one single colored heat map will help you catch it in a moment if there is something like this. In the case of flowcharts, MS Visio or Lucidchart are both easily available. It can help you draw good flowcharts and understand the process mapping and more importantly, document it very clearly in your audit file. Okay. So far, we've done our planning, we've done a risk assessment, and therefore, we know what kind of audit test work we want to do. But at this stage, I want to take a pause, and let's talk about the hot topic of the day, the year, or maybe the last 2 or 3 years. Let's talk about AI. When I say AI, I think the word that would have come to most of your minds is ChatGPT. That's what we think AI is, right? Something that a chatbot that you can ask a question instead of asking Google and it talks to you like a human. However, ChatGPT is not AI by itself. It is a very, very, very small subset of what actually constitutes artificial intelligence. And this illustration is something that I hope that all of you will take away with you today, because this kind of refined understanding of what we mean when we say is AI becomes very important. Artificial intelligence by itself is a very big field of study that has been worked on for several years, way before 2023 and ChatGPT came on the horizon. A subset of artificial intelligence is machine learning, meaning that we have taught a machine to think and identify patterns the same way that a human brain would do. And how did we do this? By giving it or training it on example data sets. We teach it that these are the patterns that you should look for, and then the machine does it over and over and over again until it learns, which is exactly how human brains learn as well. And then there's deep learning, which allows for multi-layered reasoning or thinking. This is a subset of machine learning. And finally, there is generative AI. The difference between something like generative AI and machine learning or deep learning is that generative AI can create something unique that did not exist before. It does not seek for patterns. Rather, it ingests existing information and it comes up with its own creation. And this, in combination with the fact that it can talk in the natural language that humans talk, is what caused it to become the phenomenon it is today. What do I mean by natural language? You do not need to know coding. Coding can be something as simple as writing is equal to VLOOKUP in your Excel file. That is still a formula, still a code that you all know how to do. But you can talk to ChatGPT in human language without needing to code and ask it for what you needed to do. You can instruct it as you would instruct another human without needing to know a technical language. And that brings me to an important point. Something like ChatGPT, which is based on OpenAI's GPT models, or Google Gemini, which is based on Google's Gemini model, is an underlying large language model. And here you all need to take note of the fact that it says language, meaning it has been trained. It is a deep learning model that has been trained on lots and lots and lots and lots of text. So it does not say numbers. Please be aware of that. It has been trained on text, on words, on language, hence why it can understand what you are saying, and how it actually produces its output is by looking at the enormous data set of text that it has been trained on. It can confidently say, usually after this word comes this, after this word will come this. This is also the reason that it will not give you the same answer to the same question twice, because it is working on a basis of probability. If you can imagine your phone's predictive text, except that your phone's predictive text only works on a data set of you, and LLMs work on a data set of everything. Okay, I wanted to keep it as basic as possible, non-technical. I understand where we are in the afternoon, so hopefully this has given you some basics. All of you are young, fabulous at navigating the world of technology. I'm sure you can go away and do the digging that you need, but I wanted some of these terms to be very clear and very simple, the basic concepts clear for you. And having learned what AI is, so the AI that I will talk about now is not generative AI, but predictive AI, meaning a machine learning or a deep learning model. So we've come all the way to the actual performing of an audit. Do your control testing, gather evidence, do some substantive testing and gather audit evidence. What can be done here? This is where the most transformational approach happens. Traditionally, we all used to rely on sampling. Have a huge population, pick some samples. There are guidelines as to what samples, guidelines as to what to do when the samples don't tick through correctly, etc. But what does data-driven audit allow us to do? It allows us to address the full population, which could have always been possible in smaller audits, but in our mid-sized and large audits, it would have previously been humanly impossible to test 100% of the population. So what do you need to consider? Firstly, when you want to replace your sampling approach with testing 100% of the population, you need to actually understand what your audit objective is. You have to be clear about the logic. You have to be clear about if something is an outlier, meaning it does not match according to the logic that I have set out, how do I deal with it? And as ever, you need to make sure that the data that you're inputting is properly validated, meaning complete and accurate. This is in line with auditing standards. What are some data analysis tools that you must know? It's a must know. You will not move forward in your post-student life if you do not know some of these. Excel is a must, it's a given, and don't think that just because it's Excel, it's not data analysis. It is. Every filter, every pivot table, every Power Query that you build in Excel is still data analysis at that level. There are off-the-shelf solutions, Alteryx, or other open source alternatives. At this stage, please be very, very cautious when using any open source or any AI-driven platform in terms of your client's business data. That is not yours to share or expose to others. There are data privacy laws being refined in our country, and you must be very careful about what data you use on what open source solution. And finally, the hot topic, predictive AI, recognizing patterns and therefore being able to detect anomalies and therefore being able to cover 100% of the population, but leave you as the auditor to use your professional judgment and knowledge only on the identified anomalies. This is the game changer. You have covered 100% of an enormous population and looked at maybe 10 documents, as opposed to looking at 10 documents and making a guesstimate of whether the whole population is okay or not. And finally, there are productivity or automation enablers that you can use throughout the audit. Reconciliations, seeking balance confirmations, automating let's say manual tasks, sending out an outstanding list, updating the project or task management status on a daily basis. All of this is something that you can automate away. There are some recommended tools by our institute. You can look it up on the institute's own website. I've put some of them on here which might be highly useful and practical for you in your day-to-day life. And the key takeaways that I would like to leave you with is, as an auditor, while the first 2 points that I said, your domain expertise and a deep business and industry knowledge are a no-brainer, the auditor of the future is someone who is also a data analyst. This is a core skill that you will not be able to let go of. In spite of this, you will note that in my audit life cycle, at the evaluation, conclusion, and reporting stage, I did not mention any solution that can supplement or help you. This is because the final professional judgment and skepticism remains with you as the human being. This is something where you can bring your knowledge, whereas the AI or any solution that you use is going to be doing the menial tasks. And your professional judgment is irreplaceable. Always treat that as your core skill. With this, thank you all very much for hearing me out. I hope you learned something about the basics. It's given you enough to go away and research more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable and insightful session. You have helped us view audit not merely as a procedure, but as a dynamic discipline that calls for adaptability, awareness, and innovation. May I request CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam Branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly present a memento to CA Naipane Raghavan as a token of her gratitude and appreciation.
Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam Branch of SICASA of ICAI, to escort our session chairperson, CA Gopal Krishna Raju, to the dais.
Now I request our paper presenters to please come over to the dais. Veni Sredi, Tarun Keshavakrishnan, and Shiksha Modi. We recognize the presence of the judges of the session, CA Revati Raja, CA Jolly Stephen. A big round of applause for all the dignitaries on and off the dais.
We are honored to welcome CA Gopal Krishna Raju, a distinguished fellow chartered accountant, cost and management accountant, and company secretary with over 25 years of experience in taxation, audit, restructuring, and valuation. He is also a registered valuer, insolvency professional, certified arbitrator, and independent director empaneled with the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. A former council member of the SIRC of ICAI, he has delivered over 7,500 lectures across India and is widely known as an author, columnist, and the voice behind the popular FM show Get Set Guru. Please join me in welcoming CA Gopal Krishna Raju.
CA Jolly Stephen, the karta behind this entire two-day aksharam, my dear friends and paper presenters Veni, Tarun and Siksha, a warm good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, let me thank Ernakulam SICASA for this wonderful opportunity to be part of young minds here, to share some of my thoughts. And before I hand over the podium to the three stars here, just want to share few points. World Economic Forum in Switzerland recently in 2025, maybe in another couple of months we'll get the 26th report also. But the latest Future of Jobs report make one point interesting, at the same time alarming also. It's a 290-page report. You can also download that and have a look at it. It says 2/5 of the existing skills that is available with the workforce will be either transformed or outdated in the coming 5 years. It's a surprise and also an alarming news. Then what will happen? Meaning you have to reskill, you have to upskill. And even our syllabus, maybe when Jolly Stephen cleared his chartered accountancy, when I cleared, the kind of technology explosion was not this much. And today, this previous speaker, madam, was referring about the way you have to enable your skills, upgrade your skills so that you can deliver the best while on the job being an auditor. And this is not an exception for our profession, it will be throughout. And reskilling and upskilling is the only solution for all this. And they not only stop here, they say what is the most sought after core analytical skills, which is core skill. The most sought after skill is analytical thinking. Meaning any issues that is before you, you have to understand, find a solution arithmetically, practically. So that is the core skills. And apart from that, what is the fastest growing skills? The artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, big data analysis, network skills, not the human network, but networking, the system networking, cyber security should also be complemented. So they don't speak only about the technology part, but also the soft skill part of it. Creative thinking, resilience, flexibility in the environment or taking the hardship in a nice way, agility, to be agile, curiosity, lifelong learning. And that's what maybe institutions like ICAI, ICSI and ICMAI, they strive to actually bring that continuous professional education. Maybe in IIT and IIM, that concept is not there, but they have another concept called the alumni concept. There are certain things that is also declining. They call it, maybe that's the alum part of it. So the manual dexterity, you have 2 hands, 2 legs, fingers, eyes, that itself has to be used to understand, to actually implement certain work. Endurance, precision in work, all these are lacking. Slowly it's dwindling. That is the other part of it. And there are certain frontline job roles which will be most sought after. Most sought after means it will be high paying also. For example, food processing workers, meaning catering workers, salesperson, construction workers, delivery drivers, farm workers. There will be craze for this and there will be dearth of people here. There will also be care economy jobs. What is care economy jobs? Nursing professionals, social work professionals, counseling professionals, personal care aides to take care of senior citizens, secondary education teacher, not primary. Slowly in primary education, the concept of AI and robots are coming. The teachers are now being replaced by the technology. And professional education teachers for chartered accountancy course, CMA or whichever the professional courses, IIT, IIM, the professional education teachers cannot be substituted by technology. Okay. And there will be certain roles which will be dwindling: clerical, secretarial workers, cashiers, ticket clerk, administrative assistants, then executive secretaries, postal service clerk, bank tellers, data entry clerks. Friends, this side, the traditional, actually there were times, my dad and mom's time, so they used to say that maybe 50 years back, so during 1960s and 70s, so the bank cashiers, they are actually sought after grooms. Okay, bank, he's a cashier. Okay, immediately the father of the bride will be saying yes to that engagement. But today it is not so. It is a different environment. And friends, there are other professions like renewable energy engineers, autonomous vehicle or the electric vehicle specialist, the big data specialist, fintech engineers, AI and machine language specialist. All these are the technology related roles there will be the craze for. Friends, with this brief, I want to share more points, but I'll be back again after Veni, Tarun and Shiksha's presentation. Thank you very much.
From automation to augmentation, AI is revolutioning the audits are performed and perceived. We welcome Ms. Veni to share her insights on AI in auditing. Over to Veni, please.
So, good afternoon everyone. Before we are getting started, let's start with the interactive session. So, throughout my talk, whenever I say hi, you all say hello, and whenever I say hello, you all say hi. So, let's give it a try. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hi. Okay, this is what the kind of energy I was expecting. So, let me start with a simple question. How many of us have ever wondered what auditing looked like before? Like before computer, before Tally, before Excel, before AI? Just imagine this. Mountains of ledgers, red pens in hand, and auditors evaluating each and every voucher, and articles just dreaming of a weekend that never came. That's auditing, very slow, dull, and exhausting. Now, come back to the days today. Audits aren't about paper cuts anymore. They're about data, insights, and intelligence. Artificial intelligence is transforming audit from manual grinds into something smarter, predictive, and highly efficient process. Hi all, I'm Venishri from Coimbatore, here to present you my paper on the topic, Artificial Intelligence in Auditing, Opportunities and Challenges. Over the next few minutes, we'll explore how AI is changing the auditing, from speeding up the task, from improving accuracy to detecting frauds and predicting risk. We'll also see the challenges it gives us and also the vital role of human in the era of auditing. Now, let's move to the evolution of auditing. Auditing has evolved significantly over the years. There has been period when it involved meticulously stacks of ledger, tracing each and every vouchers, red pens in hand, verifying each and every entries. Truly the paper pen era. Then technology came into the scene. Tools like Tally and Excel improved efficiency, but it mainly relied on sampling and manual verification. Today, business generating massive amounts of data, traditional audits are no longer effective. And that's where AI comes in, changes in narrative as enabling the auditors to analyze the entire data sets, and which enables him to deliver faster and deeper insights. So we can clearly see that change is the only thing that's constant. So moving into what is AI in auditing. Artificial intelligence is just use of systems that can think, learn, and provide decisions like human beings. In auditing, artificial intelligence is a use of intelligence which analyzes the data, predict risk, and spot unusual patterns of fraud. Where everything with a conclusion. So this enables the auditor to provide this enables the auditor to focus less on repetitive checking and to focus more on professional judgment and data analysis. So if traditional audits are more about what has already happened, AI-enabled auditing is about what could happen next and why it happened. So there are various technologies that are involved in AI. The first one is machine learning, the learner of patterns. In machine learning, in auditing, machine learning analyzes the data, detect the anomalies, predict risk, and highlight the transaction where risk predicts. For example, highlighting the journal entries where suspicious transactions can be traced and finding out any unusual fraud patterns. The next one is the natural language processing, the language expert. Natural language processing is which helps AI to read and understand the unstructured data like invoices, emails, contracts, etc. So it can automate vouching, extract terms, and flag inconsistencies as and when they occur. So next one is robotic process automation, the rule follower. Robotic process automation is the automation era of auditing. It handles repetitive and rule-based reconciliations like data extraction, vouching, etc. Through this, the auditor could save time on repetitive tasks and focus more on professional judgment and ethical considerations. Next is the cognitive analysis, the deep thinker. By combining the unstructured data and messy data, it draws insights like correlations and trends so that it helps the auditor to analyze the root cause and provide predictive assurance. So through this, it combines the big data and AI and provide deeper insights of not only what has happened, but why it happened and what might happen next. So now that we have seen what is AI in auditing and what are the various technologies in auditing, now let's move into the opportunities that it brings to the auditing. The first one is accuracy. Auditing mainly rely on sampling, that is picking up a few transactions, hoping that they represent the whole set of data. But AI changes that. AI analyzes the entire sets of data and provides an accurate results. So imagine auditing 10,000 of vouchers instead of 100. That's no longer a dream. It's data-driven auditing. For example, MindBridge AI uses machine learning to scan the entire data sets and flag inconsistencies wherever they occur. In one telecom audit, it analyzed over 120,000 journal entries and flagged inconsistencies which manual sampling could have missed. So next is efficiency. AI and robotic process automation handles repetitive and rule-based reconciliations, data extractions, and data vouching. What might take hours can now be completed in minutes. For example, Deloitte uses RPA in bank reconciliation in one of its client firms. The bots could match thousands of transactions in minutes, generating exceptional reports, freeing up with human errors that could come from manual sampling. From this, AI is not actually auditing, it's just amplifying the efficiency. Next, we have fraud detection, the area where AI literally shines. AI detects even the subtlest irregularities and helps the auditor in even finding what might go wrong next. So like round dollar transactions, repetitive payment type names and circular payments, repetitive vendor names and circular payments, etc. For example, PwC's Hello for entries verify each and every journal entries, which enables to detect unusual combinations of entries and user activities that detect frauds. The next is the continuous auditing. It's an exciting opportunity for for auditing, because instead of waiting for year-end to identify any issues, the AI enables real-time monitoring. That is, it can find inconsistencies as and when they occur. So instead of waiting for the year-end and instead of waiting for the busy season, someday we can find a goodbye to a busy season and say hello to a steady season, hopefully. For example, and now KPMG and EY has already inculcated this continuous auditing AI tool in their firms, which enables them to track daily transaction and gives them with if any deviations occur instantly. So next we have risk assessment. Finally, AI doesn't just detect risk, but also it enables them to prevent them. So by studying the patterns of past audits and business data, AI assesses the risk of high-risk areas. AI predicts the areas of high-risk areas. For example, EI uses AI tool to analyze the financial data and highlights the main areas for the auditor to focus on. So from this, auditor can see whether there are any transactions that need to be checked on, and he might report on this. So that from this, instead of being a mere checker of number, he can be an interpreter of the insights. So next is the strategic insights. AI enables the auditor from verification to strategy. By comprising the massive business data, it enables the auditor to report on the operational improvements as well. For example, Tata Steel uses AI for both the financial and operational data in its audit. So this enables the internal auditor to assess not only to detect anomalies but also the predict risk in the operational improvements. So hi. Hello. Okay. Next, you know what's truly inspiring? The way ICAI is embracing with the technology for the future of our profession. In the recent annual summit, in the recent Innovation Summit 2024, ICAI has entered into collaboration with the Ministry of Electronic and Information System to develop an AI-powered audit tool which mainly focus on to detect frauds and simplify the entire audit process. ICAI also implemented CA-GPT for the students to an AI-powered audit tool where students can get solutions from their problems. ICAI also come with many of AI workshops and many courses on AI. As yesterday Dr. Rohit Rawatya sir said, workshop on Aura. So this is what ICAI is making clear vision that to make every future CA ready. So next, let's look into some of the real world examples. In banking sector, AI is used to track the night transfers to suspicious accounts. For example, to detect if any suspicious transaction takes place. And also, at Tata Steel, AI is used to denote the machinery breakdown. This enables the internal audit not only to detect to assess the operational efficiency, but also plan for to save crores in the downtime cost. So from this we know that from this we can know what's the future of auditing. Imagine just monitoring the dashboard instead of flipping the piles of vouchers. Just the audit being more smarter, more predictive, and more simpler. Now that we have seen the opportunities that AI brings us, it's important to check what are the challenges it gives us, because every silver lining has a cloud. The first one is the implementation cost. Implementing AI requires high implementation costs. Setting up AI systems, training the staffs, and integrating it with the existing tools require huge investment. It is very difficult for the small and the medium-sized firm to cope up with such costs. Next comes the data quality. AI is only as good with the data it works with. Poor and unstructured data can lead to misleading conclusions. So auditors need to ensure that the underlying data is reliable and then trust the AI outputs. Next comes the complexity of algorithms. AI is complex and sometimes find out how they make decisions. This black box issue is which makes it difficult to explain our audit findings to our clients and the regulators. Into strategic advisors and advise businesses on their actionable insights. So to conclude, artificial intelligence is not transforming audit, it's revolutionizing it. It gives fraud detection, accuracy, AI gives us all of this. But the real power is when human judgment meets with intelligent technology. ICAI motto, Eshu Jakarti, Kamam Purusho Nirmanaha says that stay awake when others seize opportunity after opportunity. And exactly AI does the same. It never sleeps, it keeps learning, it keeps evolving, and it keeps transforming the world around us. And I'm pretty sure that we auditors will also do the same. We will not adapt to a belong to a fraternity that changes all of its challenges into opportunities. The future of AI auditing is not AI, it's not man or machine, it's man with machine. In this AI-driven era, let's not adapt AI, let's read it, let's re-innovate it, let's redefine it, because the future of auditing is not just coming, we are building it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vini, for highlighting how technology is transforming the auditing. Up next, we have Mr. Tarun Keshav from Bangalore. In the digital age, cybersecurity is an IT issue. It is the new corporate battleground. We welcome Mr. Tarun to provide us more details on the topic, cybersecurity and data protection.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ningalala Sugamalle. Thank you. I am Tarun Kesavakrishnan, based out of Bangalore, and I am a CA finalist currently pursuing my industrial training at Goldman Sachs as a part of the controllers team. Today, I am here to speak about a very important topic. A topic that is not but our present. Cybersecurity and data protection. Every 39 seconds, a cyber attack happens somewhere in the world. But yet, no one really takes any actions against it. And by the time I finish the sentence, another system has been breached. And it's not just tech companies. It's airlines, hospitals, government organizations. But here's the scariest part. Most of the companies don't even know they're being hacked until it's too late. In a world where data is more valuable than diamonds, we, as a chartered accountant, must extend our role from being just financial gatekeepers to becoming guardians of digital trust. But why do I say that cybersecurity is a new corporate risk? Firstly, the types of sensitive data that we handle. As future chartered accountants, we are custodians of some of the most sensitive financial information. For example, financial statements, merger and acquisitions, tax records, and whatnot, and also a lot of personal identifiers. Any compromise or data breach in these kind of data can cause significant problems for firm and client. Secondly, rising cyber threats. These days, cyber criminals are smarter. Systems, they attack people by making phishing mails, and also making fake client calls. And they try to trick professionals into every way possible so that they can enter in and steal the data. Thirdly, regulatory and legal implications. We live in an era with strong laws such as the DPDP Act, that stands for Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, and the Information Technology Act 2000, which has a lot of legal implications upon it, and any kind of mishandling or compromise of data could mean hefty fines and license implications. Now, why should we as chartered accountants prioritize cybersecurity? Why is it so important for us? Firstly, client trust. Client trust is everything, and as CAs, we are not just professionals, we are trusted advisors. Clients almost share everything with us. For example, business secrets, tax records, financial statements, and personal details. But what happens if that trust is broken? And trust, once broken, is like a shattered mirror. Even if you try to piece it back together, it'll never come back, and the crack always remains. And if you end up losing the client's trust, you'll eventually end up losing their business, and eventually you'll end up losing the money. Secondly, regulatory compliance. We live in a strong era with strong laws such as DPDP Act and IT Act 2000, which govern us a lot, and trust me, these acts have teeth. Non-compliance doesn't just mean a slap on the wrist. It could mean license implications, hefty fines, and legal proceedings. Thirdly, business continuity, because time is trust. Let me paint you a picture. You're running a high-stakes audit, the filing season is on, clients are relying on your data to meet their deadlines, then boom, a cyber attack happens, you're not able to access anything, systems go down, your files get encrypted, you can't deliver anything on time. Now, what does this mean from a client perspective? Obviously, the clients are angry because your work is delayed, then your credibility takes a hit, and eventually the client will end up leaving their business and not continue with you. Now, let's have a look at some real-life cases that some of the top Indian companies had fallen victim to cyber attack. Firstly, Motilal Oswal Financial Services. As we know, Motilal Oswal is a prominent Indian brokerage firm whose main business is into dealing in investment banking, asset and wealth management, and also private equity. This firm in February 2024 fell victim to a ransomware attack by the Lockbit Group, where around 6 million clients' information was available to them and also published on a hacker forum. Can you imagine the consequences of this? 6 million clients. Secondly, Angel One. Angel One, again a prominent Indian broker-dealer firm who also deals into private equity. In 2024, this firm faced a massive data breach which led to the information of around 7.9 million clients being published on a hacker forum. Not just names and information, but profit and loss statements, your stock holdings, everything, all exposed on a public platform. What would that mean for client relationships? Can you imagine the damage to the trust? And lastly, Tata Technologies. As we know, Tata Technologies is a subsidiary of the Tata Motors, which mainly deals into IT services-based company. This company had faced a ransomware attack in early 2025, where some of its IT assets had been impacted, due to which they had to take it offline. This shows us that even some of the top Indian giants like Tata Group can also be impacted by cyber attack, because we have to be very vigilant in this new era, because ignorance is a new vulnerability. Now, what do we think of cybersecurity? We traditionally think of cybersecurity in a very reactive way. For example, let's install antivirus. Let's call IT when something breaks. But we have to change this perspective. We need to change it from a reactive perspective to a proactive one. And how can we do this? Firstly, start risk assessments. Take a proactive approach and have a checklist that you do on a quarterly or a monthly basis in your firm, and try to identify the vulnerabilities and identify weak spots and try to take actions accordingly. Secondly, data protection policies. Yes, even for the smallest firms. Because once you have policies in place, the ones who are joining newly, for example, a new joiner joins the organization, he will also have to read this so that he knows what the firm is expecting from him from a cybersecurity standpoint. Thirdly, train staff.
Yes, even articles and interns, that's us, because it's extremely important to incorporate a culture within us where we are well aware of cybersecurity that's happening all around the world and various attacks that are happening all around India. Now, we have been talking about the negative sides of cybersecurity and cyber attacks so far, but do you think there could be any positives? Definitely. We think of cyber risk just as a threat. Oh no, if I have a cyber attack, my data is all lost. But from a positive side of things, this could be a business opportunity for us. For example, many of the big fours and the mid-sized firms are now offering risk advisory services as part of the services that they offer. And this means also IT audits. So technically what happens is people go on an audit, they try to evaluate internal controls within them, create risk and control matrix, and see what are the suggestions they could provide in terms of a cybersecurity standpoint. And secondly, firms are now expecting more from CAs. We traditionally only have this financial advisory mindset, but that is something which we need to go above that. For example, we need to know what cybersecurity is. We should understand networks and numbers both. And tomorrow's CA is not just a financial advisor, but he needs to be a cyber-aware advisor as well. Now, what are the practical steps that you can do as a CA student starting from today? You've not even qualified yet. What can you do? Is firstly, basic cyber hygiene. Try to use strong passwords, and please let's not stick to the old passwords, your name @123. These are way too easy to decode by the cyber criminals. And let it not be any kind of personal details. It should be a code that only you can decode and should be very hard to guess. Secondly, we have a habit of reusing our credentials, for example, our work-related mails. Then we have our Instagram, Facebook, etc., and we use the same password. But this is very dangerous as well, because once the cyber hackers get to know one of the passwords, the first thing they're going to try to hack your other accounts is using the same password. And basically, if you compromise on one password, your entire thing gets into the hands of cyber criminals, which is very dangerous. Thirdly, avoid public Wi-Fi, especially for your client-related works, because you don't know who's using the public Wi-Fi. For example, you never know if a cyber criminal is also using the same public Wi-Fi, and he can access and see what you are doing using this Wi-Fi as well. And then multi-factor authentication. This has become very common across some of the top companies, where this usually involves a possession factor and a knowledge factor. So for example, let's say the possession factor could be an OTP on your phone, a 6-digit OTP, and then the knowledge factor could be a 6-digit code that you're expected to remember, and the entire password becomes a combination of these two and becomes a 12-digit code. Then be aware of social engineering. When you get a random mail, just don't blindly click on it. Just have a filter in your mind. Okay, am I actually supposed to receive this? Is this something that I've received from internally or externally, and something which I'm expected to receive? If not, you can always just check with your managers, because they're always here to help you out, right? Then verify information. Just don't trust every call that you get on an urgent basis, because you never know if that is actually the true person or not. For example, you don't want to share your internal and sensitive documents to someone outside the firm, but who's asking it on a priority basis. Then don't trust fake calls. Especially people these days are impersonating managers of the articles and trying to get data from them, which is very risky. So we should just have a filter in our mind. Okay, am I actually supposed to receive this? Or just consult with your manager once or with the firm and just check if this is what I'm actually supposed to receive. Then get skilled. As a CA student, what you can do is you can start learning some crash courses about cybersecurity and learn about more cyber attacks that are happening around the world and what are the core reasons for it. And also you can learn encryption. So we, being the lazy Gen Z interns, what we do is we have documents, we just take that copy to ChatGPT and ask it to summarize for us. But you never know what ChatGPT does with that data, for example, a very sensitive document, because we don't have any kind of agreement with ChatGPT that they cannot share the data with anyone else. So always try to encrypt it if you really want to do, or if it's a very sensitive document, just try to read it on your own. Then read some laws and regulations, especially the DPDP Act, which provides a lot of insights about what we are expected to do from a regulatory standpoint. Then speak up in your firm. If you notice something is going off in your firm, a data risk is happening, then ensure that you tell that to your manager and say what suggestions can be made to that step. And propose data protection checklists. Have a checklist that you have in place and just recommend them to do it on a monthly or a quarterly basis, which they can obviously do. Then lead by example and be the change, because we as interns are well aware of the various kind of cyber attacks, and we are the most technologically advanced interns in the CA generation. Now, we have talked about so many cyber attacks, but what do you think is the reason for it? It is you guys, because over 80% of breaches that happen globally involve a human error. For example, a careless click, you believed on a fake call and shared the data, and these kind of risks are always on the human part. And the other 20%, understandably, is obviously if the cybercriminal is extremely smart. Because the strongest firewall that we need to create is not just a technological one, it's a human firewall. And cybersecurity is also turning out to be not a technology risk anymore, because the chances of a technology attack is relatively very less. And it's more of a people risk where human error is involved. Now, let's learn about some technologies that are impacting our profession in a risky way. Firstly, cloud-based accounting platforms. Now, most of the clients and CA firms are now shifting to cloud-based platforms so that they get easy collaboration and real-time access with the clients and can access to financial data anytime and anywhere. But what the cybercriminals are doing with these kind of platforms is they are exactly mimicking a page of the cloud-based platform. For example, you log in into your cloud platform just normally, and you just see it looks exactly like your normal login page. But in fact, it's not. When you try to type in your credentials and your username, it just goes to the cyber hackers and you'll just be left with a blank screen. So you'll not even know which is real and which is fake. And with that, they can obviously get your credentials and log in into the respective system and steal the data that they need. Secondly, artificial intelligence. This is another tool where we are becoming too lazy as Gen Z interns, why we are using restricted documents, asking ChatGPT to summarize it for us and ask it to summarize, and it also has a lot of demerits because data poisoning could happen and they could steal that document and share it to someone else. And especially if it's a restricted document, be very, very careful. Thirdly, blockchain. This is another common tool that's being used to store sensitive data. But if a private key theft happens in a blockchain, then the hackers who gain access to that can completely rewrite the transaction history. So even if you know the last year's financials, you'll never know if it's correct or not, because they can, with that kind of power, they can rewrite the entire history even of the past. Now let's have a look at some emerging cybersecurity technologies. Firstly, differential privacy. This is a new kind of technology that has come up which aggregates data from multiple sources without exposing the individual client data. This can especially help us in credit risk scoring models and also for a lot of complex calculations. A lot of companies like Wipro, Apple and Microsoft have now integrated differential privacy into their data privacy solutions. Secondly, federated learning. It's a decentralized machine learning approach where multiple models or devices come together and they collaboratively train a model. And with that model, we can ask it any kind of questions and it's going to reply us without exposing the individual data or which specific model it's coming from. Thirdly, quantum computing. This is a tool that's being used by a lot of investment banks across the world, especially for financial modeling and investment banking. This helps us solve complex calculations very easily, and especially JP Morgan Chase, that's one of the biggest investment banks in the world, is currently using quantum computing for various investment banking services. Fourthly, zero trust architecture. This is a very unique tool which believes that no user or device is within the organization and no user is safe enough. So if you need to log in, you will have to use the credentials and the multi-factor authentication. This is relatively a very safer option for cybersecurity. Now, let me close my presentation with this thought. In the 20th century, companies protected their factories and warehouses. In the 21st century, they must protect their data and networks. Because in this new generation, we as chartered accountants are expected to do more things than just be a financial advisor. We'll have to move our role from financial gatekeepers to becoming guardians of digital trust. And the next time when someone asks you, why should a CA know about cybersecurity, just tell them, because in tomorrow's boardrooms, the ones who not only understand numbers but also data are the ones who are going to truly protect the company. With that note, thank you all for being a great audience. Stay ethical, stay safe, and mainly stay cyber smart. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarun, for sharing your valuable insights. Finally, we have Ms. Shiksha Modi from Orissa. Innovation at the heart of finance, the fintech revolution rewriting the rules of money. We welcome Ms. Shiksha Modi to provide us more details on fintech revolution. Over to you, Shiksha.
Battery of this microphone just got drained out. Like almost everyone is drained out in this hall if I'm not sure. Like, is everyone energetic right here? Okay, so finance, technology and human integrity. These have the power to rewrite the very rules of the economy. Now, this isn't just a statement. It is the living reality of the fintech revolution we all are witnessing today. Charles Darwin once said, it is not the strongest who survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most adaptive to change. And today, we stand on the brink of one such monumental transformation, fintech, which is changing the way we look at finance. Ellavarkam ente Vinitamaya Namaskaram to the respected judges, the jury members, the honorable CA members, and all the future aspiring chartered accountants in the house. I am Shiksha Modi, coming from the town of Cuttack, the silver city of Odisha, where forts whisper tales and rivers carry heritage. Coming from the land rich in legacy, I bring a story of modern transformation because every century witnesses a revolution that changes and reshapes how we live. And for our century, for our generation, that revolution is fintech, where thinking meets innovation, finance meets innovation, and like revolution and thinking meets execution. So let's decode this in 6 simple steps. So the first one is Fintech Unplugged, where we'll see what fintech really is, followed by unlocking the potentials, where we'll unlock the real opportunities that are emerging in future. In Next Gen Finance, we'll see how money and finance and technology are driven by fintech. Followed by the ICAI's contribution in this field, we'll see how ICAI empowers the future finance professionals, that's of course all of us. And in Startup Spotlight, there are some small real life examples of the emerging startups that are already in motion. And of course, I've shared this slide in such a way that will remind you of your childhood days, make you feel a bit nostalgic, and then we'll wrap this all up. So without much further ado, let's begin. Have you all ever paid someone using your mobile app, or transferred money online, or checked your bank statement online? Then you're already part of this multi-billion-dollar economy, and it's called fintech. Fintech is short for financial technology, and it is changing economies around the world. This term includes everything from products to technologies to business models, and it is changing the financial services industry. It includes everything from consumer payments to crowdfunding programs to robo-advisors to like digital currencies. In the last decade, the fintech investment has more than doubled, giving a CAGR of 8.3% per year. And in the first half of 2025 itself, the fintech investment stood at $44.7 billion. See how fast this economy is already growing. But there's one issue. The payment and the lending sector still grab the lion's share of the funding platforms, but there are other sectors which are growing at a good pace. Okay, it's not just the startups that are part of this revolution. We as consumers are equally very important part. There is a global adoption rate of 78%, which means 78% of the internet users are reported to use at least one fintech service in their daily lives. And in this, the market sectors of India and China are leading again, giving a rate of 87% in most of these sectors. But in spite of so much adoption, there are still 1.3 billion users who do not have proper financial accounts. Which brings me to our next topic, where we'll unlock the potentials, the opportunities that this field has for us. We'll begin with wealth tech. This is the face of investment in India. the investment phase of fintech in India, basically. So, like these have robo-advisors who tell us how we can invest. Like now the wealth managers, they have to compete with the robo-investors, and robo-investors are automated like financial service providers. So, then there are these traditional lenders and asset managers and service providers who have to update themselves with the technologies, because of course they can't stand robo advisors and they can't stand these AI, of course. So they have to update themselves too. Meanwhile, we can hear the traditional bankers and lenders speaking in the background. If you have ever watched the movie of Chennai Express, you can relate to this. They're like traditional lenders speaking. Don't underestimate the power of a traditional lender, okay? So they are also evolving themselves, and then this sector is having a net worth of $6 billion, which is capturing around 22% of the fintech investment right now, and it is growing at a very good rate of 35% annually. As CA professionals, we all are already having good finance knowledge. All we need to know is the technicalities that are involved in this field, and then we can ourselves be a very good part of this revolution that's taking place. Let's move on to the next topic, that is InsurTech. Now, do you all remember taking insurances? Like we used to have so many calls, we used to have endless calls. Then there were confusing policy terms, and there was, of course, no talking about the timeline that used to be taken to get the policies approved, right? But now we have InsurTech, where the insurance gets done in minutes. We get insurance instantly. But this field is capturing only $2.3 billion of the fintech funding, and it is only 14% of the total. So this field has lots to promise to gain, but it is not booming that much, right? Next we have fintech SaaS. It is basically a software as a service for finance. Now remember that time where software was only for the engineers, but now as CA professionals, we are also entering this field. And we can be product managers, we can be financial advisors, we can advise them on the financial needs that needs to be made when they are preparing a software for financial services. This captures only 15% of the total fintech funding. Now, from SMBs to like UPI apps, everything uses fintech as their base. So basically, fintech SaaS is the base of every fintech application that is either created or made or anything that's happening around fintech. Next up, we have cross-border SMB payments. Now, have you ever heard of this term? Basically, it means inter-country transactions for the small and the medium enterprises. Like, these are the energy-giving enterprises. Like, these are the only reasons the fintech boom of India, fintech export boom of India is happening. And why not? It is the era for startups. So startups, small businesses and freelancers are demanding very huge fintech international payments option which are faster, cheaper and more reliant. Okay. So this was able to capture only 30 to 40 million of the fintech funding in 2024, and it was only 2% of the total market capital. Like, if now you all imagine one thing, if you could pay through digital assets like Bitcoin, it would be so easy. Like, we can just transfer money, it will be borderless, it would be easy and reliant. But still, that is the future that's holding for us. Like, that will definitely happen in the future. But till then, we can see how technology and fintech is evolving and changing everything around us. But as we have explored these massive opportunities, do you all think that opportunities can exist without innovations? No, right? So as we discuss the next topic, I'll be discussing some terms. And I want you all to keep a count of the number of terms you already know, so that at the end, we can check like what is your fintech score and what is the knowledge you all have on fintech. And I'm very sure even if you know none of the words, by the end of this topic, you will have a basic idea of at least some of the terms. So, the first, like imagine me, this is an imaginary scene in my mind where I'm like sleeping and I'm in the valleys and there's this song playing. आँखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं. But then the alarm rings, reality check, and I wake up like the Wi-Fi router after a storm, all devastated. But the first thing I check in the morning, as everyone does, is the mobile phone. And I received a payment from a client abroad. So this was because of blockchain, no middleman, only trust. As like that one friend in the group who always pays their share on time, that's a very rare species, of course, no doubts. But what is blockchain basically? Blockchain is a decentralized ledger that makes transactions secure and transparent. In simple words, it removes the middleman and builds trust using technology. The second thing I do is check my phone again, digital rupee wallet, and I see RBI approved. So, like, what is CBDC? CBDC is short for digital bank, like a central bank digital currency. Now, it is the digital rupee of every country. Here, like in Indian digital rupee, they are trying to make payments faster and more reliant, making the usage of cash as less as possible. Then I had to go to a bank to get a check withdrawn, and there was these sofas and everything was so slow, everyone was working, and it took me 2 hours. But then I realized there are neobanks which are emerging, which is very fast. And who here doesn't want speed in their life? Like honestly tell me, who among you all doesn't want to clear CA in like a single attempt and like be a CA as fast as possible, like the next speakers we have here, right? So neobank, what is neobank? It is basically a bank without branches, where we can create our accounts instantly, real-time payments can happen very instantly. Then I wanted to buy something online that I saw, a very cool gadget actually, and I wanted to purchase it. But my wallet said no, because I still didn't receive my stipend and it's just 2nd of November. How can I receive my stipend right now? But there was this BNPL option which said, buy now, worry in EMIs. So BNPL is short for buy now, pay later. What does that mean? You, as the name suggests, you can buy your products now and you can pay them mostly at a later period, mostly in installments. Okay. Then I wanted to book a ride to my office, and there was a pop-up which said that do you want to add an insurance of ₹10 to your ride? Now my cab ride is also insured. Like, can you imagine that? So this is because of embedded finance. Embedded finance is basically adding financial services to non-financial apps. Okay. Then I wanted to reconcile my bank statements, and then I used this open banking APIs, which was like these are open banking APIs allows banks to share their data to secure apps so that reconciliations and payments could be made more securely. Then I wanted to invest, like I was a bit free in my office, so I wanted to invest in some stocks and shares, and I was going through some stocks and shares. So now I realized that I didn't have to go to that uncle wearing rings and telling me, oh beta, when are you clearing your CA? Is it going to be cleared in the next attempt? But yeah, these are robo-advisors which were advising me. These are fast, these are reliant, and these just don't have, like, advices are not just available for high net worth individuals now. Every person can invest, can get knowledge about these. I went to a cafe in the evening. There was this payment system. I paid through my Face ID. And there was no hassle, there were no queues. So biometric payments helped me with that. So what is biometric payments? They help us to pay with Face IDs and fingerprints. And now this is a technology in China that even you just need to scan your hands and you can make the payments. Like, do you have any idea? No one could have guessed it, right? So It's going and it's becoming so efficient and simple. Like now even they don't need to carry their mobile phones. They can just scan their hands and make the payments. Then it was evening and it was time for compliance, but RegTech handled half of the issue. Like it had even lesser drama than the family WhatsApp group that I have got. So RegTech is short for regulatory technology. It is basically like it helps to maintain the regulatory compliances easily, and we can go through that very easily. Then there was this article in my office who was trying to get a loan, and he got his loan approved very easily. It was because of AI powered credit scoring. Because these AI powered credit scoring judge on a basis of multiple factors, not just like banks on the basis of the loans that you have taken previously. It also judges you on like how your payments are being made, and there are many other technicalities that are involved. So these were the 10 words that we have gone through. But do you think the topic is over yet? No. So I want to know how many of you knew like the number of terms you guys knew. There are 3 categories. How many of you had your score between 0 to 3? There was no one? Okay, so I guess everyone is having more knowledge then. So how many of you are having the number of words among 4 to 7 words? Okay, then we had 8 to 10 words. How many of you are there in that category? So that's a very nice thing. You can keep involving. Then we have ICAI's contribution to AI, where we have CAGPT, and then as Veni already discussed about CAGPT and collaboration with MIT and Committee on MSME and Startups and Assure AI. These are the innovations that ICAI has brought. But as the bell has already rung for 16 minutes, I'll just go a bit faster. Then we have this small game that actually I have. This is a riddle. So you need to solve the riddle. There will be 2 options that will be shown on the screen, and you need to choose one of the 2. So raise your hands for the correct option. This was launched in 2016 by NCPI. It enables instant 24x7 bank transfers, and it helps us split bills, and like we can pay through QR codes. So what do you think? Is it Bheem or is it UPI? Raise your hands if you think it's UPI. Raise your hand if you think it's Bheem. Okay, so the correct answer is actually UPI, and most of you were correct here. Moving on to the next one. This was founded by Harshal Mathur and Sashank Kumar in Bengaluru. Its payment links and APIs make business transactions effortless. And this app has now become a global fintech player. So this payment app, what do you think? What would it be? Razorpay or Cashfree? How many of you think it's Razorpay? How many of you think it's Cashfree? Okay, no one thinks it's Cashfree. Okay, but there's one. Okay, the correct answer is actually Razorpay. We'll move to the next one. This was founded by Nitin and Nikhil Kamath. It's a kite app that enables easy, low-cost investing, and it's a zero commission model. So from here, I guess already you all know the answer. Can anyone guess the answer in the public right now? Very nice. Actually, the correct answer is Zerodha. And I'm most excited about the answers that will be coming up for this one actually. This was founded in 2017 by Anish Achyutan, and it serves the SMEs and the freelancers. This is a digital banking platform which simplifies finances, and it has partnered with Top Bank for smart automations, and this became a unicorn in 2022, and this is a startup from Kerala. So, I want to know the guesses before we see the options. What are the guesses? I'm not showing the options, I want at least one guess. God, guys, this is a Kerala startup, come on. Now, how many do you think is fee money? The correct option is Open Financial Technologies. Okay, we have come to the conclusion, and fintech is also making our lives accessible, it's making our lives fast. Oops, sorry. It got closed anyways, but no worries. So, I just want to say a few things before we end. Fintech is making our lives fast, it's making our life accessible. So, I want to say that let aksharam not be the theme of this conference. Let aksharam be the theme of our lives. let us carry the true essence of aksharam in our lives. And because what does aksharam mean? It means that knowledge that lasts forever. And knowledge is of course something which keeps on moving endlessly and effortlessly, and it stays with us forever. It's not just knowing something, it is growing and learning and evolving with it. Okay? So with that note, I would like to end. Thank you everyone for being such a lovely audience, and thank you to the Ernakulam team of SICASA for inviting me here. It's great being here. Thank you so much.
Coimbatore, Bangalore and Cuttack. A very nice combo actually. So from east to southern part here in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and they have come here to Kerala to make the presentation. All three have done their presentation very well. I'll just take a few pointers to give my reflections here. Veni made a good point. And while she was delivering about the artificial intelligence, the power of AI, the various avatars of AI, she also made one very important mark that it has a limitation. Always machines, whether it's data analytics or artificial intelligence or whichever technology we use, they have a limitation. But we use machine for certain attributes. What is that? Two things: speed and accuracy. And that was very well brought out. But she made a point that there are three aspects where human element makes it superior, because machines can't override. And she also made a mark about the ethical considerations as one of the point. I am reminded of one small episode, and being a Sunday, one lady went to a butcher to buy a chicken, and that was almost, he was closing the shop. So she asked, is chicken available? And I want, what is the weight of the chicken? So he went inside the freezer. Actually, he had only one chicken in that. So he took that and he put on the weighing scale. So it showed 1.5 kilos. Okay, good. Now, do you have a 2 kg chicken? So he didn't say anything. He took that chicken, went inside the freezer. He took his head inside and again brought the same chicken, and he kept on the weighing scale. And at that time, he put his thumb on that weighing scale and making the scale to show, instead of 1.5 kg, 2 kg. Oh, excellent. She said 2 kg, very good. I'll take this. But can you give me both the chicken? And that is the point many will face, especially if the integrity is compromised. Wisdom at that point of time will become foolishness, and cunning ways of dealing things will become stupidity. I am fancied by one sentence, what our friend from Bengaluru said. Ignorance is the new vulnerability. Very nicely brought out. So I am reminded of another episode where again a Sunday in a church a sermon was going on, and the priest or the pastor was calling for good generous donations, and the donation box was going on, and the guy, one particular gentleman, he took a 10 rupee note and he was very ready to give his offering. So there was another gentleman sitting behind that person. he patted his back and he gave a 2000 rupee note to him. So maybe he couldn't reach the donation box, so that's why he is giving this 2000 rupee note. He saw that how generous he is and took that note and immediately put in the donation box. So then he turned, so you must be very generous and very wealthy. You are giving 2000 rupee note. He said, next time please be careful, it fell from your pocket only. So friends, before we take a decision, the ignorance will always be a vulnerable chance here. I am actually thrilled by the Odisha Kathak presentation, and especially she was giving reference to Shah Rukh Khan and all. So I am reminded of a scene in Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, where the scene is between Shah Rukh Khan, Kajol and Farida Jalal. Farida Jalal will say, Bhag jao, you take my daughter and go, yahan samajhne wala koi nahi hai. So, but that point of time, so there will be a very important piece of dialogue. So he will say, Zindagi mein do raaste hoge. Ek rasta sahi aur galat. And जो गलत रास्ता पे जाएगा में भी कामयाबी होगी, खुशियां मिले, मगर अंत में हार होगी. एंड ही विल कंटिन्यू, अगर सही रास्ते पर चलोगे तो भले शुरुआत में तुम्हें कदम कदम पर ठोकरें मिले, मुसीबतों का सामना करना पड़े, परेशानी हो, मगर अंत में हमेशा जीत होगी. So friends, that is one message which is very, very important for every one of us, that a course like Chartered Accountancy teaches that. So whatever may be the challenges, that only shapes the future of our profession. And friends, my best wishes to each and every one of you, and especially to the panelists, Veni, Tarun and Siksha. All three, you did a wonderful job. Because a subject like this on technology, so especially continuous learning, and your subject may be relevant today, but technology evolves over a period of time. And your continuous learning only can make you a sought after professional in the days to come. So friends, please give a big round of applause to all the three participants here, Veni, Tarun and Siksha. And thank you very much SICASA and Kochi for this wonderful opportunity, and special thanks to our SICASA chairman, Jolly Stephen, for inviting me here and being part of this in a light students conference aksharam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We invite CA Jolly Stephen and CA Revati Raja, our session judges, onto the dais.
May I please request our session chairman, CA Gopalakrishna Raju, to felicitate our paper presenter, Ms. Benishri D, with a memento. Thank you. May I request CA Revati Raja, a session judge, to kindly felicitate Mr. Tarun Keshavakrishnan with a memento. May I please request CA Jolly Stephen, a session judge, to kindly felicitate Ms. Siksha Modi with a memento. Now, may I please invite CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to felicitate our session chairperson, CA Gopalakrishna Raju, with a memento. Once again, I request CA Jolly sir to felicitate our judge, CA Revati Raja, with a memento. Thank you, sir. Once again, let's give a huge round of applause to all the paper presenters. With that, we conclude the paper presentation sessions of Aksharam 2025.
As they have consistently served as a source of inspiration for all of us. Their unwavering dedication and hard work have led to accomplishments that every CA aspirant dreams of achieving. Most of us have already been following them online, whether on YouTube, LinkedIn, or other social media platforms. And we have all imagined what it would be like to meet them in person and ask those questions we have always had. Thanks to Aksharam, that dream has finally come true today. And we are privileged to have with us the remarkable rank holder siblings whose CA journey has set a benchmark of excellence and determination. We are truly honored to have them with us this evening. It is an absolute honor to introduce CA Dr. Nandini Agrawal, a name that has become synonymous with excellence and inspiration in the field of finance and professional education. She holds the Guinness World Record as the youngest chartered accountant in the world, an achievement that reflects her extraordinary intellect and determination. She secured All India Rank 1 in CA Final, and her pursuit of excellence continued as she also achieved All India Rank 1 and World Rank 7 and 9 in ACCA. Beyond her academic brilliance, Dr. Nandini has gained professional experience with esteemed global institutions such as GIC Private Equity and Boston Consulting Group. She also shared her journey and insights on the prestigious platforms, TEDx platform, inspiring countless young minds across the nation. She is not just a rank holder, she is a record breaker, a thought leader, and a true inspiration for every CA aspirant in the country. I kindly request CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman of Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to escort our panelist, CA Dr. Nandini Agrawal, to the dais. Let's hear a big round of applause to welcome her.
We're also thrilled to have with us CA Sachin Agrawal, a name that perfectly represents the blend of academic brilliance and professional impact. He has secured an impressive All India Rank 18 in the CA final examination. He is also a qualified ACCA, further showcasing his commitment to global professional standards. Currently, he is part of JP Morgan's Healthcare Investment Banking Division, contributing to high-impact financial transactions. Earlier, at Vedanta Limited, he managed 27 investment companies and led several automation initiatives, streamlining financial statements and loan management systems. His entrepreneurial spirit shone through during his stint with SalarySay, a fintech startup where he helped build the sales division from scratch, led marketing efforts that grew the company's LinkedIn presence tenfold, and successfully launched products across multiple corporate clients. From managing numbers to managing teams and strategy, CA Sachin Agrawal has done it all and continues to inspire young professionals with his journey of focus, innovation, and excellence. I kindly request CA Beena Begum, Managing Committee Member, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, to escort our panelist, CA Sachin Agrawal, to grace the dais. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause for his remarkable achievements and inspiring journey.
So, Namaskaram, Nandini ma'am and Sachin sir. Welcome to Kochi. So, before diving into some serious talks, I'll just ask you one question now. How's been Kochi so far? Are you here for the first time or have you visited before? Please share your experience.
It's our second time here.
Yeah.
In December 24, we came with our parents for a trip, and it's the second time, and I think the weather is quite good as compared to Mumbai. At least that's what we felt so far. And hotel has been great, stay has been great, and travel has been great, and you guys are very, very lovely so far. So look forward to the session.
And Sachin sir?
I think it's so far so good in terms of everything what you have done in terms of arrangement and this grand celebration. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, exactly, sir. And I'm sure that the crowd sitting here is also super excited to hear from you. So let's begin this by having a huge round of applause for our dear panelists.
So yes, let us take it back to where it all began. We all had our childhood dreams and aspirations and everything, right? So was becoming a chartered accountant always a part of that dream for you?
Well, if not my dream, it was definitely a part of my parents' dream. I come from a family where I've heard words like tax, ITR, return filing from the very childhood, and it's because of a tax practice firm which my father has at home, and my parents wanted that we both become CAs. We loved reading about business, commerce in general. We loved maths as well, so we ended up taking commerce plus maths in 11th and then pursued chartered accountancy. I don't regret anything about becoming a CA, and I think the best part about my CA journey has been that I never thought of any backup. CA was the only thing I wanted to do, and maybe that's why we did it so well.
And you, Sachin sir?
I think we share a similar journey because my mom fed us with a dream that both of you need to be a CA. Like the thought for me was because my father has a taxation firm and she wanted me to join that firm. So it came from that. And secondly, why did I so well? It is because I am very focused on CA because when I was in the 6th standard, my mom told me that Sachin, you need to be CA. So when I was in the 10th class, I never had any doubt that be it go for math or science. So that focus and direction was there already, so that fueled us up for the correct decision.
Yeah, so that ambition was deep-rooted from the younger age itself.
That's true.
Yeah, that's lovely. And when we step into CA, I think one thing we need the most is planning. We need to have a study routine and we also need to follow it consistently. So all of us are curious to know, like, how was your study routine during your initial days of CA as well as in the later stages?
So look, it's a very good question. I would divide my answer in 3 parts. First of all, I would focus when I was doing CA Foundation and Inter. Then I would focus on articleship and then finally for CA final days.
Yeah.
When I was doing my CA Foundation and Inter, my focus first is to complete all the lectures and then focus on going through the notes and the questions again and again. So to give an example, let's say like my day starts morning at 7 a.m. So the morning starting 2-3 hours, I would give it to solve questions, the lectures which I have watched last night. And then in the daytime, again would watch some lectures. And in the evening time, between 5 to 7 or 8, I would solve some questions again, or maybe just find out my pain points, what was there. After that, again, like when I sleep, before that I make sure that I am watching one more lecture. So in nutshell, I make sure that I watch 2-3 lectures every single day of duration of 1-2 hours. So in the nutshell, like every CA Inter guy can think of completing 6-7 hours of lecture in the initial phase of their preparation. And once you are done with this part, so what you can do is that like make a pain point of the topics where you have felt that this particular thing can be tough for you. So when you go and revise that particular thing again, so you have certain points where you can double down your efforts and make sure that that particular problem will not happen again.
Yeah.
So like that was my plan during my CA foundation and inter. So I think if I talk about my time, I was able to finish my CA inter classes till September 18, and I started in July somewhere, because there were 4 subjects only. September 17, right? Sorry, September 17 or October 17, and then I took a break of 20 days to just revise the whole group before I jump onto the second group, because I was not very sure that whether I should go give first group or second group or both together. So that was the dilemma I had in that month. But luckily, like when I found out, okay, that I am good with the first group, I can also target second group. So in the November or December, I started taking coaching for the second group. So that was the thing with me. For articleship experience, like in the starting phase, the plan was very simple: complete all the lectures, because I don't want to waste my time in watching lectures in my CA final leaves. So I have planned in a way that, let's say my office starts at 10 a.m. and I come back by 7 or 8 on a good day. So I just make sure that I am completing a lecture for financial reporting or SFM, so that in the articleship of 2 years, or by the end of second year or 2.5 years, I should be done with 4 or 5 subjects. So that, like right now you have only 6 subjects, but in my time there were 8 subjects. So I completed 6 subjects at the end of second year, and by the 2.5 year I was able to complete almost every subject. So the first focus should be on that, plus weekends are your golden time that you have. Don't waste it going out, watching some movies or games. Sometimes it's okay, but most of the time just try to watch lectures, revise things, learn new skills. But the period of 2-3 years of articleship is for you to make yourself very strong for the upcoming time. So utilize that time very effectively, so that you can take the fruits of your hard work which you have done.
Yes, exactly. And I think all our CA aspirants here must have got the tips directly from the rank holders itself. And sir, I think one of the problems that we face is we all have the study plans. And we make plan like every week. But what happens is we follow them for 2 or 3 days very diligently. Then again we lose track and come back to square one. So what is your tip for staying consistently to the study routine that you have created for yourself?
I think for me, for being consistent is my competition. So Nandini has given a very tough competition to me so far, like in terms of the number of hours you study or not. So I say that to be consistent, you need to have a very good competition in front of yourself, where you feel challenged every single day that you need to complete so and so chapters and so things by so and so time. So that is very important. Like you need to benchmark some people, some of your peers, to perform best. Like if you have your friends of your level of intelligence, it's okay. But if you want some competition or a very tough fight, just find someone who is very stronger than you, so that you can come out of your comfort zone to learn new things, new techniques to achieve more.
Yes, exactly. And that is thing what CA teaches us more, getting out of the comfort zone.
Correct.
So another question that we have is, on the exam days, most CA aspirants struggle with, calming themselves. They face a lot of stress on the exam day particularly. And one thing they're very worried about is finishing the paper on time. So could you share some tips on how you manage to, take care of the time management during your paper, as well as, manage to calm yourself down on those days?
So about time management during paper, the best thing that we did was we solved a lot of mock test papers. So while we solved mock test papers, we used to solve it in the exact ICAI time, which was 2 to 5 p.m. and literally like locked in a room and with just fan operating with no AC, because we really wanted to test ourselves for the exam environment. And in exam, you get 15 minutes for reading and 3 hours to solve the paper. But for ourselves, we were a bit harsh, and we were like, we only need 3 hours in which we have to read as well as solve the paper. So it actually helped to test ourselves in difficult times. There were times when we were not able to solve the paper, and we realized it, and then we worked on it. Okay, what could be done? One thing that always used to happen with me, and I think happens with a lot of people, is when you see the paper, the first question, you end up spending like 30-40 minutes on first question, because you think that if you write a first question well, it will leave good impression on the examiner. So you write it with a very beautiful handwriting, you like fill 10-20 pages on that, but then after 30 minutes or 40 minutes you realize, oh, my time is gone. So you have to be conscious, okay, if it is a 100 marks paper and I have 180 minutes, which means 1.8 minute per marks, and you have to do the calculation, okay, if it's a 5 marks question, I can spend 9 minutes max on that. So if you start doing that calculation while you are solving your mock test papers, chapters, you will build that habit of time management. And time management is not something which you can learn just with papers. It is more of a personality as well. If as a person you know how to manage time, then it would also be reflected in your paper. And time management, eventually all of these things, time management, consistency, it comes from mindset. Firstly, you need to have that mindset, okay, I don't want to waste time. And for having that mindset, you need to have some goals in life. Okay, this is what I want to achieve. I have 24 hours every day. And if I want to achieve this, I have to do this backward calculation. Like throughout our CA journey, school, we always used to do backward planning. My exam is in May, I have 3 months. Okay, how much do I need to study every day? So that's about time management. Like do the planning, do the backward calculation and practice. About stress, we were very lucky to be educated about meditation, spirituality while we were 8 or 10 years old. Our parents taught how to meditate and how it helps you to calm your mind, to think clearly and to focus. While we had stress, we had anxiety, our mom would tell us, let's meditate for 10 minutes. Whether it was 12, CA Foundation, CA Inter or CA Final, we used to meditate 10 minutes, 15 minutes every day. And also every time before going for exams, we would meditate 5-10 minutes. How to meditate is very important. Many people think that, okay, meditation is just controlling your thoughts, but meditation is not controlling your thoughts. It's loosening up yourself, observing yourself. It can be done by closing your eyes, observing your breath, observing your body movement, feeling your arms, feeling your legs, feeling your eyes, and how your chest goes in and out while breathing, what is the feeling in your stomach while you are breathing. Basically, being conscious of your surroundings is meditation. And in Buddha teachings, it is said that being conscious is the present, basically what you really are. So if you are able to do that, you will feel very calm and very peaceful. And then do some 5 minutes positive affirmation. This is something which I started in last 1 or 2 years. Basically, whenever you wake up in the morning, just say 5 good things to yourself. It can be, I'm healthy, I'm smart, I'm focused, I'm going to revise all the chapters today, I know everything, and it would inject positivity during the day.
Yeah, that's a beautiful answer. And one thing that I have noted is that you are very good at practicing. Like, practice makes a man perfect. Whatever thing you take upon, you practice it daily. And that is what bringing remarkable results in your life. Yeah. We should take note of that exactly. And ma'am, now again, stepping into CA, that means we have to isolate ourselves from many things that we were doing. Like from our friends, family functions, and all those things we loved, watching movies, etc., etc. And that sometimes makes us feel down. I'm sure you must have also gone through all that stages, but you were better at managing them. So could you share some tips on like how you made all those sacrifices more enjoyable in your study period?
So you should compartmentalize your life. So let's say you are in CA Inter, you have 9 months to prepare or whatever. You say that, okay, for the initial 3-4 months, I would do all the classes, I would do all the revision, and after that, maybe for next 10 or 15 days, I would, let's say, study 8 hours, and I would also do some activities. I'll do exercise, I'll spend time with my family. Maybe I'll just go for one small trip. But you have to plan, okay, for the next 3 months, study is my life, it's my priority. For next 10 days, okay, I can do this, it's okay. And then again, I'm back to the same old routine. So if you look at your life in terms of compartments, in terms of priority, you would be able to manage things well. And it is not something which ends while you are a student. Even after you start working somewhere, you will find it difficult to manage your job, your family, your friends, and your own hobbies. You might be in a position that, okay, I am working a lot, but still I don't have any time for my hobbies, which I thought I'll do after becoming CA. So you need to define your priorities, okay, for the next 2 months, it's me and gym. For next 2 months, it's my job and friends. And maybe for next 2 months, it might be your job, you and your family. That way you will be able to manage things better.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think many of us might have dropped many things that we have, liked long ago. Now it's time to pick up all those.
Yes.
Right, so, sir, moving on to the articleship phase of your journey. So, articleship is actually a very key phase of a CA aspirant's journey. And we have a lot to learn from articleship, right? So, could you share some insights from your articleship journey, the kind of work, the mentorship that you received, the overall experience, and how useful you found your articleship in your CA final preparation as well as your professional journey ahead?
Yeah, sure. Just for the context, like I did my articleship from mid-size firm from Gurgaon. My exposure was into statutory audit, GST, and income tax audit. So, in terms of the experience and the exposure, I would say that the exposure varies from dealing small clients to big listed ones also. So, if you join a mid-sized firm, just make sure that that firm has every kind of work which you can learn, so that you can, grow and decide, okay, which particular sector excites you a lot. So, like on the experience part, it is more on that side. But if I talk about the mentorship and the guidance that I have received from my partner, so I think my partner has groomed me a lot. Like the lens through which I used to see the statements and all, and the way he taught me, okay, Sachin, like this is the way you should follow while you deep dive into a particular thing. So that particular aspect of learning has helped me a lot. And if I talk about that, how that experience has helped me in my real life and in my CA final also. So I was doing a lot of things in IndAS, and that particular thing helped me for the financial reporting paper. So even without taking the lectures, I was able to crack a few of the questions from the paper just because I have done in the practical life. So I know that if I follow this approach, I can do this. So if you take your articleship very seriously and understand with logic that why we are doing this, then it really helps you when you prep for the CA final.
Yeah.
I would sound that.
And sir, I think the results are around the corner now, and many of them are looking for articleship also. So any tips to share, like what should we look for while we are looking for an articleship?
I would say that first of all, talk to someone who has worked in both of these firms and take an idea that what are the pros and cons of doing in mid-size versus Big 4. Secondly, where you want to be after doing CA. If you want to open up your CA firm, then I would say do it from a mid-size firm where you can get exposure of all the level of work, and that can be helpful for you when you take up your own firm. Right now, I think nothing much you can do. You can just shortlist some firms where you want to go, and make your CV ready for that, because just after the after tomorrow, like you need to go and just apply for articleship where you want to go.
So, ma'am, when we're managing, both your articleship as well as your CA final preparation, and then further ahead as well, so how important was your support system, that is your friends, your family, your mentors, your teachers in this journey?
So we did our articleship from Gurgaon, and it was the first time that we were staying away from our family, from our place, which is Morena, Madhya Pradesh. Our mom was staying with us for most of the time. It's like she would be with us for 3 months and she would go back home for 15 days and would again come back. So for those 2 years, because then COVID came, so 1.5 or 2 years, our mom was staying with us, and I think it's a very big sacrifice. My father was at Morena, my mom was here, so they did the sacrifice so that we can study comfortably. We didn't need to worry about, okay, what to cook in food, where to get groceries from, all of those things. So I feel very grateful for that. And even the meditation part, which I just talked about, that also came from parents. And like all of us, everyone has moments where we feel low. While we were studying for CA final, we gave our mock test series and we were barely passed. And we were feeling very low at that point of time. My mom was asking me how much marks did you got, and we felt under pressure. But then they made us understood that you have to do your best and no one is gonna say anything to you. Don't worry about the results, just do your best and we trust you. Near to my exams were in July 21. In June 21, I fell sick. I was not feeling very energized. I was feeling dizzy as well. And I was just asking my mom, why does it happen with me? Like near to exams, like something which I have been studying for last 4 or 5 years, and now it is happening. It feels so bad. And then she was making me understand, don't worry, it's just a test. Everything happens for a good reason. God is just testing you, and you will do great. You will get great results. Those positive affirmations, not just then, but still now, it keeps me going every single day to become a better version of Nandini, which was earlier.
That's beautiful, ma'am. And I'm like reminded of like when a person does CA, the whole family is involved in it. The whole family is actually doing CA with them. They are part of that journey. Yeah. And ma'am, moving ahead forward, like and sir, like you have achieved ranks, becoming a rank holder. How has this influenced your professional growth?
So when you become a rank holder, a lot of opportunities open up for you, but at the same time, expectations go up. So let's say if you were someone who was not really expecting rank, you studied very well, but you were like, okay, even if I get passed, I would be happy. Let's say your salary expectation was 13 lakhs, but you got a rank. So now your expectation is, let's say 18 to 20 lakhs. You would not be happy with a job where you would be getting 14 to 15 lakhs. So actually, it gets very tricky when you get a rank because your expectations go up. Yes, a lot of opportunities open up, but there are 50 ranks and multiple rank holders on single rank. So you have to manage, I would say mindset management is very, very important, because sometimes I have seen people getting affected by it a lot, even myself. I got under a lot of pressure, okay, I've got AIR1, so I need to get this opportunity, this is the best one. I felt under a lot of pressure. So first thing is to manage your expectations. And secondly, yes, you will get opportunities for, let's say, finance leadership programs, management consulting at BCG, Bain, Accenture. And besides that, you can even apply for a lot of off-campus opportunities. Mahindra Finance Leadership Program, then there is HUL Leadership Program. Very good programs, and they don't shortlist people who are not rank holders. So that helps a lot. And third, it helps you build credibility. Once you get a rank, at least everyone in finance domain would reply to you, to your LinkedIn message. And at least you can get the first call, you can get the first shortlisting. But having said that, having a rank would not always help you. It is helpful just in your first job. After that, how you work at your first job, what your colleagues say about you, what your bosses say about you matters from then and there. So you have to ensure that you keep going, you keep putting that hard work after getting a rank, which you put for getting that rank, to keep going like in life always.
That was a great insight, ma'am. Thank you.
And to you, sir. So, CA is a ever-evolving course. We consistently have to upgrade ourselves. So, what are the skills that you think that CA students as well as professionals, as at this day and era, they should gain so that they can be future ready?
I feel that as the papers were there today, I think they need to learn on the AI side that how AI can help them in their work, be it in the financial modeling, be in the auditing, taxation, and many fields. So it is very important to to upgrade yourself with AI, because AI is a new game changer. And in the CA field, it is not that used. So a lot of use is incoming in the different areas. So just learn on that, just try to see what are the different models and the different startups are coming on and the problems that they're trying to solve on. So I would say that get some insight on the AI and that how they can help.
Thank you, sir. That was great. And I think we have some serious talk now, right? So what about jumping into some small rapid fire round?
Yes, yes.
Sure. Okay, ma'am. So my first question is, any subject that you felt like it would be good if you had a skip button?
Yes, in SMNCA Inter.
And sir?
Economics.
And sir, a fun question for both of you. If I were to ask you about the proportion of hard work, planning and luck in achieving success in CA exams, what would your breakdown be?
Hard work, I would say 60%, 20% luck, and remaining is...
And you, ma'am?
I would say hard work 50%, 30% is your planning, and 20% luck.
Okay, ma'am. Now what are some misconceptions that people have about rank holders?
That rank holders are bookworms and they don't have a life.
And sir?
And I feel that they're not humble and they don't reply and talk properly, I feel.
And just simply not the case, right? So before we wrap up, I'm sure the students here are very excited to engage with the both of you. So they may have a ton of questions to ask, but due to our time constraints, we are limiting our questions to around 3 from the audience. So guys, do ask any questions that you have to our rank holders.
My question is, if you could go back to your articles period or final period, what would be the one thing that you would be telling yourself back then from now? I mean, the one thing that you want to tell yourself when you're younger.
Got it. Maybe I would tell one thing which I think I could have done differently while I was during my articleship. For me, I think that would be, there was one subject for which I took classes 3 years back. So my articleship started in October 18 and my exams were in May 21. So I took SFM classes in October 18 and it was so long. I've taken those classes. So some of the concepts I think were not clear to me and I thought I would just go through them by myself and I would be fine with them. But closer to exams, I realized that I am still struggling on those concepts. So I think I could have taken SFM fast track classes maybe 5-6 months before the exams to be more confident about it.
What about sir?
I think that I have not participated in any of the NatCon events when I was doing my articleship, and I feel that these events form a very important part of your entire CV and how it shapes you. So if I had known of these events and things, so I would have been more socially active in these areas. And I would agree with Nandini in terms of the lecture that we have taken. So like a few of the subjects that you should take near the exam. So that's it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience?
Good evening, both of you. My name is Harinarayanan K. My question is, what is your advice for students who think they are struggling behind the CA journey, like struggling with multiple attempts, and they think they are lagging behind their colleagues, other students?
Well, I think, firstly, I don't know what do you mean by multiple attempts here, if it is 6, 7, or if it is 3 or 4. But generally, the way I think about it is, let's say you don't clear in one attempt, you should introspect, why did it happen, analyze properly, do your best again, but have a timeline in mind. Okay, I'm going to give 2 attempts, 3 attempts. And I have seen people who say that, okay, this is my 4th or 5th attempt, but I know that I didn't study properly for the initial 3 attempts or the 4 attempts. Like, they know that there is some shortcoming in their karma and they want to do it better, but still they commit the same mistake again and again. Then you need to question yourself, what is that something which is stopping you from being 100% at your exams. It can be that you don't have natural interest in that subject or the entire process of becoming CA, but because everyone was becoming a CA or your parents told you to do so, you have started doing CA. And second might be some serious problem in your strategy or planning. So you should introspect a lot. Okay, what is the reason that I'm not able to clear or I'm not able to give 100%, and give one attempt where you feel that, okay, this is my 100% or this was my 100%. And even if you don't make it, my personal advice would be to think of other routes that you can take, and that would do justice to your life and yours.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would also say the same thing. Just see that if you are able to find out what is the problem behind not passing it, and if you can work on that, then it's great. Else, just find out something else. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening, both of you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My question is for Nandini. You have cleared your CA final at the age of 19, and you also cleared your ACCA, and you have taken the job of many CA students' dream, management consultancy and private equity, and you are doing great in your personal life also, like doing meditation, doing meditation, dance and all. You know, in spite of clearing in spite of achieving these all things, what is your inspiration that is keeping you move forward rather than getting satisfied with the things which you have already achieved?
That's a very good question. So I heard this line somewhere. I think it was said by B.K. Shivani. Someone asked that, okay, why are we here on this earth? Why do we come again and again? And she said that each of us has some purpose that we are born, and we explore that purpose during the course of it. As we grow up, we realize what are our strengths, what are weaknesses. So I personally think that if you think you have the potential to do more, if you can do 10 things, if you can do 20 things, you should never be satisfied with doing just 20 things. You should always push yourself to realize your potential. Today you think that, okay, I cannot work more than 10 hours, but let's say if in a situation where you have to do it, you would realize that you can actually work for 14 hours. So for me, I want to realize my potential. I want to know what all I can do, what all I can't do, and it gives me a lot of thrill, because doing this, I don't just add value to myself, but whatever I do, I try to share my learnings with everyone, and it makes me happy to add value to society, to add value to this nation, and I would want to do that at a very larger level someday. So that's my inspiration.
Hello.
Very
Hello.
beautifully said, ma'am.
Hi. Paul Shazan here. My question is to both of you. Like, did you guys have a habit of saving and investments during your period of articleship? And how is it going now? And how much, like, how important do you think it's for us as CA students to nurture such a habit?
Well, I started saving when I was like 13 years old. I used to save from my, pocket money which I used to get from my parents. Just if I talk about articleship time, so the entire expense thing was like that. My father used to pay the rent, and remaining things were taken by us. So we had made sure that we will try to save 20-30% of the stipend, and we will invest into SIP. And that time Nifty was around 16,000, and it's today is 26,000, so it's doing pretty well. But on a piece of advice, I would say if your expenses allows, then try to save money in your articleship. Just don't try to spend what all you earn.
Yes, similar to what Sachin said, have a proportion in your mind. Okay, I want to save 20 or 30%, and just do the SIP. Like, it should be deducted just after you get your stipend, and then you have to manage your expenses within whatever amount you are left with. And I think that should be good.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for great answers. And yesterday, as our president, sir, said, all good things come to an end. And I think we can't have enough of this conversation. We could hear them from hours. We have many questions to ask. But yes, we have our own time constraints. But thank you so much, Nandini ma'am and Sachin sir, for sharing your journey, your valuable insights with us. And to all our CA aspirants here, you should not only take away the strategies, but also their motivation, determination and perseverance that has led them to where they are today. So once again, thank you so much, Nandini ma'am and Sachin sir, for coming to Aksharam and raising this dais.
Thanks a lot.
Our pleasure.
A huge round of applause for CA Nandini Agarwal and CA Sachin Agarwal. Two-day journey of learning, connection and inspiration. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of two-day national conference for CA students, Aksharam, organized by the Board of Studies Operations ICAI, hosted by the Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI and Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI. These 2 days have truly reflected the spirit of our profession, discipline, knowledge, and an undying thirst for excellence. We're truly honored to have with us this evening distinguished gathering of professionals and leaders who've been guiding lives for students across the region. May I invite CA Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly occupy the dais. May I request Mr. Akshay Aravind, Joint Secretary, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly escort Ms. Jayashree Shivadas, Chief Guest for the evening. May I invite CA Anand A.S., Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, CA Jobby George, Vice Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, CA Rupesh Rajagopal, Secretary, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, and CA Dibin Divyakumar, Member SICASA, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly occupy the dais. Let's rise for the ICAI motto song.
येष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति येष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 शो निर्विमानः तदेव शुभ्रं तदेव शुभ्रदमम्
please be seated. To set the tone for this evening, may I now invite Mr. Fevin Varghese, Vice Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to deliver the welcome address.
A warm good evening to each and everyone present here. Today, I am standing in front of you with lots of happiness, and it's a very proud moment that we have successfully completed 2 days of national conference, Aksharam 2025, which has been conducted by the Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI and Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI. Lots and lots of students have came to me and talked to me saying that the sessions, the conference, everything was fabulous, and the way the expectations they have put was met, and all the sessions, all the paper presentations, everything. So let me come to my for the welcome address. First of all, I welcome our chief guest, Ms. Jayashree Shivadas, to the valedictory function. She is one of the famous actresses in Kerala. And next, let me welcome the strength of our branch chairman, CA Anand sir, to the valedictory function. Let me now welcome CA Joby sir, the vice chairman of Ernakulam branch of SIRC, to the valedictory function, and also our past SICASA chairman and secretary of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI, Ruvesh sir, to the function, and also our support, our major support, our backbone of SICASA, the man who pushes everything for us, the man who makes SICASA perfect, the man behind all the arrangements, all the pre-NatCon arrangements, and 2 days planning. Talking about Jolisa, I'm taking a minute just to convey our thanks to Jolisa, because without his support, I don't know how we could do this 2 days national conference. And the main aim of being a SICASA chairman, first of all, on the first meeting, he already had a plan to conduct this national conference. So the vision he had was perfect, and he was very committed for his vision, and he tried his best, and this is the result. So I would like to point out one thing, that yesterday, after the first day of the conference, Jolisa conducted a meeting of all the coordinators, and he was really happy for what was conducted on first day, and he also conveyed so many reviews about what he heard about all the functions. Also, he tried to correct our mistakes, which was corrected today. I'm really happy that he was with us, he was one among us, and I would like to welcome Jolisa to this valedictory function. Also, supporting our Jolisa, our dear Dibin sir, the member SICASA of ICAI, SICASA, I'm sorry, Dibin sir was always a support. So once Joel sir never took the phone after 11 p.m. Sir will be asleep. Okay, so he won't be available. But after that, once we texted Dibin sir, so we need an approval now. Dibin sir said, okay, I am asleep, but send that, I will approve. So he is very supportive to what to say. To improve the quality of our programs, to improve ourselves. He is always supportive, and welcome sir to the valedictory function. Also, my fellow secretary of SICASA, Ernakulam SICASA of ICAI, all these sleepless nights of Vivek, what to say, all the sleepless nights and all the efforts I would really say the 80% of pre-NatCon efforts was put by our dear Vivek Jacob Abraham. And the planning made by Vivek and Jolisa was perfect. And I was part of only the execution team, okay, because I was hooked up with some works. So Vivek was perfectly planning everything, perfectly organizing everything. He had a vision to bring most of the national faculties. He tried his best. He contacted many persons. He got the contacts and made that available to Jolisa. And he tried his level best to bring, like, especially we should mention that we had an opportunity to bring Banwa Borana and CA Agash Kandoi. Like, so all the national faculties we approached, and we got so many national faculties in this conference that's actually a remarkable thing to be to be memorized, I think. So all the efforts put by Vivek, and that's the, as I said, like, this is the result that we see. Thank you, Vivek, for being such support. So I welcome Vivek to this valedictory function. And Akshay, this aksharam was the primary plan of Akshay, actually. Once he said aksharam, we thought, aksharam, that won't work out, Akshay. So, but Akshay pushed the name, and we said, Akshay, lots of people say it's only because of you, Akshay and aksharam, that won't work. So, but it worked, Akshay. Well done. So, welcome Akshay to this valedictory function, and all my dear SICASA core committee members. They worked all the sleepless nights. They had also sleepless nights. They worked their extreme. They had their office works. Along with that, they managed these works also. I welcome our dear SICASA core committee members to this function, and all the subcommittee and volunteers of this national conference. I welcome everyone. They worked a lot, because 2 days was functioned, the flow was perfect. Without them, this had never been a success. Okay, so I welcome each and every one of the volunteers and subcommittee members to this valedictory function. And each one of you attended the conference. You made this conference a success. You, only because of your participation, we can successfully conduct this conference. And you were really supportive to us, because I am really happy that yesterday, due to some protocol and some ceremonies, so we had a late lunch, right? So none of you complained much. I am really happy that everyone understand the situation and behaved like a professional CA students. And thank you so much for that. And I welcome every one of you to this valedictory function. sorry that I missed our branch members, MCM members. Sandra ma'am, who was really supportive for us, who is always supportive for us. Welcome ma'am to this valedictory function. Beena ma'am, also always supportive to us. Welcome ma'am to this function. And Sharat sir, who is our strength. He was actually before the conference, the night he was with us, and all the supports was given by Sharat sir. Welcome sir to this valedictory function. If I have missed, okay, so I'm sorry. All the paper presenters who have come, I'm sorry. All the paper presenters who have presented their papers well, was fabulous. All the presentations was superb. The presentations valued by the jury, the comment by them was each paper presentations was fabulous, and I welcome all of you to this valedictory function. Sorry if I miss anyone, and thank you so much for your support, and I conclude my welcome speech here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fevin. We have with us C.A. Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, who has always been a pillar of support. May I now invite C.A. Jolly Stephen to address the gathering.
Chief guest of the valedictory session, Ms. Jayasri, Chairman of the branch, and other managing committee members, SICASA office bearers, and my dear students. Who will be the happiest man in this convention hall? Who will be the happiest man? No one? I am the happiest man. And I would like to take all the happiness, and I would like to give all the credit to my managing committee and my SICASA committee, along with the office bearers of ICAI Ernakulam branch. Can you give a round of applause? The journey we started around 3-4 months back. As Fevin mentioned here, we had a plan to conduct a national conference. We completed all the formalities and requested the Board of Studies for the national conference. But initially we received a confirmation for mega conference. So we again tried. We again requested the Board of Studies to get a national conference. The second time they allotted. As you know, there is a limitation to allot the national conference. They will normally give 15 or 17 national conference only in a year. So in the second request, we received it. And after receiving the confirmation on national conference, my team means from Babu sir, Deepa ma'am, chairman, all the MCs, my SICASA team, everyone was behind this until this moment. So all this happiness or successful conduct of this national conference was a good experience for me, and experience for even my team also. And as Fevin mentioned here, more than 90% it was successful. I didn't get any major complaints from anybody. Do you have any complaints on the national conference? I didn't get anything. Okay, and we tried to get maximum good speakers, because national conference means learning and networking. So we tried our level best. Even selecting the paper presenters, myself Joby sir and Sandra, we took long hours in office to shortlist who should be the paper percentage. So it was very tight. More than 65 papers we received. So out of that we had to select 12. So the season is not favorable to us. From until even now, everyone is busy. But even then, whatever we are delivering, it should be paka. It should be correct. So we sat together. We have made the judgment, and that was the result. You could see the presentation of all the 12 paper percentages. Give a round of applause. Everyone was absolutely good. And I have all the marks, everything. I have listed who is the winner. But I would say 12 students, all of them are very good. Even if we selected someone, it is a 1 mark. Even one student, it is a 0.5. Okay, 0.5. We had 3 judges. 3 judges. And I would say the session chairman has 40% mark. The other 2 judges are 30-30. That was the score we have made. Even in that also, if one judge, if you judge, maybe slightly different. So we put 3 judges, and the session chairman got more marks. Okay, 40% he will make the score. So these sort of lot of arrangements we have made, and my team meticulously, Vivek was in hospital one day because sleepless nights, as Fevin mentioned. 50% work he was doing, and his office, his father is also practicing chartered account. All the committee members were there in his house and office in the same building. So everyone was there, and we are at this point. And I am not talking too much. We had a very good support from my chairman. My treasurer is not here, because we need a lot of fund. So every time, even half an hour before we are, requesting for fund, even that also they have made all arrangements. So all the support from chairman to, even members also, everyone was supporting. So that is a result. So I took only the happiness. All credits I give it to Babu sir, Deepa ma'am, chairman, vice chairman, all the committee members, and my beloved students. Okay, whatever I have done, it will be good experience for them, because previously I was doing a lot of programs, and also I know a little bit here and there. So I explained everything, how to conduct a program. And you might have seen that I was just sitting here. They will come and ask any doubt. Otherwise, they are the conductors. So give a good round of applause to my committee. I am not mentioning any names. Even the presentations here, or all the backdrops, everything was done by CA students. CA students, Faiz, Digwan, and Shambhu, they were doing all those. It is a highly professional one. So all of them are very good in conducting such a program. So I would like to congratulate each paper percentage. All students came here. More than 1,000 students came here. So for all this support, long way from even from other states, we had students. So congratulations, and thank you for coming here. So once again, I congratulate each one of you. Thank you so much.
Welcome our chief guest for the evening, Ms. Jayashree Shivadas, a renowned film actor. Ms. Jayashree Shivadas has captivated audience through her versatile performances on both big and small screens, and beyond her artistic journey, she stands as an inspiration for her grace, positivity, and perseverance. She is a cost and management accountant. She is well known for her vital roles played by her in the movies Sahasam, Idiyan Chandu, Action Hero Biju, Nitya Harida Nayagan, Idiki Gold, and Brahmaram. She's won the State Film Award and the Film Critics Award for Best Child Artist in 2007 for her performances in the movie Sumangala. She has also directed the music video Ritwa. We're truly privileged to have you with this evening. May I now invite you to address the gathering.
Good evening everyone. സ്റ്റേജിലിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികൾക്കും ഇവിടെ കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഒരുപാട് സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് ഇന്നിവിടെ ഗസ്റ്റായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നതിൽ. കാരണം ആക്ച്വലി ഞാനൊരു മെമ്പർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു CA സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് തന്നെയാണ്. സോ ഇവിടെ ആസ് എ ഗസ്റ്റ് ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നതിലും എന്നെ ഇവിടെ ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ചെയ്തതിലും ഫസ്റ്റ് തന്നെ എ ബിഗ് താങ്ക് യു. സോ CA ആസ്പിരൻസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ CA സ്റ്റുഡൻസിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ വന്ന് ഞാൻ സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് എൻ്റെ ആസ് എ CA എങ്ങനെ എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിലേക്ക് വന്നു, CA ഇന്നത്തെ ഇവിടെ ഒരു എത്രത്തോളം ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ്, ഐ മീൻ എന്താ പറയുക, എത്ര വാല്യൂ എല്ലാവർക്കും കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത് എന്നുള്ളതൊക്കെ ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും കേൾക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഞാൻ CA സ്റ്റുഡൻ്റ് ആണെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ എല്ലാവരും എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് CA പഠിക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലേ, ഓക്കെ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആ ഒരു ടോണിലെ വ്യത്യാസം വലിയൊരു എന്താ പറയുക, നമുക്ക് തോന്നുന്ന ഒരു മോട്ടിവേഷനാണ്. എങ്ങനെയും ഇത് പാസ്സാവണമെന്ന് തോന്നുന്ന ഒരു മോട്ടിവേഷനാണ്. അതുപോലെ പല മോട്ടിവേഷൻസ് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉണ്ടാവും. CA എനിക്ക് ഒരു ഞാൻ കൊമേഴ്സ് എടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് +2 എൻ്റെ ചേട്ടന്മാരൊക്കെ CA പഠിച്ചു തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോഴാണ് എനിക്ക് CA എന്നുള്ളൊരു മോഹം വന്നത്. ആഗ്രഹം മാത്രമാണ് മൈൻഡിൽ കൂടുതലുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്, എഫേർട്ട് ഇട്ടിട്ടില്ല എന്നുള്ള സത്യമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇന്ന് ഞാൻ എന്താ പറയുക, അതിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽ ഞാനൊന്ന് ട്രാക്ക് മാറ്റി CMA പോയി. അതെന്താ വെച്ചാൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ലോങ് ടേം ആലോചിച്ചിട്ട് സിനിമ എന്നുള്ള കരിയറും ഒക്കെ കണക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ആലോചിച്ചിട്ട് എടുത്തൊരു ഡിസിഷനായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ CMA പാസ്സായതിന് ശേഷം CA ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആഗ്രഹമുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അത് ഞാൻ ആർട്ടിക്കിൾഷിപ്പ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായ ആർട്ടിക്കിൾഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ പഠിച്ച് പാസ്സാവുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നോർമലി എല്ലാവരും ചെയ്യാറുള്ളത്. അത് എത്രത്തോളം സ്ട്രഗിളാണെന്നുള്ളത് എനിക്ക് കയറിയപ്പോഴാണ് മനസ്സിലായത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്ലാനിലൊക്കെയാണ് കയറിയത്. പക്ഷേ സിനിമ എന്നുള്ളതൊക്കെ അത്രയും ഡെഡിക്കേറ്റീവായിട്ട് നിർത്താൻ മാത്രമേ പാസ്സാവാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ എന്നുള്ള ബോധം എനിക്ക് കിട്ടി. നിങ്ങളിവിടെ ഇപ്പോൾ പഠിക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം എന്നുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ കൂടുതൽ സംസാരിച്ചിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ള കാര്യം, നിങ്ങൾ ആ ഒരു മോട്ടിവേഷൻ, അതിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽ ഒരുപാട് സ്ട്രഗിൾസ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഈ CAയുടെ സ്ട്രഗിൾ പോലെ തന്നെ ഒരു സ്ട്രഗിളിൽ കൂടെ ഞാനും എന്താ പറയുക കടന്നു പോയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മൾ പല സമയത്ത് ഇങ്ങനെ വീണു പോവും. ഫ്രണ്ട്സിൻ്റെ ഒക്കെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, 1 പ്രാവശ്യം 2 പ്രാവശ്യമൊക്കെ എക്സാം ഇങ്ങനെ ഇതാവുമ്പോൾ ആ സ്ട്രഗിൾ കടന്നു കിട്ടാൻ നിങ്ങളെടുക്കുന്ന ആ സ്ട്രെങ്ത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ഒരു സ്ട്രെങ്ത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉണ്ടാവട്ടെ എന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. അത് കടന്നു പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നവർ ചെയ്യുന്നത് വലിയൊരു ടാസ്ക് തന്നെയാണ് നിങ്ങൾ. അപ്പോൾ അത് കടന്നു പോകുന്നത് തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ വലിയൊരു അച്ചീവ്മെൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ കാണണം. കാരണം നിങ്ങൾ ഇത്രയും കടന്ന് ഫൈനലിലേക്ക് എത്തി. പല ഇൻ്റർപാസ്സായവരും ഫൈനലിസ്റ്റ് ആയവരൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്കത് കൂടുതൽ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ ഒക്കെ കൂടുതൽ മോട്ടിവേഷൻ തരട്ടെ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് കടന്നു പോകാനും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പഠിക്കാനുള്ളൊരു മോട്ടിവേഷനും ഇതിലേക്ക് എത്താനും. ഈ CA പ്രൊഫഷണൽസിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് കുറച്ചൊരു ടെൻഷനുണ്ട് ആക്ച്വലി. ഒരു പ്രൊഫഷണലായിട്ട് ഇരിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ CMA പാസ്സായെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ അത് കണ്ടിന്യൂ അതിൻ്റെ കാര്യങ്ങളായിട്ട് കൂടുതൽ ചെയ്യാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ എനിക്കിവിടെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും സംശയം ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും കിട്ടുമോ എന്നുള്ളതൊക്കെ ആ ഒരു തോട്ടൊക്കെയാണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ കടന്നു പോകുന്ന എൻ്റെ ഒരു തോട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞത്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ഇതേപോലെ കോൺഫറൻസ്, അക്ഷരം പോലെയുള്ള കോൺഫറൻസും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ കൂടുതൽ ഉപകാരപ്രദമാവട്ടെ. കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കാനും ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ എപ്പോഴും അപ്ഡേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് കൊണ്ടിരിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളതൊരു ഫാക്റ്റാണ്. അതിന് ഇത് സഹായമാവട്ടെ. ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കാനും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മോട്ടിവേഷനും അതുപോലെ നോളജ് ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു വേദിയായി മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് ഇത്രയും സ്പീച്ചും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ കേട്ടപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത്. സോ ഇനിയും ഒരുപാട് നല്ല പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് ഇതേപോലെ പങ്കെടുത്ത് അതുപോലെ എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്നൊരു കാര്യം, മെൻ്റൽ ഹെൽത്ത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ മെൻ്റലി ഇതായിട്ടിരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ഈ കൾച്ചറൽ പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആർട്സ് ആയിട്ട് ഭയങ്കര ബന്ധമുള്ളൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിന് ശേഷം കുറേ ആർട്സ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട് എന്നറിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ അതൊരു സന്തോഷമായി. ഞാൻ എക്സാംസിന് ഞാൻ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ 1 മാസമൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. 1 മാസം തന്നെ ഞാൻ എല്ലാത്തിൽ നിന്നും മാറിയിരുന്ന് പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാകുന്നൊരു സ്ട്രെസ്സ് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ എത്രയോ നാളായി എത്രയോ മാസങ്ങൾ ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി മാറ്റിവെച്ച് പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന സ്ട്രെസ്സ് ഊഹിക്കാവുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ സ്ട്രെസ്സിനുള്ളൊരു റിലീഫ് ആവട്ടെ ഇതൊക്കെ, ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷനും ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു നെറ്റ്വർക്കിങ്ങും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ എന്നുള്ളത് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. അങ്ങനെ കുറേ കണക്ഷൻസ് കിട്ടി ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാനും നിങ്ങളുടെ മൈൻഡ് റിലാക്സ് ആവാനും ഒക്കെ ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള കൾച്ചറൽ പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് നിങ്ങളെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യട്ടെ. ലൈഫ് അതും കൂടിയാണല്ലോ, ആ ബാലൻസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റണം. അതാണ് എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം. കാരണം ബാക്കി കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് ആധികാരികമായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കാൻ എനിക്കറിവില്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് കൊണ്ടും എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യം വെച്ചിട്ട് പറയാണ്. മെൻ്റലി ഹെൽത്തായിട്ടിരിക്കുക, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഹെൽത്തി ആയിട്ടിരിക്കുക, റിലാക്സ്ഡ് ആയിട്ട് പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റുക എന്നുള്ളത് ഭയങ്കര ആവശ്യമുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. എന്നാലാണ് നമുക്കത് ഈസി ആയിട്ട് കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്ത് എത്താൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ആയാലും അത് വേണം. ഇവിടെ ഇത്രയും സ്ട്രെസ് എടുത്തിട്ട് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു, അതൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നതോടുകൂടി എല്ലാവർക്കും ഹാപ്പി ആൻഡ് പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ലൈഫ് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ബാലൻസ് എല്ലാവർക്കും കണ്ടെത്താൻ പറ്റട്ടെ എന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. സോ ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് എൻ്റെ ഇതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് എനിക്ക് സംസാരിക്കാനുള്ളത്. കൂടുതൽ എനിക്ക് എന്താ തോന്നുന്നത് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇത്രയും പ്രൊഫഷണൽസിന് മുമ്പിലും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇത്രയും പഠിക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ മുമ്പിൽ വെച്ച് ഞാൻ എന്താ സംസാരിക്കേണ്ടത് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ഭയങ്കര കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ഞാൻ സാധാരണ ഇങ്ങനെയൊന്നുമല്ല ഞാൻ സംസാരിക്കാറുള്ളത്. എനിക്ക് ആർട്ടുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് സംസാരിക്കാനാണ് കൂടുതൽ താല്പര്യം, ആഗ്രഹം. ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും അതായിട്ട് കണക്ട് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന കാരണം. പക്ഷേ CA സ്റ്റുഡൻ്റ് ആണ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു പോയിന്റ് മാത്രമാണ് എന്നെ ഇവിടെ കണക്ട് ആക്കുന്ന കാര്യം. സിക്കാസയായിട്ട് പ്രോഗ്രാംസും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി എനിക്കധികമില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഞാനിതിൻ്റെ ഈ ഒരു ഫാമിലിയുടെ ഭാഗമാണല്ലോ എന്ന് തോന്നിയപ്പോൾ ഒരു സന്തോഷം തോന്നി. സോ ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ ഇതുപോലെ പ്രോഗ്രാംസിന് ഞാനൊരു CA പാസ്സായിട്ട് ഇതുപോലൊരു സിക്കാസ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു അസോസിയേഷൻ നടത്തുന്ന പ്രോഗ്രാമിന് എത്താൻ പറ്റട്ടെ എന്നുള്ള ആഗ്രഹത്തോടു കൂടിയാണ് ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഇറങ്ങുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ ഈ പ്രൊഫഷണൽസിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം ഇവിടെ പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് CA പ്രൊഫഷണലായിട്ട് എൻ്റെ മുന്നിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാവാൻ പറ്റട്ടെ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. താങ്ക് യു ഫോർ ഹാവിങ് മീ. താങ്ക് യു.
Is Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI to deliver the Chairman's address.
My dear students, a very, very warm good evening to each one of you. Respected film actor, Chashri Shivadas, so happy that you are in our midst, and very, very happy to know that you are a CA student. So, very happy to be here with you. And SICASA team, I'm so proud that I'm the chairman of a branch with such a vibrant student community. I'm so proud that the SICASA team led by our managing committee member Jolly Stephen has so successfully organized this wonderful national conference by the name Akshara, and it's very successful culmination with so many good speakers. It's been extremely pleasant experience for all of us managing committee members, all of the members here, to notice this wonderful performances that were done by all of you here in the last 2 days. My deep appreciation let me first start by appreciating the people behind designing that R. That R, only now I came to know that it encompasses 3 languages. R in English, Hindi and Malayalam. It was such a wonderful thought process, and I must congratulate Zigwan, Faiz and Shambhu for designing the thought, for designing such a wonderful logo for this 2-day national conference. I also appreciate this enormous hard work put in by the Vice Chairman Fevin, ever so pleasant, Secretary Vivek, the extreme hard work that you have put in, that you've ended up in a hospital for a couple of days. Treasurer Alfie, Joint Secretary Akshay and team, so happy that you have worked so hard to fulfill this dream of Jolly Stephen in the successful organizing this seminar. I'm sure the experience and the exposure that you have gained from organizing this conference of this magnitude and scale will surely lead you to organize much more successful organizations, and you will definitely be true leaders in future. Absolutely no doubt about it. The MC desk led by Anjana and team, excellent. The inaugural session of yesterday was so fabulously done, and it came up a lot of appreciation for all the members that were present here. Thank you very much. The first time that we have all come across a live national ICAI motto song and national anthem lively sung. It was a wonderful idea. the president, the vice chairman, the chairman board of studies, vice chairman, so impressed by the thought process and the way it was executed. Thank you very much for all that wonderful execution of the national anthem. It was actually an eye-opener for the president and the team from the head office that such a thing can happen. So my sincere appreciation for all that entire team who has made it possible. In fact, it was a very, very unique idea of our SICASA chairman and his team. Now, the paper presenters, each of the sessions were wonderfully thought out, and the speakers were very well selected from a large list of presenters that you have received. In fact, I heard about 3 or 4 sessions. It was all very well executed and of very high quality. I'm sure all the students who have come here would have gained a lot of insights from the paper presenters here. And the chairman of the sessions were also very carefully selected, and they have given a lot of insights which will be very, very valuable for all of you in the future. I once again thank each one of you for participating in this conference. Once again, I thank I congratulate the SICASA team for this successful organization and culmination of this wonderful national conference. Thank you very much.
Respected Chief Guest of the evening, Parvati, Sir Jayasri, my own chairman Anand sir, and my colleagues in managing committee and SICASA team. Now we stand with a mind full of accomplishment. It's a joint effort of each one of you, led by the SICASA chairman, Jolly Stephen. We know his organizing capabilities. He took 3 months his dream of 3 months come true to today. Now we witnessed a joint effort of each one of you, which will pave the way to the success of this program. And it is happy for me to be a part of it and to see what is happening here. There are so many presenters here from pan-India basis. The few were winners already selected, but your joint effort is proven. You have gained something additionally. It's true. Also, yesterday we have a blood donation camp. It's one of the first activity in SICASA program. It is well appreciated by the Board of Studies Chairman and the ICAI President. Hearty congratulations to each one of you who have participated in that. One more thing, you keep the positive momentum, the networking, the capability you enjoy this day in your coming forward, and be proud members of the institute going forward. Thank you, each one of you.
Ernakulam branch, CA Anand AS, Chief Guest of the evening, graceful Jayasri Shivdas, my dear members, fellow dignitaries on the dais, my dear children. It fills me with immense pride. You know, every year SICASA raises the bar. Last year I was the chairman for SICASA. This year when I come back and see, the bar is raised, and I know Jolly is a fantastic organizer, very precise, very meticulous. He does it to the core, so it was safe hands, and Jolly, you've done a fantastic performance. I think credits to Jolly and his entire team. I would say my children here, Fevin, Akshay, Vivek, Anjana, all the people that I know, all of them who have been consistently performing for SICASA. Fantastic. I think all credits to each one of you, the core committee of SICASA, who has put in tireless efforts in making this conference a success. Aksharam has been action-packed, to be precise. Magnificent inauguration with His Excellency, the Governor, Honorable Chief Justice, and the President of ICAI, ending with a star-studded valedictory. I'm sure this has been a wonderful program. A lot of takeaways, and I was also happy to participate in the session on the motivational session along with Shalini Warrior ma'am. Thank you so much, and all the very best to each of you. I could hear a couple of paper presentations, well thought out topics, and the presentations were excellent. In fact, very technology driven presentations, excellent. All the very best to all of you.
Thank you so much, Rupesh sir. May I now invite CA Dubin Divya Kumar, Member SICASA, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI to address the gathering.
Good evening all. Respected Chief Guest Jayasri, Chairman Anand Sir, SICASA Chairman Jolis Stephen, my dear MC members, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, speakers for the session, and my SICASA core team, and my dear students. It was a great effort the SICASA team has put in to pull off an event of this stature with having the chief guest like West Bengal Governor Anand Bose, then the judge Devendra Amendran sir, and the film actress Jayasri. To pull off such an event, they have put in a lot of hard work. The applause won't be enough for their efforts they have put in. The efforts to even taking the topics, for selecting the topics, they have taken long time. They have, for selecting the speakers, they have, for shortlisting from 65 to 12 speakers, then to select the session judges, session speakers, everything they have put in lot of hard works. The efforts they have put in has made a great ending. This 2-day national conference was the outcome of your efforts has fulfilled. And congrats to Jolly Stephen sir for guiding them to put in these efforts and to pull off such an event. It was great effort. Even in night, whenever I go to Vivek's office come residence, these whole students will be there. Will be what you do. Everything, all team will be doing each items. Some will be designing, some will be curating what to do. Hands off to you guys. The efforts was awesome. So, and that too in a tax audit season, when the principal hardly allows them to get out of the office. After the office hours, putting in the hard work till 8 p.m., they have to go to the Vivek's office to put in the hard work for aksharam. That was an effort, uncomparable efforts you have put in. So, all congrats to you guys, and Jolly Stephen to come from Kaladi to Vivek's office every day and to guide them. Everything was awesome. Congrats to each one of you, and for the calling each officers and getting more than 1,000 students to participate in this office and to rope in the speakers from all over India. Everything was perfect. The program was conducted the program was in a rhythm. Actually, absolute rhythm. So congrats to each one of you.
It's time to celebrate excellence. We move on to the prize distribution ceremony to recognize and honor outstanding performances, contributions of students who made a mark during this conference. May I please request our chief guest, Ms. Jayasri Shivadas, to kindly award the winners. I request the management committee members of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI to kindly occupy the dais. Huge round of applause for Ms. Anita Joseph, winner for Technical Session 1, Startup Ecosystem. Hearty congratulations to you, Anita. Winner for Technical Session 2, Corporate Law and Governance, Mr. Jacob C. George. A huge round of applause for Mr. Jacob C. George, winner of Technical Session 2, Corporate Law and Governance. Hearty congratulations to you, Jacob. Winner of Technical Session 3, annual report decoded from figures to insights, Mr. Ryan. Let's give a huge round of applause for Mr. Ryan, winner of Technical Session 3, Annual Report Decoded from Figures to Insights. Hearty congratulations to you, Ryan. Winner of Technical Session 4, AI and Technology, Ms. Shiksha Modi. Let's give a huge round of applause for Ms. Shiksha Modi, winner of Technical Session 4, AI and Technology. Hearty congratulations to you, Shiksha. Congratulations to all the winners. Let's give them a big round of applause. Let me invite C.A. Jolly Stephen, Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Ms. Jayasree Shivadas, with a memento as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. We're so happy and privileged to have you with us today. As this national conference draws to a close, let's take a moment to reflect on what these 2 days have meant: learning, laughter, connections, and a renewed sense of purpose. Let me invite Mr. Vivek Jacob Abraham, Secretary, Ernakulam branch of SICASA of ICAI, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, my dear friends, and what my previous vice chairman had told, the diamond pillars of SICASA, welcome. I take this opportunity to thank each and everyone who are present here, who had made Aksharam a grand success. I take this privilege, I feel it as my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks before this August gathering. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank our conference director, C.A. Babu Abraham Kalluvel. Sir had been behind us, supporting us for the previous 3 months before starting the planning of this conference. From the starting onwards, Sir was with us for every nooks and corners, for every details, or for every discussions. Thank you, sir, for your support. I take this opportunity to thank C.A. Deepa Varghese, Secretary, SIRC of ICAI, for her continuous support with us. Thank you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to thank C.A. Anand A.S., Chairman, Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI. Thank you, sir, for being our support and being with us for making this Aksharam a grand success. I take this opportunity to thank our dear SICASA Chairman, C.A. Jolly Stephen, for being with us and for being the main organizing force behind Aksharam, and for making Aksharam a grand success like this. You are the only reason, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I take this opportunity to thank each and every members of the managing committee of Ernakulam branch of SIRC of ICAI for their continuous support behind us, and for every things that, for whatever decisions we asked them for their approval and everything, even for this conference also, for every things we asked, they discussed, they gave their review about it, and we made the we made the corrections that they suggested, and also, and that's the reason the event came to become a grand success like this. Thank you, managing committee members. I take this opportunity to thank our ICAI office bearers, Shinuchetan, Shilpa Chechi, and the whole team. They were with us throughout the whole 3 months. Actually, I was behind Shinuchetan for so long, and if you look his phone record, I will be the main person calling him every day, asking any doubt. So thank you Shinuchetan, for being the true support behind Aksharam. You are also a reason for this grand success. Now I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of the core committee, the organizing committee of Aksharam, from the initial planning to the kit setting which we did yesterday, to the overall planning, overall arrangements, everything, all were done picture perfectly by each one of you. All of you gave your contributions. All your contributions came together and made this event a grand success. Each and every one, you should be really proud of your achievement which you have given. I take this opportunity to thank the chief guest of our valedictory ceremony, CMA Jayasri, who is a cine actress, and also we are so glad to know that you are also a CA student and finished your CA articleship. Really happy to know that. Thank you so much, ma'am, to being amidst us. I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of the paper presenters who have flown all over from outside Kerala. We had nearly 5 members outside who are outside Keralites, and thank you each and every of the 12 members who did their presentations really well and made Aksharam a grand success. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to thank all the motivational session and special session speakers. I am not specifying any names. Each and every sessions were really picture perfect, and we had really good number of eminent faculties also on stage. Thank you everyone for being with us. And to all the diamond pillars, the audience, thank you everyone for being with us. And also during the previous 2 months, many of our committee members, our volunteers, had visited your offices and invited you all to Aksharam. And you all were really happy and really glad to say that you will attend Aksharam. And I am seeing many faces which I had seen that time. Thank you for being with us and making this event a grand success. I take this opportunity to thank our event sponsor, Unimoney, our event partners, Wonderla and also Pothis. Thank you for being with us. Our venue partner, Gokulam, and the technical team, the light and sound team, the camera. Thank you so much for making this event a grand success. And if I have missed anyone, I'm really sorry. I know all of you are waiting for the cultural event. So in one word, a big thank you to each and everyone present here for making Aksharam the grand success that you have seen today. Thank you so much.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
കാര്യമില്ലെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കേട്ടു. നന്നായി കള്ളം പറയാൻ പഠിച്ചല്ലേ. താലി കിട്ടിയൊരു ഭാര്യ എവിടെ ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ള കാര്യം മറന്നതോ അതോ എപ്പോഴും ജോലിയിൽ മാത്രം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കാതെ കുറച്ചൊക്കെ എന്നെ കുറിച്ചും ചിന്തിക്കേ. എന്നെ സ്വന്തം സീതാ മഹാലക്ഷ്മി.
സീത മേലെ മേഘപാളി താഴെ മഞ്ഞു തൂകി നിന്നെ മൂടി നിൽക്കേ നേരം നിന്നു പോയി ഏതോ മായ പോയി ഒന്നായി നാം നടക്കേ നദിയോളങ്ങൾ കാണാത്ത കൊലുസുകളായി കാറ്റിൻ സാരംഗി മൂളുന്നു മധുരിതമായി നിനക്കു വേണ്ടി പ്രപഞ്ചമേ നിൽക്കയായി.
നമ്മുടെ പൂന്തോട്ടോ രാമനോട് പിണങ്ങിയിരിക്കാം. നിങ്ങൾ പോയ ശേഷം ഒരു പൂ പോലും പൂത്തിട്ടില്ല. സങ്കടാവുന്നു. വരുമ്പോ ഒരുപാട് പൂമ്പാറ്റകളെ കൊണ്ടുവരോ.
പൂക്കൾ പൂക്കും തരുണം മാറുയിരേ பார்த்ததாருமில்லை புலரும் காலை பொழுதை முழுமதையும் பிறந்த போவதில்லையே நேற்று வரை நேரம் போகவில்லையே உனதருகே நேரம் போகவில்லை எதுவும் பேசவில்லையே இன்றேனோ எதுவும் தோன்றவில்லை இது எதுவோ
കുരുക്ഷേത്രത്തിൽ രാവണ സംഹാരം, ആ യുദ്ധഭൂമിയിൽ സീതാ സ്വയംവരം.
നീ കവിതകളാ കനവുകളാ കയൽവിഴിയേ நான் நிகழ்வதுவா கடந்ததுவா பதில் மொழியே உன்னோடு நெஞ்சம் உறவாடும் வேளை தண்ணீர் கமலம் தானா.
സീതാ മഹാലക്ഷ്മി, പ്രിൻസസ് നൂർജഹാന. എനിക്ക് ഞാൻ എഴുതിയ കത്തില് സീതാ മഹാലക്ഷ്മി ആവണം.
सदा चलियाई प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए
സി ഞാൻ എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്? അവന് ഞാനേ ഉള്ളൂ.
നേരം കാറ്റിന്റെ വാതിൽ ചാരാതെ പോകുന്നു. മാമ്പൂക്കൾ പൂക്കൾ നീഹാരം പെയ്യാറാവെന്തേ നീറുന്നു.
ആരെങ്കിലും ഇവിടുന്ന് പോകുന്നല്ലോ അത് സാറായിരിക്കും, ഞാനായിരിക്കില്ല. വൈദ്യുവേ, എനിക്ക് വേണ്ടി മരിക്കുന്നവരെ കാത്തിരിക്കാൻ ഒരാളെന്ന് ഞാൻ അനാഥനല്ല സാർ.
ഒരു ജന്മം നിന്നെ ഞാനും അറിയാതെ പോകേ.
വാഴ്വിൽ കനലാളും പോലെ ഉരുകുന്നൊരു മോഹം നീയേ.
നെഞ്ചുലഞ്ഞ മുറിവിലായി മെല്ലെ മെല്ലെ തഴുകുവാ. നിലവാകാ നിഴലാകാ.
മണ്ണടിയും നാൾ വരെ കൂടെ കാവലായി കണ്ണേ നിന്നെ കാക്കാം.
സ്വപ്നം നീ സ്വന്തം നീ. സ്വർഗം നീ സർവം നീ.
എന്റെ ഭാര്യ സീതാമലക്ഷ്മിക്ക് ഈ സീതാരാമ കഥയിലെ അവസാന അധ്യായമാണിത്. ഈ കത്ത് നിന്നിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ അല്പം താമസിച്ചു പോയി സീത.
மரணம் ஒன்று உயிரை கொண்டு போனதே. உயரமான கனவு இன்று அறையில் வீழ்ந்து போனதே. இசையும் போனது, திமிரும் போனது, தனிமை தீரே வாடினேன். நிழலும் போனது, நிஜமும் போனது, எனக்குள் எனையே தேடினேன்.
നീ എന്നെ മറക്കണം. ഇത് നീ വായിക്കുമ്പോഴേക്കും ഞാനുണ്ടാവില്ല.
கலைவதேனோ கரங்கள் கனமாய் கரைவதேனோ. நினைவே நினைவே கரைவதேனோ. எனது உலகம் உடைவதேனோ.
ആരുമില്ലാത്തൊരു പാവപ്പെട്ട പട്ടാളക്കാരന് വേണ്ടി എല്ലാം വിട്ടെറിഞ്ഞു വന്ന രാജകുമാരിയോട് ഈ ജന്മത്തിൽ യാത്ര ചോദിക്കുന്നു പ്രിൻസസ് നൂർജഹാൻ.
रंगरेज तेरे रंग दरिया में, ओ रंगरेज तेरे रंग दरिया में डूबना है बस तेरा बनके. है नहीं रहना दूजा बनके. एक भी सांस अलग नहीं लेनी. एक भी सांस अलग नहीं लेनी. खींच लेना प्राण से तन के. है नहीं रहना दूजा बन के. अपने ही रंग में मुझको रंग दे, धीमे धीमे रंग में मुझको रंग देना, रंग देना, रंग देना। अपने ही रंग में मुझको रंग दे, धीमे धीमे रंग में मुझको रंग दे, सांधे सांधे रंग में मुझको रंग दे, रंग देना, रंग देना, रंग देना। എന്നിലെ വെളിച്ചവും നീയേ, മുത്തായി നീ മിന്നണ മാലയല്ലേ, എന്നിലെ ഇഷ്കിന്റെ നൂരേ, ആരും കാണാളിയും നീയേ, എൻ്റെ കിതാബിലെ പെണ്ണേ, എൻ്റെ കിതാബിലെ പെണ്ണേ.
പ്രേമിക്കുമ്പോൾ നീയും ഞാനും നീരിൽ വീഴും പൂക്കൾ, ഓളങ്ങൾ തൻ ഏതോ തേരിൽ പകലറിയാതിരവറിയാതൊഴുകുകയല്ലോ, അലയുകയല്ലോ.
പ്രളയത്തിനാൽ മാത്രമെരിയുന്ന ജീവന്റെ തിരികളുണ്ടാത്മാവിന
മാണിക്കച്ചിറകുള്ള മാറത്ത് കുറിയുള്ള വായാടി പക്ഷിക്കൂട്ടം വന്നു പോയി. കാടുന്നു കാണാനായി കൂടുന്നു കൂട്ടാനായി ആകാശപ്പുഴ നീന്തി തുടിച്ചു പോയി. ഏഹേ കണ്ടു മനനിര, ഓഹോ കണ്ടു താഴ്വര, മാമരം കണ്ടേ ചോല കണ്ടേ ഇലകൾ കണ്ടേ കായ്കളും ഓയ് തന്തിനത്താനേ താനാനേ തന്തിനത്താനേ നാനേ താനേ ഓയ് തന്തിനത്താനേ താനാനേ തന്തിനത്താനേ നാനേ താനേ. ഉന്നതാന കായമെങ്കും തന്നാലെ ആരിപ്പോണ മായമെന്ന പൊന്മാനേ പൊന്മാനേ என்ன காயமான போதும் என் மேனி தாங்கிக் கொள்ளும் உந்தன் மேனி தாங்காது செந்தேனே. எந்த காதல் எண்ணி வென்று சொல்லாமல் அங்கே அழகி வந்தது. எந்த சோகம் என்னை தாக்கும் எறும்பு போது வந்து அழுகி நின்றது. மனிதர் உணர்ந்து கொள்ள இது மனித காதல் அல்ல, அதையும் தாண்டி புனிதமானது. தாலாட்டும் சாமியே நான் தானே தெரியுமா, சிவகாமியே சிவனில் நீயும் பாதியே அதுவும் உனக்கு புரியுமா. சுபலாலி லாலியே லாலி லாலியே அபிராமி லாலியே லாலி லாலியே. ஓஹோ கண்மணி அன்போடு காதலன் நான் எழுதும் கடிதமே. பொன்மணி உன் வீட்டில் சௌக்கியமா, நான் எந்த சௌக்கியமே. மின்சாரமில்லாமல் பிறக்கின்ற தீபம் போல் மேனி கொண்ட மின்மினிகள் அதிசயமே. உடலுக்குள் எங்கே உயிருள்ளதென்பதும் உயிருக்குள் காதல் எங்குள்ளதென்பதும் நினைத்தால் நினைத்தால் அதிசயமே. கல் தோன்றி மண் தோன்றி கடல் தோன்றி உண்டான உண்டான காதல் அதிசயம். ஓ 16 வயதான பருவத்தில் எல்லோர்க்கும் பழகின்ற காதல் அதிசயம். ഏതേതോ ഗന്ധർവന്റെ ഓട പുൽത്തണ്ടിൽ പാടാം പതിയേ. നക്ഷത്രങ്ങൾ നാണം കൊള്ളും
മാണിക്യക്കാട്ടിൽ പാടാം നിനക്കായി. ഓ ഒരു
കാതൽ കാറ്റായി മെല്ലെ കാതിൽ ചൊല്ലാമോ,
ഒരു കണ്ണീർ മുത്തായി എന്നെ താരാട്ടാമോ, ഒരു കിന്നരഗാനം മൂടിയൊളിക്കും കുയിലിനു വേണ്ടി പാടാം. അമ്പിളിമാനത്തമ്പി നിലാവേ പോലെ ഒരു കുമ്പിളി നിറയെ കൂവളമൊട്ടുകൾ കോർത്തു മെനഞ്ഞതു നീട്ടാം. കൈതവരം ഭക്തിത്തിരി നേരം
നിമിഷങ്ങൾ തതികിടത്തേ ദിത്തിത്തേ തതികിടത്തേ ദിത്തിത്തേ തതികിടത്തേ ദിത്തിത്തേ തതികിടത്തേ 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 ദികിട 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 ദിത്തത്ത ദിന്തത്ത ദിത്തേ ത ദിത്ത ദികിട പാട്ടും കൊട്ടും പാട്ടുകളും കണ്ടവരും നാട്യങ്ങളും ദ്രമിത തത്തേ തേ ഓം ദ്രമിത തത്തേ തേ ഓം ദ്രമിത തത്തേ തേ ഓം ദ്രമിത തത്തേ തേ ഓം തദ്ദിം തത്ത ദ്രിമികിട തദ്ദിം തത്ത ദ്രിമികിട തദ്ദിം തത്ത ദ്രിമികിട തദ്ദിം തത്ത ദ്രിമികിടതേ ദ്രിമികിടതേ ദ്രിമികിട തദ്ദിം തത്ത ദ്രിമികിട തദ്ദിം തത്ത ദ്രിമികിടതേ തിതാത്തും തേ തിതാത്തും തേ തിതാത്തും തേ തിതാത്തും തളാമ്പുതകുന്തരിതോ തളാമ്പുതകുന്തരിതോ ദ്രിമികിട കുകുന്തരി തളാമ്പുതകുന്തരി ജഗണം ലകണം 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 ലകുന്തരി ജകുന്തരി ജഗം ദ്രിമികിട ആട്ടം കൊട്ടും പാട്ടുകളും കണ്ടവരും നാട്യങ്ങളും എല്ലാമിൽ പാരവശ്യം പാരം വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കുന്നു കാണ്ട കമനി മണി അനുപമ മഴമുകിൽ പേമാരി ചൊരിയുന്നു മഴമുകിൽ പേമാരി ചൊരിയുന്നു മയിലുകൾ ചാടിയൻ മനോവേദ വളർത്തുന്നു ചാടിയൻ മനോവേദ വളർത്തുന്നു മണിരഥം തന്നിൽ പ്രിയ അണഞ്ഞില്ലല്ലോ ഓ മണിരഥം തന്നിൽ പ്രിയ അണഞ്ഞില്ലല്ലോ മണിവാദ
കുഞ്ഞോളം തുള്ളി വന്നൊരഴകായി എൻ മുന്നിൽ മിന്നി വന്ന കവിതേ.
പണ്ടത്തെ പാട്ടുറങ്ങുമൊരു മൺവീഴയാണെന്റെ മാനസം.
അന്നിന്നിൽ പൂവണിഞ്ഞ മൃദുസല്ലാപമല്ലോ നിൻ സ്വരം.
എന്നിട്ടും നീ എന്നോടിന്ന് മിണ്ടാത്തതെന്താണ്?
പൊന്നാമ്പൽ പുഴയിറമ്പിൽ നമ്മൾ അന്നാദ്യം കണ്ടതോർമ്മയില്ലേ? കുഞ്ഞോളം തുള്ളി വന്നൊരഴകായി എൻ മുന്നിൽ മിന്നി വന്ന കവിതേ. കരിമിഴി കുരുവിയെ കണ്ടീല, നിൻ ചിരിമണി ചിലമ്പൊലി കേട്ടീല, നീ പണ്ടേ എന്നോടൊന്നും മിണ്ടീല. കരിമിഴി കുരുവിയെ കണ്ടീല, നിൻ ചിരിമണി ചിലമ്പൊലി കേട്ടീല, നീ പണ്ടേ എന്നോടൊന്നും മിണ്ടീല. കുരുവിയെ കണ്ടീല, നിൻ ചിരിമണി ചിലമ്പൊലി കേട്ടീല, നീ പണ്ടേ എന്നോടൊന്നും മിണ്ടീല. ചന്തം പൊന്നാമ്പൽ ചമയം നിന്നാണച്ചിമിഴിൽ കണ്ടീല.
കാണാക്കടവിൽ പൊന്നൂഞ്ഞാൽ പടിയിൽ നിന്നോട് ചിന്തം കേട്ടീല.
ഓ കളപ്പുരക്കോലയിൽ നീ കാത്തു നിന്നില്ല. പാട്ടൊന്നും പാടില്ല,
പാട്ടുള്ളി പെയ്തില്ല.
പാട്ടൊന്നും പാടില്ല,
പാട്ടുള്ളി പെയ്തില്ല.
നീ പണ്ടേ എന്നോടൊന്നും മിണ്ടീല. നീ പണ്ടേ എന്നോടൊന്നും മിണ്ടീല. മിണ്ടീല, മിണ്ടീല, നീ പണ്ടേ എന്നോടൊന്നും മിണ്ടീല. കരിമിഴി കുരുവിയെ കണ്ടീല, നിൻ ചിരിമണി ചിലമ്പൊലി കേട്ടീല.
छनक छनक छन छनक खनक खन छनक छनक खनक खन.
मेरा झुमका उठा के लाया यार वे, जो गिरा था बरेली के बाजार में. मैं तो झुमका लगा के शर्मा गई, बोली घूम कर बता दे के मैं आ गई. मुझको लौटा के नाच ले, आजा नाच ले मेरी यार, तू नच ले. छनक छनक छनकार हो, नच ले मेरे यार, तू नच ले. अब तो लुटा है बाजार.
இந்த பஞ்சாயத்தில் ஹுங்கு பெருத்தவள் அறிவளோ, அந்த துஞ்சாரத்துள்ள கொம்பத்தை வம்பத்தி அறிவளோ, പണ്ട് ആദാമിനെ കൊണ്ടാപ്പിള് വിധിച്ച പെണ്ണിവളോ, അന്നേ അണിന്റെ വാരിയൽ ഉരിക്കാൻ വന്നൊരു പെണ്ണിവളോ, കൊഞ്ചം വിവരക്കേടും കാമ്പും പിന്നെ അഹന്ത പേരും കൂമ്പും എന്ന് മുരുട്ടിക്കുഴച്ച് കഴിച്ചു കൊടുത്ത പെണ്ണിവളോ, 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 പെണ്ണിവളോ.
എന്നെ ഓർമ്മയുണ്ടോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക്? ഓർമ്മയില്ല. ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് ചേട്ടാ, ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് ചേട്ടാ, എവിടെ? എന്നെ ഓർമ്മയുണ്ടോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക്? ഇല്ല. എന്നാ ശരി, ബാ. ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ 10 മിനിറ്റ് പെർഫോമൻസ് ആണ് എൻ്റെ. 10 മിനിറ്റ് പെർഫോമൻസ്. ആരും ഡു നോട്ട് ഈവൻ ഗെറ്റ് അപ്പ് ഫോർ വാഷ്റൂം ഓൾസോ. ഓക്കെ, വി വിൽ ലിസൺ ഫുൾ പാട്ട് 10 മിനിറ്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടേ പോകാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഓക്കെ, റെഡി? ഓക്കെ, ഇഫ് യു നോ ദ സോങ് സിംഗ് അലോങ്. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, പിന്നെ ഡാൻസ് ഓഫ് കോഴ്സ്. ഓക്കെ, ആട്ടാ തുടങ്ങിക്കോ. ചന്ദ്രചൂഡ ശിവശങ്കര പാർവതി രമണ നിനഗേ നമോ നമോ. ചന്ദ്രചൂഡ ശിവശങ്കര പാർവതി രമണ നിനഗേ നമോ നമോ. സുന്ദരതര പിനാകധര ഹര സുന്ദരതര പിനാക ധര ഹര ഗംഗാധര ഗജ ചർമാഭരധര ഗംഗാധര ധര ചർമാഭരധര. ചന്ദ്രചൂഡ ശിവശങ്കര പാർവതി രമണ നിനഗേ നമോ നമോ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് പാട്ട് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഒരു ശൃംഗാരഭാവ. അവരെ നോക്കിനാൽ എവരെ നാടുവേൻ കണ്ണാടി മുന്നിன்று பார்த்து கொண்டே ஒன்றார்க செய்திட ஒரு 100 நாடகம் ஒத்திகைகள் செய்து எதிர்பார்த்திருந்தேன். எதிர்பாராமலே அவன் எதிர்பாராமலே அவன் ஓ சுருற்றி விட்டு பூல கொண்டு பெருவாயன் எந்த வாயோட வாய்ப்பதித்தான். இந்த பூலோகம் என்றொரு பொருளுள்ளதை இந்த பூங்கோதை மறந்தானடே. உன்னை காணாத நான் என்று நான் இல்லையே, விதையில்லாமல் வேறில்லையே. நிஜம் காண்கின்றவான் கூட நிஜமல்ல, நிஜம் சேர்க்கும் கடால் கூட சுகமல்ல. நீ இல்லாமல் நான் இல்லையே, உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல். கமலனிசா நீதா பாம கமரிகரிசா, கமலனிசா நீதா பாம கமரிகரிசா, கமலனிசா. നെക്സ്റ്റ് പാട്ട് എന്റെ വേറെ മുഖം കാണിക്കട്ടെ. റെഡിയല്ലേ? कहना ही क्या ये नैन एक अनजान से जो मिले, चलने लगे मोहब्बत के जैसे ये सिलसिले, अरमान ऐसे दिल में खिले जिनको कभी मैं न जानूं, वो हमसे हम उनसे कभी ना मिले, कैसे उन्हें दिल न जानूं, अब क्या करे क्या नाम ले, कैसे उन्हें मैं पुकारूं. என் கண்களை பலித்து கொண்டும் ஏன் இன்னும் பேசவில்லை. कहना है क्या കുരുവാളിക്കിളിയേ കുരുവാളിക്കിളിയേ കുക്കുരു കുരു കുരു കൂവി കുറുകി കുന്നുനിലത്തെ ഊയല്ലാടി കൂടുമറുക്കി കൂട്ടുവിളിക്കുന്നേ, മാരൻ നിന്നെ കൂകി കുറുകി കൂട്ടുവിളിക്കുന്നേ, കുക്കുരു കുരു കുരു കൂവി കുറുകി കുന്നുനിലത്തെ ഊയല്ലാടി കൂടുമറുക്കി കൂട്ടുവിളിക്കുന്നേ, മാരൻ നിന്നെ കൂകി കുറുകി കൂട്ടുവിളിക്കുന്നേ.
തങ്കക്കൊലുസല്ലേ കുറുകും കുയിലല്ലേ മാരണമയിലല്ലേ, തങ്കക്കൊലുസല്ലേ കുറുകും കുയിലല്ലേ മാരണമയിലല്ലേ.
देखते हैं तन मेरा मन में छुपती है नजर, होठ से ले जाते उनके नर्म होठों से, मगर गिनते रहती हूँ मैं अपनी करवटों के सिलसिले, क्या करो कैसे कहो रात कब कैसे. നെഞ്ചിനിലെ പൂഞ്ചല് നാണങ്ങൾ എൻ കണ്ണിലെ, സിവന്തത് എൻ മണ്ണിലെ, ജാനുനാ 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 സകേലി ജിയാ ജലെ ജാഗലെ, ജിയാ ജലെ ജാ ജലെ. പാടണം. പെരുന്നാൾ നിലാവ് കൊണ്ടൊരുമാൽ തീർത്ത സൈനവ, ഞാനരളിമാല കൊണ്ടു നിന്നെ കെട്ടിയിട്ടാലോ. പെരുന്നാൾ നിലാവ് കൊണ്ടൊരുമാൽ തീർത്ത സൈനവ, ഞാനരളിമാല നിനക്കു വേണ്ടി കോർത്തെടുത്തല്ലോ. ഇനി താരകങ്ങളെ തിരുസാക്ഷിയാക്കി ഞാൻ നിന്നെ ഇന്നു സ്വന്തമാക്കും എൻ്റെ സൈനവ. ഓ സൈനവ, അഴകുള്ള സൈനവ, ഇളമാക്കിടാവു പോലെ വന്നു നിന്നു നീ. സൈനവ സൈനവ സൈനവ. ഇനി നമുക്കൊന്ന് ഡാൻസ് ആടാം. കരളിൻ്റെ കരള് എന്നോടൊന്നു ചിരിക്കും കിളിയേ, മാനസ കിളിയെ വെറുതെ അങ്ങു കിണുങ്ങാൻ. അങ്ങനെ നീ കളമ്പാതടി കുറുമ്പി എൻ്റെ സ്നേഹിതയാണു നീ. കരളേ കരളിൻ്റെ കരളെ എന്നോടൊന്നു കിളിയേ, മാനസ കിളിയെ വെറുതെ അങ്ങു കിണുങ്ങാതെ. ഫോറിൻ കാരൻ ഡോളർ നോട്ടും കൊണ്ട് മാടി വിളിച്ചാൽ കൂട്ടിനു വരുമോ നീ? കുട്ടി നിന്നെ കിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ ചേട്ടാ, എന്റെ കരളിന്റെ വാതിൽ തുറക്കാതെ. ശുരു 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 ശുരു. ഫോറിൻ കാരൻ ഡോളർ നോട്ടും കൊണ്ട് മാടി വിളിച്ചാൽ കൂട്ടിനു വരുമോ നീ? കുട്ടി നിന്നെ കിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ ചേട്ടാ, എന്റെ കരളിന്റെ വാതിൽ തുറക്കാതെ. അരുതേ പറയരുതേ, എന്റെ സ്നേഹിതയാണു നീ. ഞാനില്ല നിന്നോട് കൂടാൻ, ഞാനില്ല നിന്നിൽ കേൾക്കാൻ. അങ്ങനെ നീ കളമ്പാതടി കുറുമ്പി എന്റെ സ്നേഹിതയാണു നീ. കരളേ എന്നോട് മാനസ കിളിയെ കിണങ്ങാതെ. Wow, you have been a beautiful crowd today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. You can go back to seats. Okay.
शबनमी पहले नहीं थी चांदनी, हो यूं शबनमी पहले नहीं थी चांदनी. चांद वो भरमा गया, तुझको देखा तो शर्मा गया. चुराने लगा है नजर यूं शबनमी. चांद आया चांद नजर आया देखो चांद आया चांद नजर आया देखो चांद आया चांद नजर आया 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 चांद आया शर्माया हाजी हाँ आया आया हाजी आया शर्माया तू भी आ जा सावरिया
नैनों को मिला नैन से नैनों को मिला काहे को सताए हैं आबिदा नैन से नैनों को मिला नैन से नैनों को मिला देखना यूं बेरुखी से आज दो नजर मिला ले है कसम तुझे दीवानी प्यार का कोई सिला ले जब से तेरी आंखें झुकी है तब से मेरी सांसें रुकी है चोरी चोरी ख्वाबों में अभी जा नैन से नैनों को मिला
எம்பக்கம் போன மனம் தேடவில்லை மூச்சு தள்ள என் தலைக்கும் மேறவில்லை பேர கேட்க தோணவில்லை என் பக்கம் தீர என்ன தூங்க கொஞ்சம் தூக்கத்தில் உன் சிரிப்பு மாறவில்லை நாளை பார்த்து நேலும் இல்லை
என் பக்கம் போனவனை தேடவில்லை மூச்சு தள்ள என் தலைக்கும் ஏறவில்லை பேர கேட்க தோணவில்லை திக்கு மனமே போட்டு திட்டமா உன் பாதம் தாளம் போட என் வாழ வேரோட நீ பேச லைட்டா ஆசை கூட வாசம் வீசும் கண்ண தேட ஆழம் கூடிட மேகம் சூரிட
நீ பேசலைட்ட ஆசை கூட வாசம் வீசும் காட்ட தேட ஓரம் சாஞ்சிட வேகம் சேர்ந்திட தங்கமே உன்னதா தேடி வந்த நானே வைரமே ஒரு நாள் உன்னை தூக்குவனே ராசாத்திய ராத்திரி பார்த்த ரவுடி பய ரொமாண்டிக்கான ரகசியமா ரூட்டு போட்டு கடத்தணும் 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 உன்னை வாய் மூடி வாய பொழந்தான் வெறும் காலில் விண்வெளி போனேன் வெறுப்பா இருந்தாலும் வெளிஞ்சு நிறுத்தணும் 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 என்ன பிளாக் அண்ட் ஒயிட் பொண்ணு உன்னை பார்த்தா கலரா மாறுது துருபிடிச்ச காதல் நரம்பெல்லாம் சுறுசுறுப்பாக சேருது அவ ஃபேஸு அவ ஷேப்பு மொத்தத்துல இழுக்குது 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 என்ன தங்கமே உன்னத்தான் தேடி வந்த நானே வைரமே ஒரு நாள் உன்னை தூக்குவனே
will find a way, Jane. Love will find a way, Jane.
मेरे मन ये बता दे तू किस और चला है तू क्या पाया नहीं तूने क्या ढूंढ रहा है तू जो है अनकही जो है अनसुनी वो बात क्या है बता मितवा कहे धड़कने तुझसे क्या मितवा ये खुद से तो ना तो छुपा गम बनी रे निजा 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 गम बदा से दनी 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 निधा दपा बदपा गम बनी रे निजा 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 गम बदा से दनी 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 निधा 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 दपा दपा द गम दनी रे जनी बगा मितवा
തിര 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 ചെറു തിര തുള്ളും തിര 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 മറു തിര തുള്ളും ചെറുകരയോളം വരുകരയോളം തിര 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 ചെറു തിര തുള്ളും തിര 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 മറു തിര തുള്ളും ചെറുകരയോളം മറുകരയോളം ഒരു തിര തിര ഇരു തിര തിര ചെറു തിര തിര മറു തിര തിര കരയോട് തിരമല്ലേ കടലിന്റെ കഥ ചൊല്ലി തിരയോട് കരമല്ലേ മലയുടെ കഥ ചൊല്ലി അത് പിന്നെ മലയോട് പുഴയുടെ കഥ അത് പിന്നെ മുകിലോട് മഴയുടെ കഥ കടകഥകൾ പഴങ്കഥകൾ അവയുടെ ചിറകുറുമി പദം പറങ്ങി പറന്നുയരാ കുട്ടനാടങ്കായലിലെ കെട്ടുവെള്ളം തുഴയുമ്പോ പാട്ടൊന്നു പാടടിക്കാത്ത കറുമ്പി അന്തിക്കൂട കവിഴ്ത്തി ഞാൻ ഇളങ്ങൾ കുടിക്കുമ്പോ പഴങ്കഥ പറയടി പുള്ളിക്കുയിലേ പുള്ളിക്കുയിലേ തുഞ്ചത്തിന് മീനും പിടിക്കണം പള്ളിക്കുയിലേ തുഞ്ചത്തിന് മീനും പിടിക്കണം ദൈവനാട്ടുകായൽ തിരകൾ തുടിക്കുന്നു തകതി വിധി വൃതൈ അമ്പിളിച്ചുണ്ടൻ വെള്ളം തുടിക്കുന്നു തകതി വിധി വൃതൈ കുട്ടനാടങ്കായലിലെ കെട്ടുവെള്ളം തുഴയുമ്പോ പാട്ടൊന്നു പാടടിക്കാത്ത കറുമ്പി അന്തിക്കൂട കവിഴ്ത്തി ഞാൻ ഇളങ്ങളിൽ കുടിക്കുമ്പോൾ പഴങ്കഥ പറയടി പുള്ളിക്കുയിലേ
तेरा मेरा जीवन ഏതോ
കാലക്കേടില്ലാരോ ലോരാ വായോ പോകാം ലോകം കാണാൻ തേരാ പാര ഞെട്ടി ഹൃദയം പൊട്ടി വഴിയും തെറ്റി ഇവിടെത്തി സിറ്റി നടുവിൽ ചുറ്റി അടിയും പൊട്ടി വഴിയെട്ടി എന്താ തമാശ എല്ലാം നിരാശ എന്താ ഹമേശ നൂലാമാല എന്താ തമാശ എല്ലാം നിരാശ എന്താ ഹമേശ നൂലാമാല ഏ ബനാനെ ഒരു പൂത്തരമോ
किसे तुझसे दिल ना लगाए कोई, रब्बा ने तुझको बनाने में कर दे ही हुस्न की खाली तिजोरियां, काजल की सियाही से लिखी है तूने जाने कितनों की लव स्टोरियां। केसरिया तेरा इश्क है बियान, रंग जाऊं में हाथ लगाओ, दिन बीते सारा तेरी फिक्र में, रहने सारी तेरी नैन मनाओ। केसरिया तेरा इश्क है बियान, रंग जाऊं में हाथ लगाओ, दिन बीते सारे तेरी फिक्र में, रहने सारी तेरी खैर मनाओ।
ഒരു മഴവില്ലിൻ ഏഴാം വർണ്ണം പോൽ തൂവൽ കവിളിണയിൽ നിൻ മായാലാവണ്യം, ഇന്നൻ ഇടവഴിയിൽ നിന്നോമ്പൽ കാൽത്താളം, നീയാം സ്വരജതിയിൽ ഈ മൗനം വാചാലം, സാന്ധ്യരാഗങ്ങളേറ്റു പാടുന്നു ഭൂമിയും വാനവും, സാക്ഷിയായി ഭാവുകങ്ങളേകുന്നു ശ്യാമമേഘങ്ങളും. പവിഴമഴയേ നീ പെയ്യുമോ ഇന്നിവളെ, നീ മൂടുമോ വെൺപതിമതിവളിലെ മലരൊളി അഴകിലെ നാടങ്ങളിൽ, എൻ കനവുകൾ വിതറിയ താരകങ്ങളെ കാണുവാൻ കാത്തുക. ദൂരെ ഒരു മഴവില്ലിൻ ഏഴാം വർണ്ണം പോ, തൂവൽ കവിളിണയിൽ നിൻ മായാലാവണ്യം.
മനസ്സിൻ ശിലാതലം മഴ പോൽ പുണർന്നു നിൻ ഓരോ മൗനങ്ങളും, പകലിൻ വരാന്തയിൽ വെയിലായി അലഞ്ഞിതാ തമ്മിൽ ചേരുന്നു നാം, തലോട് മിന്നലുകൾ കുളിരോർമ തൻ വിരലാൽ തുടരുന്നു നീ സഹയാത്രയിൽ.
പൂച്ചൂടുമോ
വിടവാങ്ങുമീ രാത്രി തൻ വാതിലിൽ, ആകാശക്കോണിൽ ഒളിച്ചാലും താരമായി ഞാനെത്തും നിൻചാരേ. അഴകേ നീ ആകാശക്കോണിൽ ഒളിച്ചാലും താരമായി ഞാനെത്തും നിൻചാരേ. എന്റെ കൽവിൽ നീയാണ്, നിന്റെ ഹൃദയം എനിക്കാണ്, എന്നെ വിട്ടു പോകാതെ ഫാത്തിമ ഫാത്തിമ. दिल के अंदर तू है ना, सामने भी तू है ना, आंख में भी तू है फातिमा फातिमा. നെഞ്ചിനുള്ളിൽ നീയാണ്, കണ്ണിനുറ്റൻ നീയാണ്, കണ്ണടച്ചാൽ നീയാണ് ഫാത്തിമ ഫാത്തിമ.
കണ്ണുകളിൽ തളിരിട്ടതെന്നൊരു പൊന്നും പുലർക്കാലം, ആ മലർമൊഴിയിലെ അനുഭവലരിയിലേതോ ദിനാവസന്തം. രാവിന്റെ കൊമ്പിലെ രാപ്പാടി നിന്റെ പാട്ടായ പാട്ടൊക്കെ തേനായി.
നീലരാവിന്റെ കൊമ്പിലെ രാപ്പാടി പാട്ടിൽ തേൻ കുടമെന്നെന്റെ മനസ്സായി. സുന്ദരി ഒന്ന് പറയൂ പ്രാണസഖി, പറയാൻ മറന്നതെല്ലാം ഇനി പറയൂ.
പറയാം ഞാൻ പറയാം, കൊതിച്ചതെല്ലാം പറയാൻ ഇരുന്നതെല്ലാം ഇനി പറയാം.
വടക്ക് വടക്ക് കൊട്ടണ കൊട്ടണ, തെക്ക് തിത്ത് ചൂടും വെക്കണ, കിഴക്കിലെ മൈനെ കാണാൻ പടിഞ്ഞാറ്റിൽ എന്താവോ. വടക്ക് വടക്ക് കൊട്ടണ കൊട്ടണ, തെക്ക് തിത്ത് ചൂടും വെക്കണ, കിഴക്കിലെ മൈനെ കാണാൻ പടിഞ്ഞാറ്റിൽ എന്താവോ. കൂട്ടുകെട്ടിലെ വീര ഞാൻ കെട്ടുകെട്ടി എന്ന് പോണൻ ചെങ്ങായി. കണ്ടടച്ചെന്നു നിന്നാൽ നിൻ മുന്നിലായി വന്നു നിൽക്കാം ചെങ്ങായി. കഥ തിരഞ്ഞ് മുന്നിൽ വഴിയൊരുങ്ങി, പടിക്കേറി ഞാൻ കറങ്ങി, പിന്നെ ആറ്റിലാറാടി മതിച്ച് ആരാരെ തേടാനായി. പൂക്കാത്ത മാവിന്റെ കൊമ്പിൽ കായ്ക്കാത്ത കനി തേടി നടന്നു, നാടാകെ നടന്ന് ഞാൻ അലഞ്ഞ്, ഇനി അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇങ്ങോട്ട്. വടക്ക് വടക്ക് കൊട്ടണ കൊട്ടണ, തെക്ക് തിത്ത് ചൂടും വെക്കണ, കിഴക്കിലെ മൈനെ കാണാൻ പടിഞ്ഞാറ്റിൽ എന്താവോ. വടക്ക് വടക്ക് കൊട്ടണ കൊട്ടണ, തെക്ക് തിത്ത് ചൂടും വെക്കണ, കിഴക്കിലെ മൈനെ കാണാൻ പടിഞ്ഞാറ്റിൽ എന്താവോ.
जीवन के अब धीरे धीरे दीवारें गिरा दे रे, रोके ना कोई हमको यहाँ, सारी झंझट में जहाँ ओ यारा नौकारा नच नच नौकारा बज बज लो
നൊമ്പരം കളയും നാടും നീ, സ്നേഹമണിനാദം നീ, ജീവിതം വെറുതെ വാടുമ്പോൾ കുമ്പിടി നിറനിറയും നീ ഉള്ളിനുള്ളും മധുവല്ലേ, നീ ഉള്ളിനുള്ളിൽ നനവല്ലേ, നീ തീരത്തുള്ള തണലല്ലേ, ഉയരുടെ തിരി നല്ലിടയരും നീ. അടിത്തടകൾ പഠിച്ചവരല്ല, വീരനുമല്ല, കൊടുമുടികൾ കടന്നവരല്ല, കേവലുമല്ല, ആടുന്ന വേലയ്ക്ക് പോകുന്ന ധരണി, ആടുന്ന ലോകത്തെ മോഹത്തിൻ നിരനി, അന്നത്തെ അന്നത്തിനായി കൂടും നീ, കണ്ണീരിൻ മേഘത്തിൽ വിങ്ങുന്നൊരിഴി നീ, ഇറ്റുന്ന കൂരയ്ക്ക് ചോരുന്ന കുട നീ, ജന്മത്തിനുത്തര നീ തേടും നീ. മണിവിളക്കിലങ്ങണ കയ്യാലെ വിരലൊട്ടി വിളിക്കണതാരാണ്, മണിവിളക്കിലങ്ങണ കയ്യാലെ വിരലൊട്ടി വിളിക്കണതാരാണ്, മുകിലോരം മുരശൊലി മുഴക്കണതാരാണ്, മുഴുതിങ്കളൊതിക്കണ മുകിലോരം മുരശൊലി മുഴക്കണതാരാ. ഓ വിളക്കിന്റെ നാളം പോലെ നീ പൊൻതൂവൽ വീശും മാൽപ്പേരും മഴപ്രാവി, ഓ കളിയാടി പാടാ നേരമാ, എന്തേ ഇന്നും വന്നില്ല, എന്നോടൊന്നും ചൊല്ലില്ല, അനുരാഗം മീട്ടും ഗന്ധർവൻ നീ സ്വപ്നം കാണും ആകാശത്തോപ്പിൻ കിന്നരൻ, ആകാശത്തോപ്പിൻ കിന്നരൻ.
Thank you very much.
ऐसी क्या चली हवा कि ले गई मेरी सांसों को मुझसे दूर, तेरे पास और मुझे हुआ ऐसा, तू मेरी थी, मैं तेरा होने लगा, मैं तेरा, तू मेरी थी होने लगी. சத்துன அடியை போட்டு விட்டுருவேன். என்ன சண்டைக்கு கூட்டாவும் ஒன்னா பந்தயம் போட்டு நான் அம்பைய போல வந்தண்டி மன்னிப்பு கேட்டு அப்பையும் வீட்டுல கொட்டுக்க போறாங்கல்ல போலீஸ் கம்ப்ளைண்ட் முண்டா என்ன கூண்டுல நிப்பாட்டு நம்மளுக்கு இருக்கு சப்போர்ட் என்ன கூட்டுன்னு போவேன் ஜீப்ல வச்சு கட்டின பொண்டாட்டி அவங்க டாக்டர் இல்லாம வரவே வாங்க உன்னோட மாமியா நிறைய டான்ஸ் வராகி தண்ணி என்னோட ஏரியா உன்னோட சூப்பர் சீதோ பிளாட்டே மரியா
So she is equally good. ഇവരെ മൊത്തം ഡാൻസ് പഠിപ്പിച്ചെടുത്തത് ഇവളാണ്.
നമ്മൾ ആക്ച്വലി അപർണയുടെ മുഖം കുറച്ച് ദിവസങ്ങളായിട്ട് കാണുന്നുണ്ട് പ്രാക്ടീസ് സെഷൻസിലൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട്. സോ അപർണ, a big round of applause for you. ഫെമിനെ പിന്നെ പ്രത്യേകം പറയണ്ടല്ലോ, എപ്പോഴും ഫെമിന് എന്ത് ഫാൻ ബേസാ. സോ കുറച്ചു നേരം ജാം ചെയ്തിട്ട് നമുക്ക് പിരിയാം.
இறங்கி வந்தாச்சு கடலை கொந்தளிக்கும் சுனாமியே உண்டாச்சு மணிக்கா வெளுத்தி எதிர்ப்பா எனர்ஜி தலைய சுத்த வைக்கும் சுறாவளி பொண்ணாச்சு பட்டன்னு பார்த்தாலே பல்ஸ் தும்பாடி கொட்டுவா மீன் எல்லாம் கூத்தாடுமே இரவ கலராக்கும் ஜலேபி லேடி சால்ட்டும் நான் தொட்டா ஸ்வீட் ஆகுமே.
Love you, Monica. Baby, ma, Monica. Kitty, kitty, ma, ziki, kitty, ma. Monica, love you, Monica. Baby, ma, Monica. Kitty, kitty, ma, ziki, kitty, ma. ஊதுறாத என்ன தொலைஞ்ச வைக்கலையே
for being the most vibrant part of our conference, for making this conference a success. See you all for the next event of SICASA Ernakulam. Ellarum varille? Thank you so much. With this, we come to the close of Aksharam 2025, the national conference.